Halo teman-teman, selamat malam semua. Wait ya.
He will be traded off sooner than he gets the X.
Also, if he gets greedy for it, they'll throw another like 5v4 started around.
Just saying, it could happen.
Sorry guys, salah dikit guys.
Someone was gonna do it.
Gua cok, gede gua tidur di kursi cok.
That's why I was on both sides.
Yeah, right. Look at you. Okay, now
kurang
this
tidur
next
guys,
one
ini
is
baru
gonna be a
4
fun
jaman
one, all
cok.
right? GENG have a good chance to win their first major title at this event. How do we feel?
But Loud, Sentinels, GENG, I think they're all in such similar form. I think it's so close. I favor Sentinels, but I think it's very possible for GENG to win today.
I struggle with this statement because I would rate it mild, you know? Like, I think
that
any result for
aman,
GENG
aman,
after making it to here is
Mereka
already
pada
good
ngeremehin
enough.
Paperrex
Even if
jir,
they
emang
don't
ya?
get the title
What
of
sign
winners.
do you have?
No, come on.
Agree.
I know. I mean, I yelled at her for that. So to be
I
fair,
already got yelled at. It's time,
no, it's time for me to
trickling
yell
down.
at you. Okay,
Yeah.
trickle down yelling.
It
Okay,
works famously.
I am
good chance, yeah.
gonna go with.
Kurang gede suaranya, udah belum?
Unfortunately, I do think that the reason why I'm not saying strongly disagree is only because there's always that possibility in my mind, especially with how they've been playing. But I just feel like Sentinels is really just feeling it
I'm
right
kind
now.
of a turncoat here.
You're a turncoat.
I think the map will work well
Katanya
for
Paperrex
Sentinels
udah pepet
today,
bang.
especially they're almost
Yeah.
guaranteed to
Tapi,
play
ya,
split or
plus
sunset. I think
minus
both
sih,
those
guys.
maps are going to be a gimme for
Soalnya
them, and I
hari
really
itu
see
yang
it being
menang
highly
yang
likely for them to pick up another in the pool. And then I think
I agree with that one.
the team who wins this match today,
Yang sial yang
the team
menang
who
bro.
wins this match today
Sisanya mah ya
is
udah
so
kalau lo
likely to
hoki,
win
lo
the
mainnya
grand
bagus,
finals. Because we
masuk
already
bro.
discussed
Totally.
double
Tetap tiga.
ban, extra prep time. That is so important. I think it's unlikely, but it's nowhere near impossible, especially if they win today.
All right, so we have time for a fourth one.
Okay.
This one would have been on the chopping
little
block.
treat.
Nice.
But I'm curious, so let's see what we end up getting, all right? The finals will be a regional rematch. Whoa! I mean, but which way? I mean, I think I know the way,
Which
but...
way?
No. You said regional rematch. You didn't say what way, so strongly agree. Either one or
It's
the other.
it's a 50% chance.
yeah.
It's
okay.
50% chance
Yeah.
they're right or wrong.
Oh, boy.
Wait, is
no,
that how
but-
percentages work? Chat, is this
Yes.
true?
Kalau menang masih labor final dulu kan bang, iya.
That's
Kalau
exactly
Paperrex
what
misalnya
I
menang
know
lawan
how
loh,
to
Paperrex akan melawan
I
yang
strongly
kalah dari
agree.
sini
I think
guys.
that especially Sentinels after the
Kemungkinan
pressure that they were put on yesterday, having such a strong start,
GENG atau Latino.
making it into 2 overtimes and being able
Here's
to...
your American visa.
Kadang
Congratulations.
Mimi
Oh,
sama
thank you very
gue
much.
tuan.
This is my green card?
It's your green sign.
Hah?
I don't know if that's how that works.
Maksudnya?
I,
Kamu lebih tua dari Mimi 13 tahun
They
sih.
said that they were going to go on a run, but
Me, when I
Katanya
contradict,
mainnya
I'm
nggak salah
honestly
P3
based.
main
It's so
betul.
if
close.
there's one thing hosts are great at, it's contradicting ourselves on a regular
that's
basis. So the reason why is because I would like to see a non-regional matchup. This is more what I want versus what I think will happen.
But hear me out. We're getting, right now, today, we're getting Seed 1 versus Seed 1 and Seed 2 versus Seed 2. Is
Correct.
that not good enough?
It is. It
Nothing's
is.
ever good enough for him.
You know,
I don't know what that
I'm
means.
just. You guys are going to break me. This is too much for me to handle. Okay, folks, we asked you earlier in the day, well, like a couple minutes ago, NASCAR fan poll, and the question was, who do you think is going to be going to the grand
Sentinels
finals?
will never lose a fan poll.
Yeah, I feel like, you know.
You hear that? That's people cheering for Sentinels winning
Yeah,
the fan poll.
I'll take the 71 though. That's pretty strong. But I do think
Tapi
though,
gue
we
yakin
kind of remove the
GENG
funnies from
menang
it for a
sama
second.
lawan.
It does make a lot of sense, right? I mean, Kukuka, what we've been seeing from this Sentinels team has been so impressive. The way that they've been able to put this lineup together and really not just find an identity, but find camaraderie. I think it's just been so awesome to watch.
I strongly agree.
I also strongly agree.
With what you're saying, completely based, Alex. But hear me out.
GENG
I
nggak
think
sih,
that
guys?
For today, I'm going to
voting lah,
double
voting,
down
voting,
on
voting,
GENG
voting.
is doing a quiet round. They're literally
Fair.
motivational quote. They want to keep the expectations. As I said, any further that they can take it is already a huge win for them. But I want to see them take it further.
All right, well, let's go ahead and find out where we're going to be playing. And, well, let's go
GENG
ahead
atau
and
Sen,
take a
guys?
listen in for our map selection.
Welcome to Map Select, presented by Omen. Both of these teams came into this match with the same seed and the same record. So therefore, it was a coin flip that was done before this that ended up being Sentinels Team A, GENG Team B. So we will jump into the pick ban phase. Sentinels, your first ban.
Ban Icebox.
Ban Icebox.
Icebox,
your ban.
alright.
Ban Sunset.
Sunset, map number 1 from Sentinels.
Pick Split.
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 Side on Split.
Splitnya GENG kuat juga sih, aman.
I'll take.
Attack, and map number 2.
Pakai rok ya nggak tahu kenapa tuh guys. Pakai rok itu kayak gaya Scotland gitu cow, bukannya pakai rok. Mereka memikirnya matang ya guys ya, analisis sama pelatihnya guys. Gila lama banget bro. Dah, lama amat dah. Buset, mikirnya lama banget, Cok. Kenapa dia, Cok? Lama banget, buset.
Lotus.
Lotus. Side on Lotus.
Attack.
Attack. All right, next set of bans starting with Sentinels. You have Ascent, Bind, and Breeze.
Ban Ascent.
Ban Ascent, you're a ban, you have Bind and Breeze.
PRX belum ada daris ya? Belum. Diketawain sama pelatih Sentinel tuh.
Ban Bind. Map number 3 by default is going to be Breeze. Sentinel, side on Breeze.
Attack.
Attack. All right, good luck to you both.
Thank you. Good luck.
A lot of deliberation there. We don't have a lot of time, but I want to break this down real fast. Split, first map.
They had to pick their poison. Sunset or
Yeah.
Split. Sunset is a map GENG plays way less of. I think Split is going to be so hard for them to win. If they're to win this series, GENG, it has to go to Breeze.
Yeah, exactly. And when we talk about knowing the teams, knowing the fundamentals, a split comp with the double duelist is something that you need to know to a T.
Yes.
We've also had some show-ins of it, and if the preparation is there, I think that this overall takes a bit of an edge for Sentinels.
Lotus is the pick of GENG, but it's still a scary map. Both these teams play that same standard Fnatic comp with the Fade, with the Raze, and honestly, they both execute on it incredibly well. I think they're the two strongest teams on that map
Totally.
that are still left in the tournament. So that's kind of a coin
Even on
flip.
splits.
This is going to be such a tough series for GENG.
It's going to be
Okay,
tough, but it's
guys.
definitely this is.
Apakah
if I could
langsung
choose just
2-0?
two maps to see this two
Apakah
teams rated, it would have
2-1?
definitely been,
Apakah-
Split and Lotus.
Yeah.
I know that Sunset was out of the question.
Yeah, well, it looks like we got our gift, and this is going to be incredible. But folks, let's get this show on the road because we have great matches on the table. It's grand finals on the line. GENG versus Sentinels, Paperrex versus Loud. Day 7 of Masters Madrid starts right now.
Anjay, Riot Games. Ini gue kayaknya baru mulai udah ngantuk deh guys. Kayaknya baru mulai juga gue udah ngantuk deh guys. Baru mulai ngantuk gimana ceritanya ntar ya?
Welcome to day 6 of Masters Madrid.
Moga-moga 2-0 biar PRX-nya lebih cepet ya.
A tournament like this, like Valorant Master, right near my home. I dream about this and now it's real. I'm so excited.
There is no chance, there is no hope. Sentinels, inevitable. Zen look incredible here to take their appointment with GENG in the upper finals.
I feel good about our win against Loud. I think as a team we played really good overall, and I think we showed a good version of ourselves.
Kita kalau lihat dari ini ya guys, dari style ya guys, GENG itu kuat banget, ya nggak sih? Tapi kalau Sentinel itu sama Loud kemarin hampir sama terus guys. Dia OT, tapi GENG udah ngalahin Loud kan? Iya kan? GENG udah ngalahin Loud kan guys?
They play very
kan?
slow and methodical, but at the same time they have very individually talented players.
Betul kan gua? GENG udah sempet ngalahin Loud kan?
새로 리빌딩이 되면서 이제 팀원들과 친해지려고 노력을 많이 했고
GENG definitely look like a tough opponent, but if people can't stop
Nah,
us,
GENG 2-1 lawan Loud. Gua rasa bakal 2-1 atau enggak
그리고
2-0
우리가 만약
minimal 2-0.
이긴다면
Rasanya minimal 2-1 buat GENG ya. Karena menurut gua GENG Loud sama si Sentinel tuh hampir mirip-mirip.
Where are you guys from?
Madrid.
From Madrid, yeah.
From Spain.
Sentinels, we are supporting Sentinels.
Yeah.
I'm Paperrex. Jason Susanto is the GOAT.
Anjay!
It's really good, actually.
Hehehe. Hehehe.
When we go lower bracket, no matter we win or lose, we will like improve very fast. And hopefully in lower bracket, we will show you guys on our improvements.
Ir pra lower bracket é difícil, deve ser frustrante pra vocês assistirem, assim como é pra gente perder um jogo tão close. Mas faz parte, somos humanos, a gente também erra. A gente vai consertar tudo que a gente fez de errado nesse jogo pra tentar ganhar a Paperrex.
Bro.
Lotus is a bit like us. They're really strong. They're also creative.
Come on! Wow, just can't lose!
A gente já venceu times com esse estilo de jogo, então a gente vai saber lidar com eles.
For Loud, I'm just gonna go all in this match, and I hope you guys enjoy our W gaming.
All in.
Vamos lá! Go Paperrex! Mark my words, Paperrex for the winning!
Anjay, banyak yang nunggu PRX bro, boleh bro. Dari luar bisa ke final lagi bang, betul bisa. Ayo teman-teman, kita dukung GENG untuk mendapatkan spot di final pertama untuk apa ya guys ya. Lokotre, Miamo, anjay, Seagate. Gila Tenzi bang, Tenzi ganteng banget bang. Lo sama Janji Bos selalu dikejar juga bang kalau nggak salah, jadi untuk game ini gue harap bisa seru. Kayaknya sih bakal seru sih ya. Oh yeah, Genji. Anjay tekstur bro, di tengah-tengah ya kayak raja anjir. Nah Janji menang mah biar saya tidak ketemu PRX bang di lower. Yoi. Ya kalau PRX menang ya guys ya, kalau menang. PRX masih panjang jalannya guys.
A grand final spot is on the line as well as history. Both teams looking to do something massive for their organizations. For Sentinels, it's about going back to championship form and fighting for a crown yet again. And for GENG, it's not just about establishing Pacific as a strong region, Kukuka. It's about GENG establishing themselves as a top-tier team in Valorant.
Exactly, Alex. Seed 1 is no longer enough. Both of these teams want the first spot in the grand finals. They want to be the top one out of the entire world. And of course, the journey has been a bit different and so similar at the same time, maybe.
The last time that Sentinels played a Korean team in the upper finals of an international event, it was over 1,000 days ago. Sen won that. They went on to win Valorant's first international LAN and haven't made it back to a final since. So much about this team has changed since then. Only Tens remains, but he's a completely new player from the star-locking Jet way back when. The difference as well for GENG is wild. Back then, it was solo, playing alongside Lakia, who is now coaching. They lost that match. It was the deepest the Korean team has ever gotten. They have a chance to make up for that again today against this new Sentinels.
Crazy. I mean, when you set the stage and you really think about how this has all come together, it is absolutely mind-blowing. The fact that Sentinels, a team that people were clowning on, and now they are the top of the mountain. GENG, I feel people were forgetting about them. And this is their opportunity.
Win kondisinya kalau di Sentinel, Johnny Kitty, second test nyala, kuat banget. Duanya itu pelengkap lah itu. Bukannya sombong tapi gitu ya. Dua pelengkap. Tapi kalau di teks di GENG, Karon, Texture, Meteor. Ya, kalau tiga ini harus nyala guys. Tiga nyala ini akan sedikit. Tapi kalau yang tiga nyala, tiga nyala doang. Menang yang lebih nyala aja dari antara tiga ini.
They haven't shocked in that same way.
Tiga ini guys, tiga M gatnya ya.
And played excellent Valorant throughout. Their players have come out with unbelievable
kalau misalnya Texture nyala, Keren nyala, Meteor nyala, di Sentinel si Tens nyala, Johnny Kitty nyala, tapi Seagate lagi turun. Wah, itu berat tuh, agak timpang-timpang tuh.
And that's the wilder part about this as well, because you would think like, oh, the pressure's on, but it feels like for all 10 of these teams, they just feel confident walking onto that stage, and oh boy, it's going to be a good one. But here we go, split. What we got for the comps?
GENG is going into Sentinel's
home turf. They have been incredible on this map thus far. Their defense looks indomitable, and GENG are playing a very
very different comp. They go for the double duelists on this map. They're
Genji
very
bakal
reliant
gaspol
on
ini guys.
Texture and Meteor to be set up for insane individual performances on this double dive. That's how they beat Paperrex.
Yeah, exactly. And probably one of the reasons why they decide to start on the attack. If they want to start with a strong foot, it has to be
Zekan
through a
turun,
very
tapi jadi
explosive
bagus. Iya,
round.
Zekan turun,
Watch
jadi
out,
bagus,
because
Zen
the
bagus.
retakes for Sentinels have been on
Terus
point.
tapi kalau di kemarin tuh lautnya kemarin ada yang turun juga kan. Di laut juga ada yang turun. Jadi mau nggak mau yang lebih nyala di mana aja.
This is it. It's now time to figure out who's going to be going to the grand finals. Will it be Sentinels? Will it be GENG? We got two excellent casters to tell this story. It's Mitch and Tom.
Thank you so much, Golden Boy, Mimi, and Kakuka. We've got a barn burner of a game here. Sentinels looking to reclaim their former glory, while GENG have a serious opportunity to make Korean history.
Well, that's the thing. You look back in the history of Valorant, 1,029 days ago, TENS sent Newturn down to that lower bracket from the upper final, a chance for a final, and on that team you had Lakia and Coach Solo. A lot has changed since then, but I can tell you now that Lakia will be there looking for revenge. It is a grudge with so many stories, and we're kicking it off on Sentinel's home turf of Split.
They have been, without a doubt, the best team we've seen on Split in recent memory. GENG have a hell of a task, starting out on their opponent's map pick with Lotus up next. And as we saw in the video, they'll finish out on Breeze. GENG didn't want to pull Bind into the mix. Lakia is probably happy about that. Bad memories from back in the day. As we start out the pistol round, Sentinels on the defensive side, two ghosts and a spread defense, but they are looking to crunch on mid after contact. For GENG, they've got players outside A and some looking to move into mid. It looks like we're going to have a scrap on our hands.
Yeah, if we've seen anything from this match or this matchup, we know that GENG are
Fighting
fantastic at
GENG.
and
Wah, mainnya
learning.
slow banget,
They
Jing.
played Paperrex in the regular season on this map, ended up coming back in this tournament and demolishing them on it. Meteor, though, in this round, he's just looking to sell a bit of a ruse, and he has done. A push coming down mid, but the rest of Sentinels are all rotating over towards that B site. Not a member, even in the right half of the map.
This is a pistol round that plays out a lot less like a coin flip. Both teams reactively waiting on mid. Nothing happens, so the fake info on A is given away, and the space is taken. Very nicely handled the setup for a post-plant situation. Sentinels send in a dog and some util, though, and they're going to deny the plant altogether. But in the chaos, Texture's able to pick up one, and the nade buys them space. They can secure the site now, get a plant, and look to play after. Meteor's also snuck up behind TENS. Didn't matter with Lakia shutting him down, and these other players now locked in towards the spawn. Up top is Zels is alone, but there's still some fight left in Sentinels. They don't want to give this round up just yet.
Yeah, had to be a fallback from GENG. Not wanting to overextend.
Itu GENG pinternya tuh main serasa gitu guys. Bisa banget tuh mainin perasaannya orang-orang suruh rotate.
At this stage and with the positions they currently hold, it's definitely not going to be easy for the side of Sentinels to get back into this one. Running out of time, need to try and isolate one of these jewels, and with the spot already coming in, the rest of the players line up like a firing squad. All left on to Jung. QT's been fantastic in clutches, but it's not happening this time. GENG, they will take the pistol.
And again, just the patience shown by this attacking side. You saw, as we said, Sentinels off-rip, look for mid-control. They don't get it. The fake is made by GENG, making noise on A, taking space, and they walk into B for free. But post-plant, the idea to just send the two players
Nice start, bro. Nice start, bro.
Waiting, running the clock down. Jung QT couldn't go out and fight with his teammate because he's worried about a flank coming up through heaven. This is a really nice pistol round from the side of GENG. I do like Sentinel's ideas as well, because they laid a trap. Just GENG were too wise to fall into it. Now on the attack side, you know, it's an interesting buy, Tom. I have to say, Texture is surprising me, because I'll talk all day long about the benefits of playing this Outlaw. I just don't expect to see it on the attack that often, but he's found success with it right off rip. Nobody on the defense has shields, so this weapon, even if they have light shields, which they don't, it's still going to be an operator. Two shots, very fast movement, quick reload.
It's a round as well, though, where realistically, nothing really for their opponents to be playing with. Sentinels just saving up for the next round. It does mean that you're the only player that can really go down without being too much of a detriment. And obviously getting that extra information is a decent start. Zeka finding one.
What?
Spike down for Jung QT as well. This is starting to get worrying.
Well, Texture's down to 13 HP as well. You know, he's pretty much in an even fight regardless of who he takes on. That heal needed to come through. Luckily, there's been some time. As that clock runs down, the health goes back up for Texture. 100 HP. Lakia and Munchkin there to fight with him, but they have to walk into the open to take that spike into a big crossfire and play for Sentinels. Instead, they're going to take some space in heaven, get that little bit of extra space to play with, and here comes a snake bite. It's not gone fully into the corner. Still a nade to play with for Texture, flash for Lakia, but they're caught off guard, and Celsius and Tens pick off both up top. That's a disaster for GENG. Now 1-1 after winning the pistol.
Yeah, an instant response.
GENG,
with the Mastercard
cuak.
Maybe some jitters for GENG because that was a heavy investment. 4 players with rifles. Already you're seeing the initial dual switch being won and really isolated fights. Like the spike going through the smoke on its own for Karen, that is an uncharacteristic error for someone like him. We've been singing his praises about his positioning, his movement, especially after the switch to Omen. I feel like he was fantastic. And that is a really rough way to kick off your attack. Rifles now fully bought up on what was meant to be an easy victory. Well, now Sentinels have the same chance.
GENG with just a few pistols will struggle immensely on this. Now, we've seen this a couple times, this poison orb thrown up over right at the start of the round from Munchkin. It's causing a lot of problems for that Sentinels defense with the fact that he can slip out to the right side. You're going to need a trap there.
Aku nggak suka GENG bang, Korea bang. Aku suka GENG guys, Korea guys.
It's not going to be that consistent.
Paperrex sudah biasa thrifty bang. Iya nih teman-teman GENG thrifty bro.
Someone's going to be sneaking through it in some round. You never know when. Always in the back of your mind. Now, the mid-hold, very strong for Sentinels. I don't imagine there's too much trouble. The close range engagement, though, catches Zelsis off and Tens too. Looks like I should have kept my mouth shut. We're all of a sudden in a 5 versus 3. Showstopper popped and fired at random. It doesn't land, but they've got a huge advantage to play with here. Sassy needs to hold strong.
He's in a good position, though. Already dropping a first, but the trade is instantaneous, keeping that huge advantage. What a chaotic start to this map already. The delay already put into position. Munchkin in a good spot, has a teammate alongside him, may not even need it, and it's going to be...
Apa sih thrifty to ke thrifty, babi?
Straight back, getting their money's worth in the early stages of this game.
They bought hardly anything here again, Tom.
They bought more than Sentinels.
That's true. You know, this is a hell of an argument for the bundle, but there's a few sheriff shots landing there with the classic assists on the back of it. Just absolutely insane to see this in the first 3 rounds.
That's
back and forth.
That was Zelsis' orb as well.
Itu lagi nyala,
It went down because the other one was thrown in B main.
Yeah, you're right.
So, that means that he got caught by his own utility. Again, it's an error from either side. Both in the early stages have made mistakes. Tens. That's one hell of a start. They've still got a couple of rifles. It's definitely not the prettiest of buys, but even still, somehow the team with the weaker has got off to a good start.
That's it, because they happen to take the fight up against one of the players who has that rifle.
Habis menang langsung kena first blood.
Menang
kena first blood. Udah bagus nih GENG nih. Ayo GENG, santai dulu mainnya. Tadi mainnya santai bisa kok. Nggak usah buru-buru gitu.
Those 2 rifles, they stand a good chance in any fight. Those pistols, though, they're left to do a lot. The whole mid-control, they want to be playing this off the utility. That's the nade going through, forcing them back, doing some damage, too. Karen's now down to 83.
Dapat senjata guys, Unity guys. 3 orang punya senjata ya.
They got a rifle. But because of that neural theft, they used it to check if anybody was holding the rifle. So that's now a 3rd gun picked up from Sentinels. So they have boosted this quite a bit. 40 seconds left, 3 players still within the B site, but you still have Tens with a paranoia available to him. Nothing really on Zelsis though, so it is going to be onto him.
Oh, he's forced out of position, that paranoia. It's landed on the players further up, and one was blinded. Caught by the trap, another now inside, and well, he's gone. 2 kills with a classic for Zelsis. He's being wrapped on, at least a chance to shut him down. One that they must realize. Meteor, there we go. It's a connection with 12 seconds left, and the spike's gone up into heaven, dropped. Even if the last kill wasn't found, I don't think they were getting that one done. 2-2.
Kocak banget ya, kenapa ya GENG ya? 2 orang kena trap anjing, nggak ditembak.
I don't know what's happening.
Is that the first one we've seen so far?
No, I believe it's the 3rd.
3rd in a row.
This is such a peculiar game. Now, obviously, because both teams are still sort of building up finances.
What is this?
The next one's not going to be, but if you've ever seen an advertisement for buying the SEM bundle, that is 2 kills off the back of Zelsis, the man who's been plugging it this entire event. We're never going to hear the end of it.
Well,
Nih guys, kadang-kadang jago, lurus. Tiba-tiba jadi goblok. Terus jago lagi. Aneh banget, Cok.
Well, GENG
trapnya di luar smoke. Iya tahu, tapi kayak mereka 2 kali kena trap di situ kayak aneh aja guys.
This early game, especially the fact that they got caught by not being able to shoot the traps.
Zeken dapat Zeken nih.
It's a little unfortunate, but these things happen. There was a combo of util again thrown towards them, making it that little bit more awkward and trying to take some fights. That's unlucky.
Not destroyed that.
Yeah, I'm starting to think Sentinels have got some sort of trap abuse going on. They're not taking the bullets.
Split itu enak banget
Just about to walk in. Sassy might be caught unaware. Got so far forward before anybody really realized. Ken's up above. Has support from Celsius, but this will be an afterplant. This time, I don't think there's any denial. And Meteor hasn't stopped his push. He's still going forward.
It's a lot of space to take, a position you usually expect, but the big difference to this is Karen. He's also there with a paranoia in hand, and it's about to come through. There it is, the step was heard. But luckily, those players are able to round the corner just in time. Nade, not really going to force Meteor back, but he falls back anyways, concedes the space. They're going to commit utility to trying to clear that back out.
Oh, kalau main tuh selalu mainnya buat nge-flash ini ya, nge-flash elbow ya.
Now burned up to go towards elbow. Here comes the blast pack from Zeken. He's towards the side, picking up Karen. And Celsius had opened up the rest, leaving Meteor alone, doing so much damage. It looks like Munchkin was able to catch an angle, and with the snakebite landed, that's buying a little bit more time. Tens has to run for the hills now. There's no time left with another found. GENG
Nice.
take the lead. It's not quite a
bakal kalah
massacre
guys GENG
but
guys.
it is a
Tenang,
Red
Cok.
Bull clutch.
Nice banget, Cok. Menurut lu Bang Alex butuh teman buat analis nggak? Mungkin butuh, tapi gue nggak tahu guys. Balik lagi, gue nggak tahu asli dapurnya gimana, butuh atau enggak.
Sentinels in these retakes, and they're phenomenal. Just being able to come in from behind, isolating these fights, and even after the aggressive positions that were held. But as Munchkin, the leader of the team, someone who's been highlighted so many times.
Bisa Sentinel lagi nih Bang.
Members of his roster to help elevate
ini sama-sama jago sih, sama-sama jago nggak sih guys?
Straight away.
Lo aja Bang sambil yel-yel di sebelahnya Bang. Itu bukan analis, namanya cheerleader, babi.
They take early space towards this A
Ini
side.
Meteor kena trap lagi nih.
Into mid, but straight over the top goes Meteor. He's looking to pressure.
Anjir Johnny Kitty dapat aja top.
Blocked off just enough to give him that little bit of space to work with. Still a player on
B. Aja lu sempet-sempetnya dapat 1, Cok. Main akan Phantom ya. Kalau si Sentinel lama mainnya Phantom guys. Kecuali Tens ya. Tapi kalau orang-orang Pasifik tuh pakainya Vandal semua nih.
The big ones online. One flash just popped by Sassy, but Meteor turns. The blades are used up. Look, they're not finished.
Dia ngapain, Jing?
Charging forward. Even though his teammate had fallen back, a little disjointed from GENG, but Munchkin capitalizes on the chaos, picks up and keeps having control. That's a huge position for them to play with. And now Sentinels even send Sassy back to reclaim it, buying so much time as only John QT's on the site, flanked out and distracted by Meteor. The clock is running down. Munchkin late flanks up through heaven, and the classic flank's awkward. The knife kill is in, but it's too little, too late. Again, the time is enough for GENG
apa
to
sih main
claim the
pisau-pisauan terus dari kemarin, bro?
We finally seen a second round in a row after what was a crazy back and forth. It is GENG to come out on top.
Gamenya ini gamenya tuh kayak nggak serius banget gitu ya guys ya.
QT comes out with a knife. Munchkin
abis dikado pisau lagi Jing. Malam Bang Aldo.
The way that he's been playing, the way he's been punishing them as they try to rotate. His late flanks in the backline have been so problematic.
Itu kenapa tekstur anjing?
Spike to do the job. 4-2 in the lead. As said, this has been Sentinel's home turf. We even saw the video earlier, John QT saying, well, you know, it's his favorite
Bang, disuruh begitu Bang Mario Bang. Babi, jangan aneh-aneh kalian. Mana ada skrip-skrip anjing.
7 of the last 8 won.
Pokoknya sekarang kurusan, mana ada kurusan anjir.
But as said, GENG have been so fantastic at adapting. They beat EDG, they beat PaperX, they've been evolving throughout this tournament. It's not going to be easy, just because this map is solid for Sentinels.
Alex Malding lagi nggak Bang hari ini Bang? Kalau PRX-nya turu, mainnya nggak stabil ya pasti Malding sih. Menurut gue sih pasti marah kalau misalnya permainannya lagi jelek. Itu aja sih. Simple itu. Kalau mainnya lagi bagus nggak akan marah dia. PRX tuh mut-mutan guys, masih mut-mutan mainnya guys.
On the side of GENG though, Munchkin's game has been fantastic just last round.
Ini kalau Sentinel attack-nya Dapat Sentinel kan defense ya. Defense dapat dikit. Menurut gua sih ini bisa menang Genji sih, guys.
Seekers as well, but they're not used. Instead, it's going to be dashed straight out in front of the Seekers. Meteor, though, he's caught. He can't quite see anything for a moment, but as the Cloudburst fades, he's able to find a target. Nice headshot, but the wall gets in the way. Sassy holding on to life barely, and he'll eventually be shut down with the Viper's Pit in. This becomes a hard round to win, but a showstopper popped. It's going to be a gamble from Zek, and he has to pick a spot, and he's found Karen, but landed with his back turned to Munchkin. A quick execution leaves John QT alone, but with Meteor down, there's a chance. That's the hat popped off the head, but
Munchkin lagi kenceng banget, guys. Munchkin, guys. 3 orang kuat tambah Munchkin tambah gila sih.
I just love watching his reposition within that Viper's Pit. He hears the showstopper, he goes, what's the chance of me shooting it straight down? Very, very low. You're going to try and hit towards that plant spot. So he repositions forward into that Viper's Pit and just manages to isolate the battle, takes him out, and then this, I'll be honest, this was just prediction. Knowing that his opponent would eventually try and catch him on the ping, it has been such a worldy of a game. And here's someone as well. This is his 7th, I believe.
Genji mainnya santai banget, bro. Ya nggak sih?
The Munchkin has ever finished is 9th to 10th.
Ini kalau Sentinel defense cuma dapat 4 atau 3 sih, kayak menang Genji sih gampang, guys.
He's already got top 3. This man is gunning for so much more.
Yeah, they were Crazy Raccoon. I remember a good regional team, but once they came to the international stage, and for a lot of Munchkin's teams, they just got tested in a way that they couldn't stand up to.
Gambit, and it ended.
And actually, even Munchkin's runs, it was always playing the same teams twice. Like, it happened against Foot, it happened against Gambit. I can't remember the other team, but there was definitely a back-to-back as well. This guy always ends up facing a team.
Ini tuh bener-bener sama kayak nonton kayak si PRX lawan Core, ya kan? Si Benny pakai Cypher, jago.
As someone leading.
Terus ada Race, ya kan? Bener kan, guys? Kurang lebih sama sih guys, kayak PRX lawan Core. Jadi dimana PRX itu bisa dominasi.
Wow, they played Loud a couple of times in the last 4 matches. Loud only managed 4 rounds.
Mirip kan gameplaynya kan? Kalau defense-nya nggak dapat banyak,
way far
attack mereka susah nanti nih si Sentinel nih. Dia mau attack gimana bro nanti bro?
Interestingly again, actually gonna see that outlaw.
Mirip sih guys harusnya playstyle. Kalau defense-nya si Sentinel ini kan agak agent defense banget nih. Kalau nggak dapat banyak sih agak susah ya.
That's intriguing.
I wasn't already a fan of GENG. I'll tell you what, I'm gonna need a jersey after this.
Lebih ke GENG sih.
Complaining all tournament, all month long about how little this is being used, and they're coming in attack side on Split.
On Sky as well.
On Sky, yeah.
Terus trade kill-nya jalan banget anjing. Mereka mati, ada yang ngebunuh dari samping. Mereka mati, yang bunuh dari samping. Dibalas terus guys.
Pretty start from what we guessed at least. Split has been
angle pick mereka bagus-bagus banget, cok.
Already far exceeded expectations. They've got a commanding lead early on, even after a scrappy beginning, even after denial of the second round. I thought that was the start of the end, Tom. I was starting to worry. But here we are, round number 8, and GENG have another chance to extend this lead. Sentinels down to their last credits and used all their ultis very recently.
They've been doing this a lot. Meteor left in a lurk. He's been able to take quite a lot of space now. This is space that's given up.
Sumpah guys, itu kameranya bagus banget, Jing.
Consistently watching. And with only 40 seconds left, we're seeing this late clear into middle. Now, a lot of this was probably off the idea that, okay, we could have double back through and taken control into heaven. Cam already going to be gone, but now with 30 seconds left, they look to head into this stacked up side. Sentinel and Viper. It's never easy to get past this util, but they're beginning to predict it, and now they have to try and clear the players.
Good trap by John QT, a little closer, 12 seconds left.
Ini orang anjing bisa tahu aja, cok.
John QT drops the spike. 8 seconds left, but players up in heaven surely not able to deny. No nade, nothing to clear them from position. And the fight's going towards GENG. Zekin, full HP, but one hit to that outlaw. Tens, one hit to damn near anything. Zekin closes the distance, but a shot to the head from Texture pretty much seals the fate of this one. With Tens having 2 players to drop, and Munchkin way ahead of him on that fight.
Kuat kan? Emang kuat,
6
Genji,
rounds now for GENG. A solid A take. And Sentinels left with scraps for the next round.
The crazy thing about this is a lot of the setups that are being put into play by Sen are actually catching players. Like, look at JungQT right now. He's 12-5 because they are running into his trips. He's getting an opening kill, but every single time there's a response from GENG. That's been one of the things I've loved about this team is the trading is on point. They are so quick and so committed as well. You're going into a site with 20 seconds left. There are so many variables. This team is ready to trade whatever comes their way, and with 8 seconds left, they get that spike down, and from then on, it looked like plain sailing.
That's the point where most teams start to panic. Objektifnya on point banget, guys. But they were just
panicking for them.
Yeah. I can only imagine being the coach. Screaming about the time left, but they had it all under control. Cool as a cucumber as we go into round number 9.
Bisa main kayak begini bro mereka bro.
Scraps and the pistols are
Djaja atau Prime DRX bang, kayaknya Djaja nih.
This is a round that they've won before, so you have to be
What?
Well, caution.
Tens mati gak jelas mulu bro.
Through the orb and falls right
ini
down.
sih 93 sih kayaknya.
Let's see what else we've got though. The weapon's going to be upgraded, and there's still some util to play with.
This is the thing, we've been hyping up controller players all the way through this event. We've talked about Karom. We've talked about the likes of Tens. Maybe we underestimated Munchkin. Because right now he is on an absolute tear. Again, just the patience. You're going to see the gamble. I don't really blame Sen at this point. They've had so many late A takes that they're reading into the back. Okay, this is going to be A. And what happens? A little stroll straight in towards this B site. A round that now already looks over.
Mereka grinding banget sih guys. Jadi selain stratnya bagus, mereka grinding banget ya nggak sih? Ya nggak sih? Setuju nggak guys? Mereka punya line up, mereka punya aim yang gila. Mereka grindingnya gila-gila ini guys. Walaupun nggak kelihatan grinding banget, gua rasa tapi mereka grindingnya parah
sih.
There's
something special about doing it in a post plant on your way back through a site like this with essentially a quick fire, a semi-automatic 2-shot op in play for Lakia with everybody on light shields. It really is one of those rounds where you start to think about just going down to the spike, maybe dropping some weapons if Genji do get a bit aggressive.
Tapi individual play juga ngaruh sih si Genji.
Well, that's a bit aggressive. What in the world is that?
Kalau menurut gua nggak cuma
of all the ways to use that weapon, of all the ways I thought I'd see that weapon used, running through your own nade
line up
to
doang.
double
Tapi
hit
mereka
fire
persiapannya gila, satu sama si individual play juga gila banget bro.
I didn't see that coming.
Dari 5 orang ini guys, Texture, Lakia, Meteor, Karon, si Munchkin, mereka punya playstyle pick yang sama, ngerti gak sih guys? Lu dapat 1, dapat 2, mereka nggak overpick, mereka cari infonya nggak overpick. Kadang kan kalau Paperrex kadang kan ya, lu cari info tapi overpick gitu loh, mati. Kalau nggak pos bertiga mati gitu loh. Backupnya beda guys, soalnya guys, gua nggak tahu kenapa ya, lebih kayak serok aja di mereka.
In an interview with Alex after their last match, he said that it just feels like GENG have a great read on us. At the moment, it's looking like they have a great read on Sentinels as well, because the way they've started this match off, they've gone the right way every single time. The paranoia, decent, but the counter there, Tens will be able to keep his life and the aggression quelled for a second.
Oh iya, juara sih GG banget sih bro, Genji bro. Tes gak nembak guys, kena util terus guys, lihat. Lihat. Tembakannya bro, headshotnya guys. Nyari info nggak? Nah, GENG main sabar nyari info tapi nggak bocor info mereka.
Win it flawlessly. That's how this game is going for GENG right now.
They genuinely took about 40 damage across the board.
5 picknya Sentinel guys, dibantai-bantai bro.
Again, this time Sentinels had the perfect read. They had the expectations, they had the rotations, they had the players in position, and they lose every single fight.
Thank you ya, Kelar.
JungQT, all he can do at this point is just look to hold on to the rifle, but the credits are flowing
kosong mulu bang, iya cok.
Of course they're going to try and hunt him down.
Yeah, why not? There's no hassle even for most of these players dying. I'll take an orb and give you one towards a neural theft. No worries.
It's okay. Cincana.
Yeah, have them all, mate. Have the ult. He's got one at least with Munchkin down, and the others maybe a little too far away. Texture, no blast pack. Nade, but it's not.
Masih jadi kita bang, ngegendong 4 kayu bang.
So, 8-2. This is a scoreline.
Ini yang gue bilang bro. Kayak nggak sih? Texture,
one team having 8.
Meteor.
The fact that it's GENG with the 8.
Karon menyala, tambah Manskin menyala, sedangkan Sentinel cuma nyala 1-2 orang udah pasti kalah guys. Kalah M bro.
I've been complimenting GENG, pushing and pulling the map, finding open sites, being able to run into the lighter side of the defense. Then we see what happens if they run into the entire defense.
Abis ini mapnya Lotus lagi. Gua nggak tahu Lotusnya si Sentinel kuat nggak ya. Menurut gua ini bisa 2-0 guys. Percaya nggak percaya ini bisa 2-0 guys. Mental boostnya banyak banget nih buat si GENG guys. Dapat satu map pertama dengan jauh begitu. Mental boostnya mantep banget bro.
We might have to reevaluate that after this map because right now it's not looking particularly close.
PRX kalah karena Paperrex dinosaurus dan GENG ada meteor bang. Meteor kan yang bikin dinosaurus punah.
Looking to try and deny Meteor. He's going to go straight through. If he waited a second, I think he actually gets the kill, but he's still going to be able to survive. They've used a lot of utility to try and shut this man down. And he's not taking a lick of damage. Zelsis, though, the timing here could be everything. He's got it nigh on, perfect! Looks for a big play and he's found one. 2 kills down, the first time they've really managed to catch them off guard. Texture falls, and just 2 remain. Meteor looking for a move. He's at least gonna get one.
Anjing, spray apaan tuh bro?
This one a little bit competitive.
Anjir, rapi banget sih nembak bisa begitu guys. Bisa gitu ya, Cok? Mereka main Phantom, kok main Phantom gak begitu, Jing? Nembak, Jing.
On any front, he's choosing the harder of the two. Just 1 player towards the spawn. Whoops. There we go. 1 player towards the spawn, but 2 up top make that 3 now as they come into position. No snake bites. That'll
9-3 feeling gue guys.
Maybe add some decay, give him an opportunity though to play up top with the shorty. I like him trying to create some opportunities, but ultimately too big of a task for anyone to take. 8-3. And the last round could see Sentinels find a 4th, Tom. That is not something I was ready to say today.
Yeah. The good thing for Sentinels fans out there is we have seen mass landslide victories for the side of Sentinels on either side of the map. They have proven it time and time again. Look at their last match versus Loud, 9 rounds. So they can do it. It's not a death sentence, especially if they can get to 4, but it's the manner in which GENG have been winning.
Nyala, Manskin nyala, tekstur lumayan.
And they're going straight back to the bread and butter. The A take has been fantastic. Kens has been able to delay them at least a little bit, and the Seekers are going to give things away. The nade from Zek is good as well. They've got off to a strong start.
Oh, kalau guys, cara ngalahin GENG harus dilawan, Cok. Mereka mau kemana dilawan, guys.
By Tens, who's now making his appearance up top.
Paperrex ini
Through,
ngelawan,
it's found a
guys.
player.
Ya,
The bullets soon
4 anjing bener.
Only 2 left standing for GENG.
Dilawan, guys. Dilawan baru menang, bro.
Recovery for Sentinels towards the end of the half. It was looking a little bit shaky. But they found their footing now. And actually, maybe
harus ditabrak kalau kayak Paperrex guys, sebenarnya tabrak-tabrakan baru bisa menang. Kalau di kayak gituin terus kalah mereka, Cok.
Spike on the floor and they'll attempt to take it. Problem is, Zelsis is stood on the other side of that smoke. Sassy up top, spraying away with him. With 50 seconds left,
okay, defend
5 players to take down. Well, we said the last round was a bit too big of a task. This one.
Paperrex kadang-kadang tuh guys nabrak-tabrak kayak begini menang kan. Nah ini kalau misalnya nabrak dengan posisi yang pas mereka lagi di situ 5-5-nya, menang bisa guys.
Looking for the fight. And Tens is just being an irritation at this stage, just placing smokes in his face. This is all just a formality. No hope for this one to go wrong for Sentinels. Close out the remaining couple of flawless to give them their 4th round onto the board after what was almost a flawless half out of GENG. An early, shaky back and forth that was competitive, and then a 6-round streak for the Korean super team. They've definitely put themselves in a good spot.
Guys, M-nya Zelsis tuh nggak yang kepala-kepala guys. Nge-spray doang bro.
It's not over yet.
Kayaknya gue harus beli Recon Phantom deh guys. Kalau keluar di store gue pasti beli dah di akun gue, sumpah. Recon Phantom kayaknya adalah ini guys, kunci untuk kemenangan guys ya.
Hey guys, Mega Fabs here in the crowd right now with Jules, a GENG super fan. Hey Jules, where are you from?
Anjay, tekstur girlfriend kah?
Oh, okay, so this is a tough match for you, but clearly you are for GENG. I actually hear you're a friend of Textures, right?
Yes, I am.
Oh wow, so how do you know him?
Real bang, autonya bang, gue harus beli sih guys. Kayaknya Recon Phantom adalah kunci ya. Kalau Recon Phantom jual di store gue beli guys. 100% gue beli bro. Tapi jangan lupa guys, kalau misalnya kita mau beli Recon Phantom, kan harus siapin VP ya. Nah, untuk mempunyai VP yang cukup, kita harus top up VP. Nah, tempat yang untuk top up paling murah terpercaya di Indonesia, udah pasti di mbahgaming.com teman-teman ya. Dapatkan harga Valorant poin termurah dan dengan diskon tambahan oleh kode Rio.
Yes, I've been to Pacific last year and also went to LA for champs. This year I'm at Madrid and I'm going to Seoul for champs again.
Awesome! So we might see you again, and we might have to loot back this interview and come full circle. Now, finally, I need you to give one big shout out to all of the GENG fans over here in the stage and everywhere. Give your best battle cry for GENG.
Thank you. Wow! I think
Bisa cek di sini guys.
Guys, GENG has been exceeding the expectations, and they're really gonna do well. So please root for GENG.
All right, let's hear it for GENG. But on the other side, we also do have to hear it for Sentinels before we get back into the game.
Let's go. Let's go. Ini kalau dapat pistol GENG menang sih.
Yeah, you know what? I got to hear a GENG battle cry, but the crowd didn't really turn up for Sentinels, Tom. Give me your best Sentinels battle cry. Hype them up. Give it to me.
Oh, buy the Sen bundle. That's all you need to know. That's all you need to know. I can't believe.
You can work on your delivery, Tom. I'll say that.
The battle cry, I have a tear in my eye. That was.
Anjir, rame GENG versus Bang. Yoi, seru.
8-4 though.
We've heard about GENG's hard-working nature in that interview, and
kayak ditabrak juga dia sama GENG soalnya sama Sentinel Bang. Gak tau GENG main, lihat guys, GENG mainnya guys. GENG main split guys. 2-1-2 lihat. Ini kalau Johnny Kitty suka ngeler-ngelernya dapat, ini sih bisa menang Sentinel ya beberapa round. Tapi kita lihat guys, si GENG ini jago nggak untuk nge-retake atau nggak jago nggak untuk nge-reposition guys ya. Contohnya diserang nih kan.
Zakin now becomes the pinnacle.
He's had a bit of a quieter
game, but we know that
dapat info mereka di delay.
This youngster can turn it
dilepas.
Can take over rounds, and especially on that raise.
Meteor news.
It's been fearsome. Blacky though, ooh, he's actually just looking to deal with utility. He's gone down. Been having a bit of a rough map individually. And the problem is, this is all just the ruse. This is going to start pulling players over and put the pressure onto Meteor.
That's a spot that you have to check on the way out. For Sentinels, you imagine they will. John QT, look at him. You see him in the X-ray just sneaking past towards the screens. They'll never expect him to be in this corner. And the steps heard on the rotation back. Oh, this gap is absolutely massive. No way that Munchkin could expect it. But does he expect someone to be on the site? He could think that's the only player. One guy in screens coming back to check there's no one and running back. This all makes sense. For Texture to be here, though, oh, they'd have to be ever vigilant to see it. And now he's got an opportunity to trade it back further. It's huge from Texture.
Wah, gila Texture anjir.
10 seconds left. A nade on the floor. A blast back for the fight, but Second still wins it. 5 seconds. They need to plant it now. If they can deny this, it's done on the spot. Karen does well to find one, and there's the follow.
Wah, gila Texture sakit banget, bro.
With another
Texture
round
sakit banget, cok. Pistolnya lu lihat, guys.
Some rounds and bringing them ever closer to winning Sentinel's map pick.
Terus flash dari Karon bagus banget, lihat guys.
I have watched
Flash dari Karon, lihat guys. Lihat flash dari Karon, bro. Itu kalau Johnny Kitty nggak ke-flash susah tuh. Kan dapat nih. Kan 1-2. Tuh di-flash kan sama Karon kan 1-2. Nah. Oh, kalau nggak dia bakal nengok tuh guys, bisa ketahuan guys. Itu kalau nggak ada flash dari Karon tuh berat tuh.
And that has got to be infuriating for Sentinels.
Gila, Texture main Ghostnya gila banget, bro. Main Ghostnya.
Gets an opener, catches the player rotating, but one man missed. And that's the pistol round to GENG.
That's got to be so frustrating. Even thinking back, he heard the second player running up in heaven. Chance of the third being there very low. Karen, not in danger. In fact, he is in danger. 3 kills. They were close, but well, the numbers advantage doesn't really matter when the judges firing away like that. The last could have been his.
GENG, bro. GENG kuat banget, Cok. Calon juara, guys.
GENG, a fantastic follow-up round to their pistol. Stacking them the chips.
Terus guys, kenapa di Master Madrid ini kurang ada yang kuat banget, kenapa guys? Fnatic nggak masuk ya kan? Fnatic tuh mungkin kemarin sial aja nggak masuk guys, padahal dia pasti bisa masuk ya. Fnatic itu sebenarnya bisa counter tim-tim kayak begini guys, soalnya si Booster itu tuh dia big brain banget bro, dia nggak masuk anjing. Gue yakin kalau Fnatic lawan GENG mungkin Fnatic bisa counter lah, mereka tahu caranya gitu. Tapi gara-gara mereka sial guys, mereka sial. Di playoff langsung kalah gitu. Lagi bau, cowok. Yakin Fnatic sebenarnya kalau lagi perform nggak segitu baunya.
But in this round, they've not got a completely weak purchase. A few rifles, an outlaw as well. Okay, Karen's left on a pistol and Munchkin's SMG. Not the most desired weaponry. I'm also looking at Texture being 2 orbs away from having that showstopper. The main thing, though, for Sentinels is they finally got the rifles.
Ya, poinnya buat Mas Ramanya juga ampas, makanya nggak bisa jadi tolak ukur buat akhirnya sistem Madrid. Kita lihat guys, kita bakal lihat kalau emang tim itu jago guys. Nanti di misalnya di Pacific split 1 ataupun di MEA split 1, NA split 1 ketahuan yang jago guys. Karena itu mainnya kan poin ya. Setiap minggu main. Lo kayak ketahuan guys, kalau lo lawan setiap tim itu lo bisa nggak menang terus. Kalau lo jago pasti lo akan juara. Simpelnya gitu lah. Kalau ini kan kemarin kan Pacific Kick-Off kan itu kan turnamen ya, beda cerita. Istri harus ada izin nggak bang? Izin dong.
Munchkin can always have somewhere to fall back to. Oh, not with his knife out. That's a big mistake. Now they know at least there's another player on site. They might even have heard them in screens, but again, they haven't checked for this extra man. Lakia tucked in the corner. Sentinels, 12 seconds left. And a 1 versus 2. They've bought themselves the space to plant.
Yeah, the one thing for Karen is
Sangai lebih seru nih kayaknya. Lihat sih, Sangai mungkin lebih seru ya. Udah mulai kelihatan guys tim-tim yang emang top-topnya di setiap region bakal step up.
To give this one up, the reposition as well from Zeus is sublime. It would have to be an instant headshot. And although they pushed in to pretty much all of GENG, at least all of their weaponry, Sentinels do manage to weather the storm just about.
Nah benar, Liga yang menentukan siapa yang sebenarnya kuat dan banyak strats. Betul, karena Liga itu beda teman-teman. Lu main tiap minggu bro. Kalau lu konsisten enough ya udah lu bakal di juara 1, juara 2, juara 3.
It still gets close. Couple of well-placed shots by Sentinels puts them ahead in those fights.
Aduh, tense-nya turu banget guys, tense-nya guys.
One battle.
Texture punya ulti nih guys ya, lihat sih ya, lihat ya, punya ulti nih. Kalau ulti dapat 1 sih ini udah 11-5 sih harusnya.
On to a cliff's edge by their fingernails. At 10-5, GENG now pull out the showstopper. And they got away, just about rounding the corner in time. That was a target-rich environment. But now GENG have to fall back surely. They won't keep pushing. They won't keep taking this space. With Texture's gone back, but Meteor's gone forward. He doesn't even have a dash online. This guy's crazy. He's cloud bursting around to try and stay alive. He's still not running away, Tom. He's sticking around for a fight. I did not expect that.
Meteor ngapain anjing?
That many players to be there. Texture as well. He wants to try and recover this. Such an aggressive start. The paranoia showstopper combo could have eliminated half of Sentinels. Instead, it found nothing. And now it does kind of look like GENG is scrambling a little bit. Such aggressive positions, and the fallback is going to go towards that A site. Because they had so much map control, there's been an early read from the side of GENG. Once again, it's looking like we might have 4 players within this A site.
Mereka gambling. Gambling stuck lihat guys. Ini kalau mereka masuk asal-asalan mati mereka nih.
No paranoia, some smokes. The second just came online for Karen and one's just been popped down. Here comes the showstopper though. That's the big gun on the other side. And Sentinels find the opening with it, but there's a response. GENG equalize things, catch them on the rotate up through heaven. Stop the spike, 20 seconds left, and then A buys even more time. The rotation now from Texture as he realizes they're going to want to hightail it, move to the other side, but look, he's already here. He's ahead of them with 10 seconds left. There's no time for delay. They need this fight. They need to win it. And they have just about 5 seconds. 4 as he reaches the side. They've bought enough time. The spike plant doesn't come
Texture, gila bro, texture bro.
This man's positioning has been
sakit,
second to none. Every single time he makes the right read.
Membership Dapa, makasih Dapa.
Having a worldie of a defensive half and Sentinels.
Gila men, Texture emang the man of the man bro, man of his world, bro.
GENG's read to get 4 players there, perfect. He drops the spike and then instantly hightails it, knows that he can have faith in Munchkin to hold on to that site and buys almost exactly enough time. The fact that it has to be slowed down just enough, that split second.
Recon Phantom is kunci guys ya.
The heroes are there, the stars are aligning. Sentinels are on their last legs, investing back into this one. They have some rifles, and they're almost at a Viper's pit.
GENG have been bypassed on mid already, but that was heard. Karen knows exactly what was going down. This weapon, the Judge in hand, it could be somewhat unexpected. They'll see his economy was low. Will they anticipate it upstairs in heaven? This is a danger up against
Wah, ini bisa. Dapat makasih. Makasih gift-nya. Wah, bisa rata nih guys. Bisa rata nih.
If he wins this at first already, that's another nail in Sentinel's coffin, and he's back. He's just creating some space. And not getting out alive. In fact, sticking around for another fight, but Tens doubles up.
Tens dapat 2 anjing dari mana, bro?
Double kill. They've still got to deal with Munchkin though. Might not be expecting a third player within this site. Poison orb up. He's going to be able to isolate the spike. Already dropped to the ground. Good trade though from JongQT again. Bringing things back into an even scenario. The clock not so low this time, but Lakia already making a switch up. He's going to play into the orb, has a flash ready to go straight out of it. It is being watched though, but he drops one and gets both! Lakia steps up!
Genji bagus banget coritnya, lihat guys. Lihat guys, Genji ritnya bagus banget sih. Rotate tuh selalu pas guys, lihat guys. Genji tuh punya rotate, dia punya positioning tuh selalu pas anjing, nggak tau kenapa guys. Gak soal M doang guys, beda sama Paperrex kemarin cok. Ini seratnya bagus banget sih, nggak tau kenapa sih. Rotate-nya juga pas, nggak pernah telat.
And no team's been able to shine a light on Sentinels here on Split. A close game is the best you could expect. A dominant victory though?
Gila, counter semua tim nih, Cok. Genji, Cok.
They really are changing the game.
Susah dikalahin sih, guys, kalau udah begini, bro.
Could be the last with an early fight up top. It's done a little bit of damage, but not too much. Sentinels not deterred from their aggression. Another player on site now. 4 players from GENG here ready to fight. Meteor the first to take it, and he won't stop. 3 kills already. It's left it all to Sassy, and it's done just like that. 13-5. You might have expected to see this scoreline, but not in the hands of GENG. A devastating start to this series for Sentinels. I can't imagine what the locker room chat's going to be like ahead of
Nyerah, Cok. Sentinel, Cok. 5 picknya sendiri nyerah, guys.
GENG matching the best ever Pacific performance at an international event. This team last year didn't really do too much, but they have come out swinging. We'll be back after the break to see if
Meteornya
they can do
ngeri,
it too.
teksturnya ngeri. Mereka makan apa sih, guys? Bisa begitu, Jing. Mereka makan apa sih, guys? Bisa sejago itu, guys? Boleh minta rahasianya nggak makan kimchi kan tiap malam, guys? Apa gimana dah? Kayak literally bener-bener bisa konsisten setiap saat loh, Cok. Ngeri banget, Cok. Seblak, makan babi, menyala opaku, semur jengkol. Let's see, bro. Semoga guys, kita jangan lupa guys. Semoga hari ini PRX bisa bermain dengan sangat ciamik dan cantik ya guys. Kalau permainannya ciamik dan cantik, kurasa kita bisa menang tipis dari Laut. Tapi kalau kemainannya kayak kemarin, kurasa kita bakal di 2-0-in sama Laut ya. Davai orang mana bang? Orang Malaysia, Kelantan. Tekstur, nggak tekstur doang, nanti Meteor juga gokil sih Meteor. Meteor lagi panas tadi guys. Kalau mainnya kayak kemarin performanya sih udah auto ini guys ya. Auto selamat tidur kekasih gelapku. Bang, tekstur sering nongki bareng aku bang. Makannya minus. Minus tuh apa guys? Makannya minus macam siapa bro? Minus tuh apa guys? Minus guys. Oh tuh minus cok. Main freak harus nyala si Davai down file dari kemarin ya. Bang lu kan pernah ngobrol sama Alex ya nggak? Lu kan orang PRX, lu pernah ngobrol sama Alex? Pernah lah kocak. Minasi. Bukannya kok minasi cok? Bukannya mie rawut ya? Bukannya kalau mie sama nasi goreng itu mie rawut ya? Iya kan? Udah improve berat nih PRX. Let's see. Balu udah ngambil 360 Hz. Aku udah, tapi aku sekarang lagi nggak pakai 360 guys. Aku pakai 240 lagi, tapi 2K. Pakai monitor 2K sekarang guys ya. Nasi maut kocak namanya kan. Makan babi masak jahe bang. Mending makan ini guys, babi Kurniawan guys ya. Babi Kurniawan guys ya. Dia tuh Abang Kurniawan yang jual namanya guys. Sombong lu Cio, kenapa sih Yan anjing? Kok lu kagak ada di vlog PRX? Lah gua kan gak ke Madrid setan. Lah, thank you Dapa kok. Lah kok ini baru keluar Cok? Lah, kocak banget, telat banget Cok yang di gift Cok. Gak keluar anjing. Makasih Dapa ya. Dapa. Giftnya baru masuk, aneh banget, Cok. Pasti Korea, gue juga gak pernah ke Korea, guys. Gue tuh kalau ketemu PRX biasanya tuh kalau lagi liburan aja, liburan bersama. Kemarin di Thailand, kan gue ada ini kan, ada vlognya tuh. Vlog Thailand. Iya vlog Thailand bener, vlog ini kemarin. Apa masakin JS Sport Bang? Ya belum kelar guys, ini guys. Orang mah delay main Valorant ya. Ini mah delay di Mif Gamer sih, bro. Cuaks. Cipi dapat. Bang, kalau Jing kembali apakah monyet akan kebuang? Bukan kebuang, guys. Kalau gua rasa, guys. Ada skenario di mana kalau misalnya Jing is back to the Roosters, play duelist. Kita akan main rooster yang kemarin juara yang sampai grand final champions. Kemungkinan monyet akan jadi substitute. Dia akan main smoker feeling gua guys. Dia akan back to back sama main freak. Kalau di saat main freak lagi off dia akan masuk. Dia lagi off ya main freak aja yang main. Gitu. Gua ngomong bahasa yang di PRX ngobrolnya bahasa apa Bang? Bahasa Thailand. Lah halap. Kun like no le, ini rasanya nyola halap. Mereka kalau misalnya lagi main Valorant juga gitu guys sebenarnya bahasanya. Coba itu ditranslate aja guys. Ngongan lah ya oleh. Ini sih lang lấy à sao mà lấy đời ai lấy hả? Linh lái lư này là linh lờ leo chứ mà lấy ở bạn này cái là. 수아라.
똑같은 약간 그전이랑 똑같은 승자조를
itu translator bang.
그래서 좀 저번에는 졌으니까 이번에는 꼭 이겨서 결승 저희가 먼저 갔으면 좋겠습니다.
It just brought back so many memories from back then. We were also in the upper bracket as well, but we lost back then. And it just made me it just brought back so much emotions from what happened back then. But I just feel like this time we're gonna make it different, and I really hope that GENG guys can pull it off today and we walk away with the win. Well, it certainly feels different. So let's see if GENG can close this out.
GENG heard the Sentinels really like Split, so they said, hold my drink. And they did the business. Absolute domination. Kukuka, this GENG team looked absolutely on fire in this match. And if anything, it just goes to show that, I mean, yeah, you can look at the results, but just stay up, man. Anything's possible in this game.
When we saw the map select, we thought, it's a bit of pick your poison, right? It's going to be Sunset or it's going to be Split. And they were definitely very sure about what to do with this Split. Even though the beginning of the game was a bit shaky for both of the teams, we saw, teams getting echo time and time again. It looked like JungQT was going to have all the effect in that defense because GENG was a little bit lost on how to play around it.
And I think GENG executed on a lot of the things that we talk about being so good on this map for Sentinels. On their attack side, great entry pathing with this double duelist comp. Actually, I feel like in a lot of these rounds, after those initial few where John was getting the better of them, navigating the trips really well and getting into these sites. And in the post funds, playing these forward posts, Sentinels was never allowed to play the set retakes that they're so good at, and they love on this map, which was absolutely debilitating.
And I think it's brilliant the way that GENG was able to interpret and actually read into what they had to do when they got to that post-plan situation, how to put the pressure.
Kalau PRX bisa tembus kita, kalau yakin bisa naklukin GENG bang, ya let's see lah guys.
So they could not win a single one of those retakes.
And beyond just the strategy, the individuals were absolutely hitting. When you lock a comp like this against a team like Sentinels, you need your two duelists to be going crazy, and they were dominating. Texture in particular was ridiculous this map, G.
Oh, well, I'm actually glad you mentioned Texture because, we got to show the clip again. You know what I'm saying? It's, of course, our HyperX reflex moment of the day, Kukuka. This was just like the best possible way to play this one out. The discipline of the serve.
This round made no sense. Like the fact that JungQT took a position that they didn't know, then Texture is doing the same, and he has to trigger discipline to get this far are in
Tapi
such
banget
a
guys,
slow
ini menurut gua keren banget sih teksturnya bro. Tenang banget kayak stabil banget.
But the make or break in this match was rounds like this. Was the second half pistol, was the eco rounds they won at the beginning. Those little margins are what changed the outcome of the series.
Yeah, and also Genji like reading onto the read that that Sentinels had. I remember when they went onto A, they knew that they were going to do something aggressive, and they responded with even more aggression, sending the race.
Kalau misalnya guys, kalau misalnya PRX, berarti cok, guys, kalau Genji mengalahkan Sentinel, Genji kan udah mengalahkan Loud guys. Berarti Genji itu adalah NA Slayer. PRX mengalahkan KC dan mengalahkan tim RTX. Berarti PRX adalah ML Slayer. Genji and PRX adalah World Slayer. Anjay.
Yeah, and it's been a long time since a Korean team has been in a finals. The last time
itu ini banget cok,
we heard that in the coaches.
Itu pelan banget cok anjing.
We heard him.
Berapa anjing? Kayak berat banget guys, lihat guys.
Bring something up again and really hopes his team can close this out because it would be a massive moment for Korean Valorant, for the Pacific region, and especially for the rookies like that guy that was just Heron.
Berarti bukan Flex kurang ini BG
bisa juga.
Ending LG bagus IPG di champion kemarin.
Itu salah satu faktor juga.
Exactly, just by a judge to do a little bit of
Terima kasih donasinya ya Cio ganteng ya.
The next map, moving on to Lotus, things have to take a quick turn, especially because yesterday Texture was having the time of his life.
Ini jangan sampai map 3 sih kalau kata gue guys. Map 2 aja lah langsung bro.
I'm mentioning this because of exactly what he did yesterday. I think that the aggression that they were putting, especially being a very default-based team, was being the
PRX bakal skor berapa bang? Bakal 2-1 sih feeling gue.
Probably prepare for that, but if he
kalau mainnya sengit guys, kalau mainnya sama-sama nggak sengit mah udah kayak 2-0 gampang.
Yeah, they've been on an excellent streak on Lotus. It has looked like their home territory. But Sen is good here too. They're going to be playing the same exact composition as you see here. Select the old
satu duelist mereka main guys, satu duelist pakai fade.
We need to see so much more from Sentinels.
Oh sama guys, sama aja nih bro. Kita lihat guys, kencengan Karon apa Tense, kencengan Zeken atau Texture, kencengan Manskin atau Johnny Kitty, atau kencengan Meteor sama Diasi sudah menang Meteor sih. Wah gila, Sentinel 100% menang bro. Sentinel gak pernah kalah guys di sini guys.
And we need to go back and talk about the Zeken versus Texture that we were talking about the beginning of the day. Zeken with incredible numbers all across the board. First in most of the categories and the top 4 final teams. He needs to be the one stepping up, especially if they're starting on the attack.
This could be a massive moment for Korean Valorant, a massive moment for GENG, but Sentinels can look to force.
Gila, DRX udah jauh-jauh gitu nggak pernah grand final lagi. Ya nggak sih? DRX sudah main berapa tahun nggak pernah grand final, GENG tiba-tiba jago langsung grand final bro. Apa iya guys grand final?
1-0 down the series, need 2 in a row. It's not a position they find themselves in often.
No, it's actually a very scary prospect. I don't say, oh, I've got an interesting stat too often. But in the last 9 series,
semuanya full Korea betul. Jadi GENG tuh nggak ada language barrier lagi, enak banget. Mereka full Korea, mereka ngomong pakai bahasa Korea, jadi ya udahlah. Kalau PRX tuh kadang-kadang masih menurut gua pasti ada language barrier guys. Lagi mau ngomong apa lupa cok.
So it's the first time we're going to see them properly have to fight from a deficit since the opener, and GENG are just going straight in with such an aggressive start.
What the fuck?
Sati is dead within a matter of seconds.
Anjing di rush bro, B sama C-nya hanya kosong tapi.
Where are you gonna go? You gotta cross the B side. GENG 3 push C, 2 push B, retake A, but hold on. Sentinels try to take the fight through them to wrap all the way behind, and now end up coming back as a death ball, eliminating Texture, but the trade stayed good. GENG in a 4 versus 3, grouped up in 2-man squads. It's a good spot to play from. Meteor tagged, Karen not too healthy either, and the head popped up. It's whack-a-mole for Meteor with both down and only 10 standing. This pistol looks to slip out of Sentinel's hands, and just like that, it falls into GENG's.
Main agresif lawan tim NA menang juga guys. Ini playstyle PRX banget guys, agresif begini.
Many were saying that, oh, they should just ban Split. Oh, them picking Lotus. That would be silly. That's one of their opponents' better maps. But the fact is, GENG, I genuinely feel like I've come into this series and gone, We don't care what they play. We don't care if that's their best map. We don't care if this is one of them.
Gila,
We are
bro,
going to play our own game. We're going to play to our strengths. And just
ngejepit
look at the way they
jam.
started off in this pistol. A highly aggressive defensive side push, got in the faces of their opponent immediately. This is a team running with confidence. Just having a great time.
I mean, you could see it the second they stepped out on stage and the crowd was there, the smiles on their face. They are happy to be here. They know they're making history, but it doesn't seem like they feel that
Wah, anjir,
pressure.
Sentinel beli guys, kalau kalah kelar Sentinel nih.
Driving 1-0 up. Sentinels, though, Tom, they've put all their credits on the line. It's a big buy from the attacking side.
Yeah, this is definitely a risk, a gamble. But we know they can pull
Lah.
it off. A little bit of a Bucky play to kick off the round. Munchkin with a nasty surprise. We've already seen this in the first map. An early back and forth. We know that Sentinels can do it, even with just the pistols. The C's fantastic. Even put in onto a snake bite. Lovely combinations from Sentinels.
I believe they even, before Zalsis went down, he threw in a nano, so you just had so much damage being issued on that spot, no escape. 1-0.
Bayinya berhasil guys.
And for Gen G, getting back through won't be easy. They've already expended all their big utility. Sentinels have the numbers, and with these weapons close range,
it's gorgeous.
they have a lot of potential, more so when they can see you through the walls. A great reveal from Sassy to get himself the kill. Karen down extremely low as he emerges from that smoke. It's easy pickings with Texture the last alive. He doesn't stand too long either. 1-1 as Sentinels pull it back.
Nice buy. Itu kalau Zakat nggak dapat, mereka kalah tuh.
Mastercard aren't getting a shout out as much this time because it was a full investment out from the side of Sentinels, but what a way to get right back into things. That's the thing. They had a slow map in the last. They got outplayed by Gen G. But to say they can't come right back in and sucker punch their opponents, well, it would be foolish to admit. Either way.
Itu dukung siapa sih bang? GENG.
On the other side, a few pistols. A Marshall.
Tapi gue mendukung permainan yang seru aja.
Definitely know what he can do. He's actually going for an aggressive peek around the edge of the one-way. But again, this control is being taken. Sassy farming up the orb, not far away from his ultimate already. Taking a lot of space.
Once Gen G go for those fights, you know, they're really not favored. It has to be a miracle shot, although we've seen plenty of them. Even just on the last map. Getting back through here, there's a couple 1v1s available, but that paranoia from Tens, it does a lot of work. John QT is able to clean house.
What is that, bro, John QT?
To have as well. For John QT, this man is now 3 away, but yet 3 away from a Viper's
Cara
pit.
terus gitu gimana sih bang? Itu pakai 720 berapa ya? 720 ya?
Could just be 2 away. There you go. He got his
What
is that? Great shots for Meteor. Chances of him getting the last 2, though, extremely low. They peak together and close it out.
At least make things a little bit more costly and get himself ever closer to having his ultimate online, just 1 orb away.
Satu lagi online guys, ultinya guys.
And actually the same for Texture as well. Getting ever closer to having quite a lot available. But I have to say, like, you bring in John QT, someone that obviously a lot of the reason he's into this squad is for the strategy side of things. He's been popping individually. Definitely up there with best frag in IGL.
Ini kuat banget coy anjir. Ini M-nya mereka tuh 5-5-nya serem banget guys wahnya apalagi.
Already. Gonna have that Nightfall online for Sassy. By the looks of it, Black here taking a lot of early space. You don't normally see the Odin push this far forward.
We've seen it before, and it was punished almost immediately. Most times the pushes come, but I think a little bit more confident with Texture being there. Munchkin toying with the idea of pushing up, and Zalsis eventually bites the bait. He's down.
Darahnya 6 bangsat, hoki banget anjing.
Now they've got to be worried about this position. Karen just bailing. Happy to cause problems.
Nice banget Keren anjing, kabur bro.
Flash used up for next to nothing because he was baiting them.
And that's one of the major things, is you don't really have flashes when it comes to...
Gelo coy anjing, mereka timing utilnya bagus banget.
A huge valuable piece. Already though, early rotations did actually pull away from the A site. You can see that Sassy has managed to drag them back. He is selling a ruse. This is going to put serious pressure onto Meteor. He's now the only player. This fake from Sentinels is sublime, even using the Nightball. And Meteor's even starting to rotate away. They have fallen for the bait completely.
Oh, they've seen him. There was no way out. Zekin's caught. And now there's no way to stop this spike from being planted on the side of GENG. They have to play for the retake. Spams are coming close. But Munchkin's dodging the bullets for now. An angle for Karen as he sees the corner, but Tens will make it out of there just about. The Shrouded Step buys him the space, and he's hightailing it to play the post plant. 6 HP on Celsius, 22 on Tens, and Second and John QT are not too healthy. But they have to go for a save on GENG because of all those players still standing. A bullet or two landed extra.
Spek yang bagus, tapi
instead GENG are out of here.
sayang Meteor nggak dapat sama sekali.
We've given so much
Udah low,
credit
2 orang low anjing.
to GENG in the first map about how they were able to push and pull their opponents, even winning fights when they push into the stack. Sentinels this round, that was literal perfection. They used even an ultimate just to sell the ruse, but the fact is Sassy just reclaiming that space late was enough to sell that fake perfectly. Meteor was even rotating off the site. He was so convinced that that was going to be a play in towards A, using their smokes on that side as well. Just fantastic stuff. Well, when you have someone like Zekin as your entry, even if there's one man there, you're not going to have too many problems. From that point, Sentinels managed to convert 3 rounds in a row.
Cuma buat fake worth it ya kalau menang round mah worth it guys. GENG-nya juga kemarin tadi beli, sekarang baru eco guys. Ya udah mau worth it lah. Ya tekstur ada ulti guys, harusnya ulti dulu sih tekstur sih.
But not much more.
That showstopper could definitely change the course of a round. A lot of early pressure from GENG around A. It's not in what they've thrown out, it's what they're preparing to throw. 4 players towards the angle. The first drop, the snake bite deep, but a little late. Lakia, good for 1. And damage done. It's still recoverable, but that makes it a little harder. With Munchkin down, they know Karen around this angle.
Wah, 2-1 sama nggak sih guys?
On GENG to finish off.
GENG agak turun
kills that have already halfway started. Odin retrieve for Karen, but he's going to find it hard to even find an angle to use this one.
It might just come down to a save. The fact is they're almost having to gamble on where their opponents are going, but the fact is Sen are happy to just play patient. A second round again where they're using Sassy as this luck.
What?
Though. He's just executed him. And Karen's managed to get a kill as well.
He peeked stairs, and now he's up top suppressing fire. The guy's got 42 HP. He swung out wide. Paranoia hadn't quite landed just yet, and that's a little disappointing. Could have been close with Meteor now having to clutch it out, and the problem is he doesn't know where these players are. They could have snuck away to anywhere. It could cost him a lot of time on the way back through, but it seems he's relatively confident that they'll play towards the site inside that pit. In fact, the lockdown is going to be used here and now. They have to open the door to run away or emerge from that ult, and the timing. Oh, it was so close to seeing Meteor fall. He catches John QT on the other side of the wall. Zelsis is standing and now spotted and taken down. A sensational clutch
Gila
for
Meteor, bro.
3-2 now for GENG. I am flabbergasted. At 2v4, both of them had pistols, Tom.
Gila nih orang, ngeri banget anjir.
That somehow does some work, but this
dapat 3 loh guys.
That is
unbelievable. This is the thing. A Red Bull clutch, and at this stage, honestly, you're going to look at the clutch statistics. You might head over to real life.
Mana clutchnya goblok?
Meteor's really not that high on the board, but there's been so many occasions where he's in a 2v2 and he wins the 1v2 while his teammates rotating. So I am not surprised that he was confident in the 1v2 because he's been doing it all the way through the tournament. To use his lockdown there to force them out, he's wasted their Viper's pit, but more importantly, he's put them on the board when they shouldn't have been there. Big clutch coming out of Meteor. Texture now has an operator. They're putting in utility, but it's being destroyed. Almost just baiting the fact that there's someone here, but he's so clean with it. First kill goes through.
Rex pakai OP gitu guys, nggak bisa langsung ngedes dia.
A few shots
bisa dipanis sebenarnya, cuman tadi nggak kepanis aja.
Refacing to land those last bullets will be a difficulty. Even the shot just here, whizzing past the head. Sentinels, one man down early on. They've gotten mound control for it, but not necessarily a worthwhile trade. From here, though, maybe they can posture a fake. Not really, though, considering Meteor's utility in play. They'll have a lot of information and content to play a little further back than the C site. Reveal goes up and over C, confirming there's still someone on mound. And Munchkin's in position here on this B site. Wall up. That'll slow down any attempt at a push, and with 45 seconds left, we see the spike rotate around to A. Still stacked up, and look who's rotated into position, Tom. Textures here with the operator.
That's the thing, they use some util to try and destroy their opponent's utility and bait out that they might be going in this direction, but the fact is Munchkin has sat around. There's still a showstopper available here for Texture. He might be able to deny them, but he goes through. Takes a risk and is caught by Zelsis. Karen's still in position. 15 seconds left. It's getting late on the clock. The timer ticking. He's waiting for someone to go for the plant. They've done it right in front of him. Not hit him. And because of that, he's able to drop 2. Surely it's 2. Karen takes this round into his own hands. And Sentinels.
Sakit banget anjir jaga setnya.
Flustered again by just one man on the site.
This is becoming a recurring trend for this squad. It happened on split with Texture on the back of A, but this time it's a little worse, because they hadn't thread the needle. They hadn't heard 2 players around this area. They thought that op on the angle was the only thing there, the only element to this defense. And maybe part of that is the Texture ran through the AWP. Why would he do that? Like, he would only do that surely in their mind if the A side.
Ini gimana mau menang ya PRX juga ya guys ya?
No, he
Pantes ini smokernya aja begini.
That's gooding if you're a Sentinels fan.
Oh, for sure. Like the last 2 rounds probably should have been theirs, or at least got close. One of them taken by Meteor now, but they're not stopping. Great start to the round. Zekken on these entries in C has been unstoppable. The showstopper in his hands, and he's just not stopping. The youngster's had enough. He's in the conversation for best player in the world right now, and you've just witnessed why.
That connection's got to lead to a save for GENG. You can see on A and towards their spawn, there's not much movement.
Attacker apa defender sih guys? Map attacker apa defender sih guys?
You're not seeing enough movement?
It's like Times Square out here.
Eco kan mereka eco lah dapat.
GENG, look, 3 to 4, Sentinels, they have that heartbeat up, but this entry was just too much to handle. The fact that the players are already tagged up, caught, I believe, by a C.
Recon Phantom adalah kunci ya guys ya, map attack ya, map attack.
Blasted with a showstopper, left to no HP, and you got a quick draw on that stinger to finish them off.
That's the
sensational round.
I feel like you have to look at someone like Sassy and just see how much under the radar value this man brings to the team.
Okay.
Like we saw his lurk in one of the previous round victories where he basically baits an entire rotation on his own using his ultimate. Does he get anything on the scoreboard for that? No. We've seen his lurks throughout this, but also just, again, the reveals. Just putting into play Zekken, because he gets that showstopper kill. He might not know there's a second player right behind it. But instead, it's just a freebie. Yeah. And that's what this man brings. That's why he's had that sort of big move away from the Brazilian team of Loud. And why he was a hot, sought-after property. Like this, though, GENG instantly looking for a response. 4 players looking to pressure onto A again. They put some real value in Meteor being solo. And he's got an op this time.
They're changing around who's pulling that op out. Texture had the early pick before, but Meteor, the solo anchor on this side of the map. Only now having a player come towards him. Munchkin that's around. Not even, previously we've seen Lakia. This is where he'd throw over a haunt and figure out if there's someone in the area. That's a tough smoke to play around. Yeah, do you take the risk? Because if he goes down here and they close the distance, there's no way out. For Meteor, he's going to take that way out here and now.
Headshot, apa anda?
10 HP. It's dangerous. The nade from Texture might delay them slightly, and he has a showstopper to work with. He's sticking around. That nade actually landed perfectly. And now the showstopper comes through. It doesn't find the kill, though. A battle.
Rest deep.
Now under threat with Karen responding. Meteor's big gun shows up, and he's got the little one out as well. The one from the bundle. He'll be able to use it with 10 HP inside that smoke. He just backs off. Posts up with the operator again. The snake bite's coming for him. He's got to back off, and he does. A 3rd kill. Oh, a sliver of health. The snake bite will eventually drop him. But John QT's got 2 more opponents to take down. One on the way with an ult in the back pocket. I don't know if they'll use it. There's 12 seconds left. This is where we want to see him stick that plant. Oh, there's no chance with Lakia lining him up through the wall.
That was filthy. A seize to catch him, caught him in place, and a headshot straight through the wall to put him down.
Guys.
Meteor though, 3 kills on 10 HP. It's just absurd. Bear in mind, he got dinked in the first, before he even saw anyone.
Ciuman, anjing dia berdua ciuman, guys.
And then just wipes out half the team before eventually, I think, going down to a snake bite. What a fantastic round. And again, another huge individual step up for the side of GENG. They've had so many ridiculous hero rounds, keeping things level for now. And yet, he's still going to give up that operator to Texture.
That's a good teammate right there. This door, it's going to give him an angle. You're not often going to be too scared about an op being posted on it, but no one reveals themselves. Sentinels hunkered down. There's 5 players here. They don't want to give it away and have the rotations of GENG come through to catch them. Instead, they're going to wait, but anyone pokes their little nose out before that smoke is up. In fact, the smoke is for stairs. Texture's still good on the angle, but he doesn't find the shot. He's going back for more. He's sticking around, and he's caught his shot. Zeus is down. Blast packing away, being chased by the boombot, but he's able to post once more, and the door control remains in the hands of GENG. There's no threat from his left-hand side. This man only has one direction to look at, and Sentinels realize there's no way through. There's no space for them to capitalize on. Instead, they'll break the door. At least that's the idea. He was waiting for that too. Oh, no, in fact, that was lucky in breaking the door.
Yeah, I think he's almost trying to give his teammate an opportunity to make a play through the door.
30 seconds left.
Still, Sentinels sit, waiting for someone to make an error, someone to make a mistake. They've still got utility. The Nightfall previously used by Lakia delayed them a massive amount. And it looks like they might just have to save this one. Not finding any gap, any way into this round.
10 seconds left.
It is going to be another on the board. The question is, can they remove any of these extra weapons? Because they do not want to allow Sentinels to get away scot-free.
Dengan ultinya si Lakia, guys. Menang, guys.
Well, they haven't pushed the door, so it's only the one player hunting. Meteor? No, it's not going to land. Not this time. So few weapons saved. This man Texture, he's swung into 3 players. Again, there's a lot of utility coming their way. It's pulling their crosshairs off the angle, and I think they just weren't expecting this man to be as unhinged as he is.
He did it almost off the rip of the Nightfall. Yeah. So that's where all of your
Johnny Kitty pusing, kata gimana cara ngalahin mereka ya, pasti gitu. Gimana cara mengalahkan GENG ya? Kok mereka kuat sekali ya?
Pasti gitu. Be expecting someone to just run through an insta peek, and they're also focusing on trying to reclaim tree control. Definitely risky, no doubt about it. But that has been what Texture has been doing. He's been disruptive.
Ini sih kayaknya feeling gue sih GENG ini kandidat terbesar untuk juara sih.
On the way of GENG, they're starting to get themselves back into control. And from what we've seen from them, they definitely feel more comfortable on the attack, which is a very scary prospect for Sentinels, who, sure, there's no doubt they can do it on the defensive side, but you look at their victories versus Heretics, who had a 9-1 over on that attack side. 10-2 versus Loud the last time they played. 9-3 versus Argentina. They've always been solid on this attack, and right now they are being challenged.
Well, after split, you know, it can't be a nice feeling for this squad. One of the bigger tests that they've faced from a team that I think the community has been favoring Sentinels for sure, but we even heard it from the desk. You know, they're the favorite team, but it's not an upset necessarily if GENG win. Like, this is pinned to be a close game and one that GENG have chances in. Or maybe it's better to say not the most incredible upset we've ever seen. It's going to be marginal. But from what we've seen, they looked like the better team so far. Sentinels had to be challenged by Texture's aggression once more, but this time they're ready. Zekins caught him. He's left in a bit of an awkward position. Does he stay around there aggressive? No, it's time to fall back. It's a good thing too.
But that's the thing. I think Sentinels are starting to learn that there's never really just been one player. There's always been a second layer to this B push, especially. Like the last time out, we saw Munchkin make a play and Karen was just behind. So they made sure that they cleared everything. The operator hanging out in the wall. At least for now. Still plenty of time though, and you can see space being taken across the map for Sentinels. Again, they love selling this ruse towards the A side, using this time John QT because of the fact that Sassy has his ult again. Not going to be used to fake it as he instantly catches both players. Karen though, has already made it into the corner. They've got to be careful of this. He's done this before. We saw this yesterday. Wins the first duel, but the trade is immediate.
Meteornya nggak nge-trade, guys.
I was hoping for a little bit more in the crossfire, but Meteor doesn't land the first, and now caught by some utility. He's brave. Sticking around on that angle to look for a fight. His teammate's miles away. If he goes down, the save call might be made. No, he doesn't go down. In fact, he sends them skyrocketing into this round with Sassy alone. Lakia, he wants to just contain him, make sure he can't cross out to main. And now he might have.
What the hell, man?
They're split on the angle, and Sassy isolates one to right into his crosshair, matching that of Meteor for a Red Bull clutch.
Anjir, Meteor kenceng banget nembaknya, bro.
This game has been a treat already. I thought Meteor had done enough. AA is having a worldie of a game. Being able to take this much space, they even knew he must have been around this angle. Even putting in a snakebite just moments later, split second later, to stop him from being able to do that. But luckily, they have this man.
Tiba-tiba GG coy Sassy, cok.
My ball brother. In Sassy to be able to
Abang Botak tiba-tiba GG, guys.
credited him when it comes
menyelamatkan
to his utility
timnya ya, guys,
usage
dari
throughout the
kekalahan.
game, but he also has the clutch in his locker. Again, though, this control instantly fought for by GENG. They are never sat back. They are never comfortable just giving up map control. And while this is a bold position.
I've seen an op whole day alone before,
sama feeling gue, guys.
But you know,
suruh gini, bro. Soalnya engine pick mereka sama juga, guys.
Further back.
Yeah, he does have the short range weapon of the op.
Si
so,
Texture dapat A nih.
You do have to get
Udah tinggal aja A-nya, ya kan?
He pulls out any hip fires with it. Well, this might be a surprise for Sassy. Snakebite up and over. That's probably for Rubble.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, he's a bit more aggressive than you anticipated, my friends.
It's got to be infuriating.
Udah jaga aja B-nya sama ini, cok.
Why would he be that far? He's going back.
Ini kalau Karen dapat lagi sih gue nggak tahu lagi, guys, ya.
That's the thing. He's gone right back to the same spot again, confident that he'll hit the shot. Obviously, his teams have also sort of stacked it up over on the C side. Utility being broken, still a chance, but just look, 2 players already. The Meteor goes through. He spots the majority. They're not all just about. I thought that he might have flicked away. Karen's still here though, but he'll be traded out and back again, leaving it all on to Zekken. 25 seconds left, trying to fake out the plant, but Lakia not wanting to overextend. They've pinged exactly where he is, and Zekken's going to go hunting, going to try and take this man down and do exactly that. He's also got a flank coming in from Texture, but already he'll make the realization that this is going to be a push towards the B site. He's actually going to go running in, that's the thing. Texture instantly puts the nade, he has to try and stick this, may even go down to just 25 HP. But Zekken's still standing, still holding on. Texture just sticking it though. Already gets it to half. And looks to try and bait him in. He's got so much time to play with, and he has to go back! But Zekken lands the shot anyway! It's a back-to-back.
What the hell? Zekken, man!
What an incredible play!
25 HP clutch, bro.
It's what it needed to be. Anywhere else, and he was going to be traded out by the bullet swinging back at him. And the idea here from Zekken.
It was a double check. I thought I saw him look away.
Lakia terlalu ini sih, terlalu maju sih, guys.
That was a fool me once. Shame on you. You ain't getting away with it again. It was Karen, I think literally the round before. Certainly the last round that they went C. He was in that same corner, so of course they're going to check it. Great reactions to deliver. GENG, well, they were all smiles not long ago. Now, feeling pretty deflated.
Anjay, dadain lagi, bro.
As we said, Sentinels usually have a very strong attack. So
dia kalau misalnya dia stick,
it's
menang
not a
tuh,
bad
guys,
position to be in, even if it ends 7-5, and they've called a timeout here.
But that's the thing. I feel like it's one thing losing a round to your own mistakes, your own misplays, or your opponent maybe just doing something that you didn't foresee. I don't really
Teksturnya lagi agak turun
did
dikit,
anything
guys, ya.
wrong in those clutches. Like, you look, the last 2 1v2s, you're sat there going, okay, they tried to play it together. Sassy manages to isolate the fight and win a round. Then you look at the next one, Lakia falls back so that his teammate can rotate, but Zekken gets aggressive, takes him down. Texture rotates quickly enough.
Teksturnya sih menurut gua lagi nggak gitu on banget M-nya.
25 HP, he gets it.
Makanya kayak agak ketat banget ya. Ini kalau tadi teksturnya serem banget sih, tambah ngiri lagi. Meteornya udah kayak ini. Keren juga udah ngeri.
Sentinels
tekstur kan 59 dulu.
Those individual plays.
And sometimes that's all it is, man. Like, there are going to be rounds where your opponent just goes off. And there's rounds that GENG have had very similar. I mean, even earlier on in this tournament, Texture with a pistol over on Split, emerging from a smoke, 4 shots. 3 kills.
What?
Got one through the smoke already with Tens dropped. And Sentinels, in this last round on their attack side, find themselves in a disadvantage due to a scrappy early A fight. Oh no.
Oh, the timing is perfect. Toxins down. It's good trade from JongQT though. They needed something extra. They needed to bring that back to at least within contention.
FG-nya Bang Rio, bawel lah.
The way the last few rounds
FG,
have gone.
emang gue FIFA.
Wouldn't be surprised to see the clutch. Also,
3 lawan 2.
for JongQT.
The ulti Meteor.
Get him his ult online. You can see though, Meteor is already set up. The Viper's Pit is great.
Mereka ada granat, udah ada granat guys.
If your opponent has a lockdown.
Especially on this side, Tom, you can very easily box them in.
Retake
The
aja,
only
retake
way
guys.
out is
Bertiga retake
it's a
pakai
long
ulti ya.
run. Probably not getting back in. There it is. Ultimate ready. You hear the voice line called. JongQT probably wants to use this a little closer so they have an escape.
Ulti aja bro, santai aja, ulti aja.
Very aggressively.
Ulti Jing!
Mama, amat dah. Look at GENG's adaptation. They come pushing in towards the spawn angle. That's where Sensi's waiting, and the orb's obscuring him for just a moment. It's a beautiful angle. He can even get out of here, but they drop it.
Apa sih? Kenapa dia lama banget ultinya, Cok?
As well. Clinical play from Sentinels, leaving Karen to do it all, and he doesn't stand a chance. Sentinels have fought their way back up to 7 at the half. Not a bad score line, but their defense is going to be tested.
That was brilliant. Honestly, I'm thoroughly enjoying this match. The adaptations from either side, the orb put in play deep to give him a little bit of extra space. They knew exactly where their opponents would go once they placed the pit. That is honestly a JongQT masterclass in repositioning, and they've earned themselves the 7-5 at the half.
Well, dari awal ulti tuh mereka udah mundur guys pasti guys. Tens, one of the main players. He's been sensational. It's time to hear from some of his friends and family over in the audience.
Mereka tuh kelamaan reposisinya guys. Kalau mereka tadi udah ulti dari short tuh. Dari waterfall dia ulti. Teman-temannya datang. Udah tinggal retake bro.
Hey guys, Mika Fabs here and we are back in the crowd with some very special guests.
Mamanya Tens guys.
Here who you all know as Tens' mom, and we have Billy here, Tens' uncle. The whole family's out here. Let's give a round of applause.
Uncle.
I saw you guys getting really into the game.
Gila mukanya Asia banget, Cok.
Oh, it's amazing. Hola, Madrid!
Hi, it's been awesome here watching the Sentinels play their game.
Yeah, and I hear that you were actually a big influence
There's
on
no limit, bang.
Tens, starting his gaming career.
Yeah, definitely it started out. We're definitely a gaming family and just making sure that he stayed competitive and focused on getting better. And he just took it off by himself from there.
And Valerie here told me a little secret. What is your rank, sir?
Probably Decade Ascendant, but my peak's Immortal too.
Whoa! Let's give a round of applause for that. Now, of course, it's massive that you get to see your son here. You go to another corner of the globe, and all over
sus
just
sekali
applauding
kalian
his name. How does
anjing.
that make you feel?
Kenapa bapaknya adalah pamannya, Cok, bangsat.
Don't make me cry. No, amazing. I'm so proud. Tyson, oh my God. So proud.
Speechless. We love him. We definitely do. Now, let's hear the both of you. Can you give a massive shout out to Sentinels and to Tyson playing up there right now?
Let's go, Sentinels. You guys are amazing. Let's go. You got this. We love you, Tyson.
Let's go, Tyson. Let's go, Sentinels.
Let's get back into the game.
Bapakku adalah adikku, babi.
We love you, Tyson.
Gila, teriakannya bro.
What's that, Tom? You just left me hanging. Yep. We agreed on that. Tom, you told me let's do that.
Pantas betah Jisen.
I've heard a lot of people
babi.
that guy, so you know.
Ini kalau dapat pistol GENG lagi sih tahu dah pusing gue.
Sentinels doing pretty well at this stage of the game. We said they're used to a very strong attack, and sure, there were some stumbles. But now let's see if they can get off on the right foot here on their defense. The pistol round underway. One ghost, and just classics to back it up on that defensive side. GENG not showing their intention just yet. They've got some control for the A push, looking for any B aggression, but it looks like the intention is to take this to C or open that door and quickly double back.
The smoke timing
will
deter them for now. A little bit of space.
Okay, mereka mau retake mana guys? B ya?
Looks like Sentinels have a
Aduh,
decent
B-nya ada dua
lead. Two
anjing.
players
Wah, berdarah-darah nih guys.
their way back up.
Mereka lari anjing kedengeran dong.
Actually going to give it away. There's a couple of players here. Zekken does have his nade available if he wants to try and deny them. Instead, he's just going to spam, and he's taken out Lakia.
Sneak
Peeking into that corner as well. It's a beautiful crossfire if they do emerge onto the site. Deep smoke stopping for
Kayaknya menang Sentinel guys, jelek guys, tag guys.
Turret watching the push up on the other side. Two players on C as well. Sentinels have no worries on that side of the map or B, but A on the other hand has come under threat. They've lost Robo control. They've seen players here, and they're making a quick reaction with a 3-man rotate onto that actual site.
So well placed for this push. Tens of smokes has made it awkward again. Already though, Munchkin's able to trade one back. The paranoia's missed, and Sassy's going to try and capitalize off it. But Munchkin lands another shot. Even gets a fight onto Tens who's low. Somehow they're turning this. They've got to get that spike down. Snakebite into position, but it's not going to deny. Karen just holding, at least for the moment. But Zelsis, again, is going to be able to bring this back. Both players low, but Munchkin just isn't missing the beat. He hits his 4th kill of the round, and just whenever there's a moment for someone to step up,
padahal Maskin lagi turu loh.
Unbelievable. I mean, this guy was unreal last map. Don't get me wrong.
Ini kayak tiba-tiba dia nembak aja tuh guys. Tiba-tiba headshot semua guys.
With 2 kills. He was quiet, and now he's woken up at such a crucial time for this squad.
Yang dulu tiba-tiba bangun, cok. Anjir aneh banget dah. Ini GENG melengkapi banget anjir. Saling melengkapi dia.
The pistol on split by hiding and killing 3 people. And he's like, whoa! What?
Looks like we might have gotten an early reaction because I'm sure he's going to be hyped up after that one too. Tens though sneaking around the corner, good for 1. Caught immediately. Good catch by Munchkin, good react, and the follow-up from Lakia closes the round. Pretty clinical on the way through. One player
banget turun tuh.
Rata tuh sama Texture. My brain wasn't able to comprehend how Texture got 2 kills that quickly.
Gue nggak tahu sih, gue sih percaya sih ini 2-0 guys, ya nggak tahu kenapa guys.
Relatively clean.
Dari cara gameplaynya si GENG ini kadang di saat teman-temannya lagi nggak nembak, tiba-tiba yang bawah tuh bangun.
He may not be a duelist anymore, but he definitely has that duelist mentality. And yeah, couple off. Actually, both players not that far away from a showstopper. It could be a big round for the Rays players.
Especially with the economy kind of low for the attacking side. Texture, there's one already. Now just one from the showstopper with most of his HP still intact. GENG, they haven't gotten away with it scot-free. Karen's been lost. Omen on each side out. Paranoia's no longer in play. Zalsis with one of the stranger angles you'll see held with an Odin. It's just a fall back, so he's covering C and B with his utility, and a wild shot through the smoke for John QT. There's the advantage claimed, although marginally considering Sassy's HP.
Yeah, Sassy was able to trade off that first kill. I think it was actually a solid reveal from Lakia that actually gave up Tens' position up close. There was expectations there for GENG that they were going to be challenged.
Kecewa bang.
It's going to have to be an almost complete
Tapi butuh
position.
Tes yang main jet bang, Tes udah nggak bakal main jet lagi.
There's not really much of a chance that anybody's got this aggressive. But other than that, information is barren for the side of GENG. They have no idea what they're pushing into.
Kalau dapat C-nya sih bisa guys. Kemungkinan menangnya masih ada. Kalau nggak dapat udah susah.
Depending on the plant spot, it might actually have quite high impact. And he's holding on to one of his nano swarms with 20 seconds left. Sure, it's probably going to end up in a retake, but there is a chance that this might be stopped by Zelsis.
Well, there's the nano activated that's on site already. One thrown through to delay even further 10 seconds. Time to get that plant through. It's got to be safe in the corner. Got to wait a little longer after the nano runs the clock down, and that is a very tight plant. I think he's just about got it, but no spray coming through on the other side. That was 0.1 or 0.2 of a second by my read, but just about close enough to allow it to come through. But with Texture down, the numbers thin even further on the attacking side. Now the defenders, I suppose, of this site. One found by Lakia. Meteor needs some impact with this, and he'll find it. Another kill, but he's 4 HP. 1 against 2. The nade hunting him down.
Nice try.
So too is Zek.
Nice try, guys.
Found for Sentinels. GENG made a good attempt at this one.
Yeah, definitely.
Nice try.
A little bit more costly.
Nice bonus guys ya. Bunuh 3 guys, darah-darah.
As a bonus. Again, though, I'd like the delay. The fact is that came down to a split second, and I think there was a very real world where Lakia
udah Texture main aja coba, main jet aja udah mantep coba.
Yep. Like, it was so insanely close. Good positioning though meant that they were able to find a lot of these kills before things really got too dangerous. And now we mentioned the showstopper in the last round. Zekken has his available now.
These rounds are trickling in bit by bit. The lead
Extra
only
ultinya
ever
Rosa mulu,
summed
Bang.
up by a
Djaja
round
kenapa
or
ya?
two. It's never safe, it's never secure, nor are these players. Early aggression, again, from Sentinels. A lot of utility, and most importantly, 4 players here. Paranoia used. Zekken gets caught by the other sides, though, so he's not able to get a clean shot off on the showstopper. It's interrupted, and Sentinels start to fall back, concede some of this space. It's a good battle by GENG, and they thought they had a lot to work with Meteor sneaking through to B, but he's being caught.
Yeah, it's now back into that awkward
Untungnya
scenario.
Bang, PRX nggak mungkin menang lawan GENG, Bang.
That takes off all of that extra killjoy utility, so
Sentinel.
I
Enggak
can't
lah.
really afford to
Pede aja, bro. Kenapa sih?
down
Gue
anymore.
pengen dukung GENG Sentinel, udah lah.
Again, walking into the Lion's Den. Zeus is with his utility, but also with his Odin at the back. Hasn't been revealed. He's sat patiently waiting with his gun in hand, and he's going to win the fight again. Oh. Even look at the spam through. He's done a lot of damage to Karen, but he's just buying time for the rotation. You don't really see plays like this every single day. Sat at the back with the Odin in hand. He's just
Odin, bos. Wah, kena mental kak Odinnya, bro.
4K comes out for the side of Sentinels and a solo.
Kena mental Odin, kak, guys.
I've never seen anyone do that before. I've never seen it. Just hip fire in the Odin. Every part of that was so beautiful as well. The realization he needs to go for the wall bangs. Then that they're going to swing him, he swings wide ahead of them. Makes it a little more awkward for them to land. Like, this is good. The swing here, it perfectly offsets where Karen was looking to pre-fire.
Oh, tekstur udah turun, guys. Tekstur turun nih, guys. Satu sama sih kayaknya, guys.
What an unbelievable play, and then to actually deliver sprays like that, hip firing when you're just beginning it.
Counting dulu nggak sih, bro? Aduh, satu sama sih kata gue sini.
I'm gonna dream about that tonight.
Well, the dreams of GENG's 2-0 seem to be slipping away.
Ulti laki satu lagi ulti.
Extending that lead and now back to pistols and a hero rifle for texture. He's had his moments in this game, but most of it has been with an operator in his hand.
Bunuh dulu tensnya, guys, di A nggak sih? Di C-nya pakai ini, coba pakai bredetan, males anjing.
Celsius is waiting. And the thing is as well, that it leaves them with so little opportunity for where they can plant. Instead, they're going to go back, look to put some pressure onto Tens, who been having one of his quieter performances, that's for sure. But even still, all he really has to do is get that information, call for the rotations, and get some support.
Yeah, I mean, you'll see Tens flex a lot, and I think here on Omen, the way they've been playing it on defensive side, he's often just the guy throwing the paranoia and trying to get involved afterwards.
30 seconds.
We go to a map 3, might see a little more from him. GENG. Few pistols, but as we said, you know, it was nothing but MasterCard thrifties starting off that first map. No reason we can't return to it now. Meteor's flanks have been caught again and again. This time it's Sassy to find him, and with 13 seconds left, they need to make a move onto the site. 10 on the clock as they get close. Blast pack still in play, going to be used here, but not booping him fully off. Just about far enough away that he can continue planting. Karen falls. Pistol standing, Guardian is spotted and drops, and it's cleaned up nicely by Sentinels. It's only Munchkin left, and he can't even get near that spike to stop the defuse. A nice shot connected. That's where the hope of the round ends.
Yeah, nice. In the end, he almost has to go down.
Oke,
Just to make sure
7-10
he's
guys.
gonna have weaponry for the
Ini kalau
next round.
GENG nggak dapet round ini, GENG bakal satu sama.
For the side of Sentinels, 3 rounds in a row.
Kalau GENG nggak bisa dapat attack di sini, guys, sudah.
Zeus is now 7,000. They have got the crowd support. It definitely seems like they are the favorites, even if they're on a different continent.
Bro, Zekken, tuh kan Zekken, guys. The man and only, guys. Zekken 20 kill, bro. Lawan Meteor 18 kill. Teksturnya turu sih, guys.
Even still, though,
coba teksturnya nyala.
Be put under pressure, an immediate push here as they take control of Mound.
That util in response. Good paranoia, but too late. The player's already able to see and take down Zekken. As Tens fades from the angle, they find themselves in a 4v4. Good retake ultimate online for Zelsis. That can counter at the Viper's Pit as we've seen before, but the potential to play aggressively on the back of Lakias. Good cancel it out for Sentinels previously.
Tens bakal clutch.
On the other side of this, Smoke has John QT covering the cross, but Karen's already gotten up
Aduh,
close.
timingnya timingnya.
Gone all the way through. John QT, 13 HP, but he fades into the corner, and now he'll be able to get his health back online. Even notices the Nano Swarm chasing him down. Snakebite now landed right on him, and he's jumping forward.
Oh my
caught
God.
by another piece of utility. This time the alarm bot. Sassy almost had it, but he's caught. Zelsis in on the Odin. Picking up one, and he's got his lockdown in prime position. Another swing, and a player spotted. Only one to root out of that Viper's pit. And Munchkin's already given up the angle, essentially. They're running for the hills. As Zelsis steps forward, he'll catch Lakia, setting them up to close this out, but Munchkin falling.
Aduh, nge-whip cow Genji cow, kocak.
As 11
Genji
goes on the
nge-whip,
board for
anjing.
Sentinels. They're close to a map 3.
We've said it throughout this tournament. We've seen a lot of teams lose their own map pick. We've seen a lot of teams fight back. Mentioned it as well that
Zeddy,
throughout their
Zeddy.
last 9 series, Sentinels have taken the first map every single time. But we're seeing that they have no trouble looking for a response in map number 2.
Gila bro, Johnny Kitty
Away, but we've also in the second half seen a massive resurgence from Zelsis. Had a couple of really high impact rounds. Seems to love the C site. And more for GENG.
Dia panik. Aduh, padahal 2-0 biar cepet Paperrex anjing. Biar cepet
Biar
Paperrex 2-0 aja ya, ler.
We have seen him play against Sentinels. The last time they actually won an event, he played in the upper match to go into the final and lost. Now he has to find some wise words to try and bring this team back and have an opportunity for the 2-0. Otherwise, they head into Breeze. And honestly, either of these teams have looked fantastic on that map, so I have no idea which way it will go.
It's going to be whoever's made best use of the downtime. What
Emang
little
sih mau
of it there
Paperrex
is
doang? Iya dong.
between these games. Again, talking
Paperrex
about the
menang bang, udah
stakes
diramal bang.
of this
Diramal
match.
siapa
I believe
guys?
it was Kaplan that was talking
Diramal
about.
siapa
Actually, it
Paperrex
was because we showed it on the
Wow.
desk. The fact that whoever wins this, first of all, gets to watch their opponent play. Always a great advantage to have, but mainly they get a day off.
Diam lu
They
bang,
can
gua BA
prepare,
Sen,
they
bawe
can
lu.
scrim, they
Namanya
can relax,
Junjun.
get up late,
Emang ada
whatever.
Sentinel Junjun?
Either advantage, exactly.
Barara.
And the impact of winning this
Barara
series, it's not just about,
Nah itu
oh,
guys,
yeah, they can
tekstur
get to the grand
belum 2
final
digit,
anyway.
Lakia,
They
Manskin
can,
belum 2
but on the
digit,
back
ya
end,
berat
they
sih.
make it there, running off back-to-back
Loh,
game
kalau
days.
Genji-nya lagi off juga bisa guys, Sentinel ngambil momentum ya.
This attack side for GENG hasn't looked great. We're going to see the same again. This adaptation to the C-side control is to have aggression, and then Zelsis now sits with his setup on the A side of the map.
Tens bot frag bro, nggak apa-apa guys.
And I think
Tens,
they're going for this
yang
again
penting
because
menang
it's
timnya
yet to
ya
be
nggak sih?
tested.
Yang
We
penting
haven't seen
menang tim
the
gua
pressure
kata Tens
put
gitu.
onto Zelsis on the other side. But they feel confident in it. They've left him there alone. In fact, there's no support at all. The rest of the team are massively far away. In fact, we're even seeing a
Langsung
rotation
sakit
from
aja bang
Sassy
ya. Nggak,
towards
dia komposisinya
the
dia nggak
players
jet.
over on that C side.
Well, he has to cover the B gap.
They want this man to go for a real hero play
Wah,
with
wah,
no support
wah,
whatsoever.
Wah, di spray nih kah?
If he commits to it, if he just commits to it, he could have so much value spraying through that wall. Look at the players creeping up towards the switch. Zelsis doesn't know though. There's no information to play with just yet. He's waiting for his alarm bot to get contact. Now the door's open, he needs to run. He knows players are about to flood that part of the map, or that they might be.
Pinter banget guys, pinter banget guys, santai dulu mainnya.
The direction now brings them towards B.
Ya, Tens, kenapa sih Tens?
Out of position.
Tens ada apa Tens? Coba cerita Tens.
Way down, keep the information in their hands, allow Zelsis to go in spraying, and Zekin does much the same. This one's done. Karen in a barrel. Zelsis spraying away. It's 12-7.
Sentinel,
5 in a
guys.
row for GENG. Well, we're going to go all the way to Breeze.
Akhirnya Sentinel menggigit guys ya.
Had the utility available to play the retake on C if they needed to. So Zelsis' only play was to just get out of there. They had 4 players ready for the B site. The second the Nightfall goes in, Zekin, he can smell his opponents. He can sense the blood in the water and gets himself a couple
Gila,
of
Zeddy
headshots
13 kill bro.
5 rounds in a
Tens
row now.
7 kill bro.
And that's
Bottom
exactly
crack
what
Tens
GENG need
guys.
on the other side to take us to overtime.
Aduh, 2-1.
Feels unlikely with how clean this has been for Sentinels. And already they're getting the early read. The spam almost gets the opener.
Oh, it's going to. Because after you spam that, you spam this wall, and Karen's right there. The bullets get very close, but not close enough. Zelsis is now back on the site, reloading as pressure's applied. The door is open, but all the while Texture is creeping his way towards the stairs. 2 players spotted, one up close, and even suspecting one near the switch. Zelsis has a lot of information. Oh, and even the kill on Slovakia. The blind fire pays off. Karen's in danger too.
Lo semua anjing sama Gigannya doang, bro.
All the while, they're just hoping that on the side of GENG, somebody on Sentinels will make a mistake.
Look where Second is. Still waiting. He's pushed all the way up, so he knows that they're not going back in this direction. I like this, though. The adaptation that maybe Sentinels aren't expecting. Never mind. Sassy makes the play, but gets caught out. Even still, though, Meteor's found another. Somehow this round has become competitive. 30 seconds left on the clock. They still have themselves a lockdown available. The spam might actually just about get rid of it. It's still online, at least for now, surviving an extra second, and they haven't been able to put the pressure on. Tens has got another. John QT with one more. Leaves it all on to Karen. He's on 1 HP. And through the smoke, John QT will close it. We're getting the map 3 we desire.
Gila bro, Sentinel nih bos. Katanya Sentinel nggak akan mati 2-0 bos. Slow aja katanya.
13-7 for Sentinels. They came in with control and they never let go. It was a close fight all the way up to that 7-8 score line, and then they ran away with it. Gorgeous play from the Sentinel side.
Closing, guys,
and we saw the resurgence of so many players. Second finishing 23-10. This is a good sign for what's to come. Breeze
itu bisa di-spray dong guys.
to close this
Dia
one
pakai
out.
Phantom bisa nge-spray keluar itu guys emang guys. Emang Phantom bisa nembusin tembok itu guys. Bukannya cuma Odin doang ya masih ini ya. Aku baru tahu bro. Odin bisa ini bisa guys. Oke, coba cek katanya Rijat lagi bucin. Emang Rijat lagi bucin guys, Rijat guys.
In big time, you can
collect big time
cryptocurrency. It's real fun and easy. You can collect the big time token.
This is Inferno Boys. Nah, ini gengnya Pablo, guys. Kalian kalau mau lihat YouTube-nya Pablo
geng,
ya.
Anak geng,
O-nya
bro.
2. O-nya 2 apa O-nya 3 gitu. Nah, dia ketua gengnya.
Gila, main berapa guys? 2 jam, bro. Ketagihan nih kalau lihat. Tagihan nih guys, main RP guys. Mundurin dikit bang, pas pamit sama pacarnya ya. Gue mau liat dia halu cok, geli soalnya cok. Kalau Rijat tuh kita nggak Rijat ini guys romantis.
Iya. Oh. Di sana mana?
Mana cok?
Ayo kepo.
Mana pacarnya? Ah mabuk dia guys.
Sejak kenal kamu tuh bawaannya sejak kenal kamu tuh bawaannya kayak pengen belajar terus gitu. Gak tau deh.
Oh ya kah? Bagus dong.
Iya, belajar
apa
jadi yang
itu?
terbaik buat kamu.
Iya. Berarti aku harus bekerja lebih keras lagi buat jagain kamu.
Iya.
Ya udah.
Dadah, bye Bi.
Bye Bi.
Bye guys.
Bye.
Senyum cabul. Aduh, onco. Tai, bucin tai anjing. Kalau ketemu kamu, bawaannya pengen belajar terus. Iya, belajar untuk menjadi yang terbaik buat kamu. Kot. Aduh, baku air mata jing. Aduh sakit perut jing. Saya kelamaan jomblo guys ya guys. Guys, tapi tahu nggak sih guys, kenapa sekarang kenapa sekarang Bang Jet itu suka banget guys bermain RP guys? Tahu nggak sih kenapa guys? Gue punya alasannya kenapa guys. Mau tahu nggak sih guys? Mau tahu nggak guys? Mau tahu nggak? Gue punya rahasia dalam nih. Kenapa tuh bang? Kenapa tuh? Karena tuh guys nih ya. Karena tuh Bang Rijat itu guys. Kalau top up. Itu udah pasti di mbahgaming.com. Top up termurah dengan VP, Valorant Point, Mobile Legends Point termurah di seluruh Indonesia. Dengan kode diskon Rio yang bikin tambah murah lagi. Jangan lupa top up di mbahgaming.com. Cek di pin komen dan link deskripsi. Terima kasih teman-teman semua. Kena tipu, cie, viewer tol. Bang Billy Jack kemana bang? Kawan juga bang. Bang Billy Jack lagi sibuk sama IO guys. Udah ke YouTube lagi. Gua report lama-lama lu bang. Kenapa babi kok ya? Berarti di WB top up nggak bagus sih bang. Gua nggak bilang nggak bagus, anak Gua bilang top up termurah di Indonesia di mbahgaming.com. Bukan gua bilang toko top up lain nggak bagus, anak col. Kenapa bikin aneh-aneh sih kalian anjing? Wah 300 ACS-nya jing. You know, the stats based off on a 13-5 and what we just saw, of course, is going to speak volumes of it. But the reliable on when this clutch scenarios came on to play, and definitely one of the keys to Sentinel's success. By the way, Casual 75% first blood win rate. The guy was electric. Dah kalian nggak bisa diajak seru-seruan guys. Anak susah ngajak kalian ngomong anjing. Kayak ngajak ngomong batu, tai. Udah nggak main lagi.
The best for them, it was not here, and it was not the best for them.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, breeze, guys, breeze.
GENG on the other side that decided to pick this map against an America squad in Loud and did not find the success. And then EDG picked it onto them and they were able to win that. But I feel like there were two very different matches. And it also relies on the compositions that we can expect from both these teams. Sentinels or a very more standard note. And then Mimi, all the craziness that we see coming out from GENG.
Yeah, I mean, the last time we saw Sentinels play this map was in the match that didn't matter against G2 when they had already clinched playoffs.
And they played Leviathan beforehand.
Sure, but even that was months ago by this point.
Tahukah kamu GENG akan menang 2-1. Tahukah kamu?
And talking about those compositions, not only as you say,
GENG.
Have they prepared something? Are they going to change some things around? They're playing with the KO. We know that they can be comfortable with that, but also thinking about the composition from their opponents, that potentially having the Euro, having the Astra in this map is something that regionally you're not gonna see.
GENG fighting, GENG fighting, GENG fighting. Meteor Yoru guys.
This map, I think, is
Yoru Jet
guys. It can come down to the duels, performance on the day. But what we have to focus on is what this would mean for either of these teams GENG in the organization's first international appearance that they
Mereka
qualified
nggak ada
to,
inisiator,
have a
anjing.
chance to make it to the finals with rookies on their squad. And for Sentinels, it is a return that has been so long awaited.
GENG has been able
Tensu
to turn
jelek
these
coba
things
pakai Kayo,
around.
guys.
Losing their pick is
Tensu
something
jelek
that
kayak Kayo, nggak
they're
tahu kenapa
very
kenapa
familiar
pakai
with in
Kayo
this
ya.
event, but they always win in that third map. This has to be the case if they want to make history.
The winner of this match has a huge advantage in the grand finals. This last map could very
Terima
well
kasih,
define the
Chandra.
winner of Masters Madrid.
This is it, folks.
Anjir.
Map 3, and the winner moves on to Sunday. I don't want to waste any more time. Let's send it back over to your casters to close this bad boy out. It's Mitch and Tom.
Thank you so much, Golden
900
Boy.
yang
And our
like-nya cuma
fantastic
200 bang,
analyst,
parah
just saw the
banget sih
results come
kalian.
in from the fan poll, Tom.
Guys,
It looks like Sentinels are pretty
kalau
heavily
kalian
favored to win
nggak
this
nge-like
one.
video ini guys, gua jamin kalian nanti pas udah berdua 5 tahun ke depan, kalian jadi
Might be a little bit different over there, but we'll see if that fan favor actually carries any weight. As we move on to Breeze, the final map in this series, the decider that sets GENG on the defensive side. They stumbled on the last with big plays coming out of players like Zekin on the side of Sentinels. Let's see what the Sentinel side has up their sleeve on Breeze, because it's not like the other two maps we expected a lot from both teams. Here, it's hard to really gauge expectations.
Tekstur nih Jet nih guys,
A
tekstur
lot
Jet
of
biasa
what
ngeri
we've
nih
seen
guys.
already. The victory that came out of this composition for GENG was an 11-1 attack side, so we don't know what they've got on the defense. We'll have to wait and see. Zekin, though, already looking to take that initial space. Again, the utility from the
Attack-nya bagus,
initiators
Sentinel kita lihat
is
menjanjikan
sublime.
attack-nya guys.
Sets him up wonderfully. That
Lumayan
shot
menjanjikan
dart
attack-nya guys
has
ya.
done so much damage. Zekin's almost dead as well. I don't think he's got anything else to throw at them, but they are slowly making their move forward.
Here comes a recon, just came back online from Lackey. It was used at the start of the round, now buys a little bit of space. Zekin down, and Texture emerging from the smoke gets caught. They know there's a player in the corner, and they'll look to isolate that fight up close. Munchkin does well to find another. The advantage stacked against Celsius, but the spike is down, and he knows it's not being diffused. Sometime bought, but 15 HP. One more bullet's all that's needed, and it should be only seconds away. With Lackey as third, GENG find a first.
Nice.
Yeah, exactly how you want to start off on that defensive side. I think the
Lackey
expectations
dapat
will be
4
there for
orb,
both
anjing.
sides to have the success there, but that's the thing though, you're kind of facing off against what was a bread and butter comp on this map before. What GENG's running definitely has a little bit more spice to it on that attack side. That's the thing that I said, that shot dart, it almost killed off Zekin as well and ended the round. And seeing Lakia as one of the players looking to get his redemption versus Sentinels from a long time ago. And we're talking about a ridiculous, what was it, 1,029 days since Sentinels sent Newturn to the lower bracket. Will they do it again? Early days in this map at least, and obviously for the side of Sentinels, they don't normally invest much into these rounds, and they haven't again. It's either all or nothing. They're not like a sharing team. They're not like, let's put a little bit in.
Tapi lebih bagus klasik Paperrex sih guys.
Yeah, we saw that right last time. The full a lot of success found, but obviously don't put as much stock in being able to claim that space on this map. And you can understand why. Normally, though, it's on the back of Cypher comps that are really hard to break through if you actually play diving on towards one site. This time, GENG have a lot of reactive utility. Meteor can always get towards that site. Karen's got global util to support them with those stars. For now, Sentinels have claimed the space. They have got the plant down by the looks of things. There's not a lot that GENG had to push them out. Even the shock dart doesn't land. So a chance now for the pistols, most of which are grouped up on the back of the site. Good shots to start this off. And it doesn't look like there's too much being found, but you gotta look at the HP bars. Meteor's down a little bit low and emerging from the smoke. Yeah, Celsius ran into heavy traffic, but Lackey is down. Another opportunity for kills here on Zekin. Low HP on Meteor, but not a shot to hit. And John QT's last alive.
Hey,
okay, 2 kills. It's not terrible.
Yeah, they do a little bit of damage. They get a plant. They earn some extra credits.
Okay, nice one.
Going to be picked up for GENG, so again, it's not really the end of the world, but I don't think either
Beli
side
kasih
is going to be
Paperrex top up di
particularly
mana bang? Beli kasih Paperrex top up di mana bang? Bisa langsung cek di link di deskripsi. Dan di pin komen juga ada karena dijamin harga termurah se-Indonesia. Jangan lupa pakai kode ghosting dia ya.
As we know, there's Outlaw on the other side, so that will actually make a difference.
Yes, absolutely. You know, the Outlaw here, it's really
Tens lagi bau banget bang. Ya ini Tens belum ngekill bro.
This is going to be the more conventional usage,
They're on
right?
defense for starters.
Yeah, attack side split. You know, we're going to have a conversation about that. But here, so much value. The whole map is just long-range angles. You can do so much damage. As we see, Sentinels have got shields on everybody, the full 150. Those pistols, weaker weapon spams, could be able to take him down already. Texture's able to pick up John QT. Lucky everyone's got their bite of the pie. It's just Sassy left alone.
Ini Sentinel kenapa, Cok?
I mean, this is not a round that I expected GENG to win, but to dominate? There's barely been any damage done, Tom.
No, and they're already looking at their flank. They know that there's a very good chance, especially now that they're starting to clear out the positions behind, that he will be somewhere towards their spawn. Already pings on the map. It might even just be a scenario where we're going to have to wait the full 50 seconds for Sassy to just try and hold on to the gun. But again, I want to shout out the utility being thrown in from Lakia. He's someone that I definitely don't think always gets his plaudits, has some rough games individually, but his dart basically gave a free kill over onto the side of Karen. Well, it is just going to be Sassy holding onto the gun. All 5 players looking to survive. Upgrades as well. And we were talking about them having, I think it was a Marshal, a Sheriff, an Outlaw.
Second, kayaknya kalau
None
pakai
of
jet
those
kurang nggak
weapons
sih
are in
guys?
play anymore.
Kurang nggak
It
sih
is
guys?
just the rifles for GENG. If you're talking about a great
Second
start
lebih
to
jago
this
pakai
map,
race nggak sih?
it really
Iya
doesn't
sih.
get better than this.
No, that is a
21 GENG
boost
sih kalau
to
kata
their
gue nih, guys.
economy if ever I've seen one.
10 seconds
3
left.
upgrades across the board, able to make it work with the weaker weapons. And you know, the funny thing is, the Viper Wall can be so useful. Viper Wall wasn't there. Viper Orb, same thing, not there. It's just straight up fights. Players spamming through the smoke, putting them low. And now they found Sassy. After all that time.
After we've sat there for 50 plus seconds waiting for him to hold onto that guard, and Meteor just goes, no, right at the end. But that's just disgusting. Like, that's the thing. That's what you see actually with the usage coming out of Lakia. And then also just the denial. Like, it's having that second controller. Like, Karen's just been able to slow the push by putting that smoke into position. And there you go. You got the GENG watch party over in Seoul as well. After what was probably a bleak 2023, it is paying dividends to be a fan of this team
Drop
now.
guys, mute guys.
Maybe even a few people might have jumped ship over, but we won't call them out.
kind of feel like you did call them out there, Tom. I'll be honest with you. That's I heard a bus coming. I saw you throw someone under it. There's no evidence left behind. That's you know, for GENG, probably one of the most successful rebuilds we've ever seen in such a short turnaround as well. I mean, to be at this stage, to have challenged Sentinels on split, to move to 3-0 up, winning out a low buy round there.
Di Korea beda cuma 2 jam anjing.
We've never seen a Korean team look this scary, and we've heard about them. Hell, I talked a lot to Achilles and Paperthin back in 2020, 2021, 2022. I'll even throw 2023 in there.
Pankada di mana? Pankada udah dilepas sama Sentinel, guys.
I think the thing that's been most impressive as well is
Jam
they
2 malam,
built
iya,
this team
jam 2
out of
malam.
players that ultimately didn't have mass success. You're talking about Texture coming from GE, Karen coming from Ranked, but Munchkin definitely didn't have a great 2023. Meteor as well, expectations were high. Lakia came back from Tier 2.
Yeah.
This team just works together. Nice start though from Zekken. That's going to be an instant kill. Looking to try and break back with what is some weaker weaponry here. They may even look to try and go through the smoke. This is awkward now for Texture. No dash, no escape. They're not going to expect it to be here though. Not expecting him to stick around because now he has delivered them a rifle.
Texture nggak nembak pala guys.
It's being guarded though. Lakia's not giving it up. And they've lined up for the double, the triple for Lakia. John QT, well, he'll find one unaware. That's a rifle to be retrieved, but in comes Munchkin to close that one out. Nice and clean for GENG in those last couple of fights.
Lakia menyala, bro.
Was done by Sentinels early on. Thing is, because of those massive economical rounds they had early on, they're not really going to struggle for that all too much.
Definitely got dangerous, but is this man again coming alive exactly when they need him most? 7-1 on the scoreboard. The comeback of Lakia may have been seriously understated when he made it back into a Tier 1 team. There are many of us who have been waiting for this for such a ridiculously long time.
Dia ke A mulu ya, kenapa ya?
Jail over a Vision Strikers, and then had a long redemption arc to even get this far. Texture about to come under pressure, but he's not shying away at all. Maybe he should have done. Zeken's removed him and taken the operator.
A reveal there would have been huge. The spam through the wall after, but nothing to be found. To swing out from Zeken confirms another kill. Tens answers up. Finally, it looks like GENG have been left in the dust here on the defense, and with Munchkin falling, that's confirmed. Karen 1v4. The first is his. Pulled back a star, but well, that's going to be quite a while before that's up and online. Trying to bait out the op, but he won't hit the shot. Snake bite up and over. If he's anywhere nearby, it'll take him down. But playing ahead of it, John QT spots him. 1 round on the board for Sentinels. They found their first on the attack.
Yeah, and a lot of that comes back off the individual play of Zeken.
Defender map
Definitely up there in terms of the entry fraggers, and just was happy to put that pressure straight onto Texture. Picking up the operator as well, just taking this round into his own hands. That's the value that Sentinels have in this youngster.
Masih ada harapan, coy.
Still just 19 years of age. Literally just. I think it was during this tournament.
It's crazy to have that success so early on in your career.
And you better believe that contract is probably as solid as it gets. Again, they're just going straight back in for this play in towards the A site. And again, no fear out from Texture. This time he will catch it, but it's a player that can be brought back. It's going very differently this time around, though. They're being destroyed.
Masterclass by GENG, adik-adik. Apa itu dia? Kita lihat, guys. Rata langsung hanya, bro.
They try to punish that op, and then they get swung by the smoke. They have a guy calling shoot me as well. It's never easy to play in rounds like that. Even uses his decoy as he comes out of the ultimate just to bait them even further. You can see they're getting hyped up on the GENG side, and understandably, as they now lead 5-1. We're a quarter of the way through, halfway through the first half, and GENG have their hands stuck on the reins.
Yeah, we've heard behind the scenes that in scrims, this map for GENG has been going fantastic, even if the results don't display that. When it comes to the officials, they were confident. They were happy to take it here. Again,
naikin mental sama ya, guys.
Seen it.
Menurut lu prime GENG bagus nggak daripada PRX, Bang?
Yeah. Definitely not looking great here. Texture so aggressive in his control. They have to be using the drone just to force him back out of main. Shock darts being sent onto him, but if you believe that he's giving this up, you'd be foolish. And look at what's happening on the other side. GENG are already stacking up players into this B site. The read they have is bang on.
And there's not even an intention to have the rotate to A if the pressure's there. His gate crashes on site, decoy used. They might even think that's the real one. They do. Flashed on Zeken, he slowed down and peeked out from the side. Munchkin wrapping to get a nice angle, and he's found another, and they still haven't found Meteor. He's spraying away, catching the jump up and dropping the spike. These players have to come out of the pit. They're getting a reveal. Meteor staying alive for now, and he's up close to the pit, knowing that they have to emerge from it to pick the spike, but they already have. John QT's around the backside, and he's coming right back into the safety of the pit to try to get the plant down. A flash inside, but it's all a decoy to push them towards him as Meteor moves around the other side. This is beautiful play. They're not even looking as he goes back in. And now the plant, sure, it's going to be found, but blinded up, he is stuck in a corner. John QT
Gelo, bro! Gelo, guys!
Huge round from Meteor on the Yoru. And an even bigger one for GENG, leading by 5.
Wah, GENG kenceng banget, bro. Di map lain juga kenceng ternyata, guys.
You've watched him play these Sentinels in such an aggressive manner. The operator on Killjoy in the last map, happy to run in 1v2s, use his ult immediately and clutch out. But then you put him back on the duelist, and you almost miss it. If it wasn't for Texture,
gila, Meteor panas banget, bro. Ulti lagi Meteor nih.
This guy is so damn good. 9-3, top of the board. And Sentinels at the moment, they just don't have an answer. They're coming back in with the buy, but it is one of the weaker we've seen.
Meteor satu lagi ulti, guys. Ulti lagi dia, Cok. 2 round sekali ulti aja.
Close. And almost all of them are either close or online. Here he goes again.
He's crazy. He's absolutely crazy. They baited him in. They thought they baited him in. He bites, but he takes it with him. Zeken down, and he's sticking around. Texture's not going anywhere. Eventually, he has to fall back. The flash is is good. Was that a leg or a spam from someone else? Indeed, it was
Ya,
a spam from someone else.
laki yang
Lakia, who's
ngawin.
now down on the floor. The ult used by Meteor, 1 spotted, 2 spotted, and 2 taken down just like that. They saw the final player. They know exactly where he is. Nothing slipping past GENG right now with a 7th round.
Gila, Joe dibantai guys. Oh my god, Sentinel.
They got 1 round, and this A site has not worked for them since.
Yeah, the problem they have is either they go for these direct, aggressive takes on towards the A side, or they lose that map control immediately because it gets pushed by texture. Like, they have to challenge for it. The problem is they're not winning that fight. So there almost has to be a response. Mid-control...
You say I own you.
It sounds like it. Mid-control has not been something that...
Kayak anak kecil lah ya.
Too much for from Sen. I almost want to see the pressure put in. Because these A takes are just being slaughtered.
Gila bro.
And now we're even seeing this.
Zenasis kagak nge-kill, Tez gak nge-kill.
On the other side of the map, I think his
Johnny kita sama Zekan nge-front tapi ya udah gitu.
There's going to be some Halls congestion off rip. Lakia has given up the space. He was going to drone it. Instead, close the door. Shot close and the follow-up. That is gorgeous. But Sassy does manage to trade with the ultimate. And look who's gone running through! Karen uses their own util as a smoke. Walks up and surprises everyone. And the spike is on the floor again. Not just Karen anymore. Meteor's holding it. He's still got his flashes. Cosmic Divide. Insult to injury. Sentinels are locked out.
Gak masuk akal guys, sumpah guys, ini guys.
Not even looking at the...
Kenapa mereka nembaknya bisa begitu ya guys ya?
They know that they can't go back because of texture on mid, and there's 2 players watching for that walkout. Sentinels need a miracle to get away with this.
They also lined that up so that he can peek in front of it. It's a dual access ult. Trying to make their way out. The pop flash is perfect. And
Gila flashnya anjing.
Both players executed. GENG after losing their own map choice haphazardly have come back in like nothing ever happened. 8-1 up. I want to see a
ambil pialanya Bangku.
Sentinels here. Yeah, I don't know how he won that battle. And like the flash, a split second later, I thought Lackey was going to be dead immediately, and then we need to talk about what he just did.
In through a Hunter's Fury.
Gila, Meteor serem banget ya Meteor guys.
Guy just ran through the whole opposition's utility belt and came out on top. GENG have got Sentinels in their pocket. And so I don't know what they can say. Kaplan's got his...
Wah gila, Sentinel nggak, kayaknya mereka nggak nyiapin breeze deh. Ya nggak sih guys, ya nggak sih guys. Mereka kurang siap di breeze kayaknya guys, Sentinel guys. Terlihat banget guys, mereka nggak bisa sama sekali ngasih info apapun, masuk pun nggak bisa. First skillnya pun nggak bisa, setengah mati anjir.
The Cosmic Divide still now, they have a Viper's Pit, still they have a Blade Storm, and they're about to have the Hunter's Fury back online. There's no way in which they're letting this slip without Sentinels running up against a brick wall again and again. They've got to be sensational to even have a foundation
gitu, guys, ya.
coming out of this.
Tim yang anggotanya baru semua dalam 1 tahun langsung tiba-tiba jadi begini, cok. Serem banget gak sih guys?
And they got 11 rounds on attack.
Breeze, just on Breeze.
Yeah, on Breeze. So if anything,
serem ya bro, ya
right, especially when you look at the composition they're running.
PRX habis ini guys.
The expectation is that they'll be able to cause chaos. You've got a double duelist and you've got double controller to just basically create space for them.
12-3 cok, Meteor cok.
Almost seems like doomsday for Sen City.
Guys kalau mati lagi gue nggak tahu sih.
GENG have dropped a nuke on them, and finally we're going to see some mid control. I wanted to see this challenge for.
Mati Tez nih, Tez mati nih guys.
Another layer. A disgusting position that's not going to be checked. Even sticks around to fight. Maybe goes a little bit too far with that
one. Tapi udah nge-kill, ngelowin 1 orang. Udah oke sih.
And because of that, it's just going to be the 1-for-1 trade.
Well, the man advantage might not sit with
serem
any
sih cok
team,
anjir.
but Tens has been tagged pretty low. That will stand to them in future fights.
Squad yang benar-benar baru bisa begini guys. Gue mes banget sih bro.
But he also has that Blade Storm. Of course, with Tens online, that knife should be coming through fairly soon. It's just back online, and there it is. It's not caught them though. Texture's still happy. Dash online in back pocket, but Sentinels are on the wraparound. Moving in for mid control. Moving back through mid, in fact. Hoping the rotations have come through. There's an aggressive push from Lakia. So he'll be inside of main for this retake. Not able to get past the trap wire. And on the site, there's only one man. All alone is Karen. Off the smoke to give himself a safe haven to play from. And they're trying to root him out. They suspect that he's in this position.
Whoa, okay.
And Celsius has got him on the running spray.
It's whether they expect anybody to be in A main, though. Lakia might be the snake in the grass. It does seem like they're watching that position now. Enough time has gone through. Has to be an instant win on this battle. Otherwise, it's definitely going to become problematic in terms of the time. The thing is, though, in terms of finances, GENG can definitely afford to throw some players into the win. Munchkin looking to lead the charge. The time, though, is ticking. Texture has already found one, but surely this round has to be going the way of Sentinels at this point. But it's more so how many players they come out with. The answer is 3.
Kasih Ron inilah yang menyerang dikit lah.
Sen finally bounced back.
Well, as if I'm Cypher popping an ultimate. I'll take my hat off to you there, Kaplan and Drew. Good calls.
Tekstur biasa aja guys, nggak dapat
this game look like it's a B play. Wrap back through middle, which is somewhere they've had trouble holding on to control with.
They've barely gone middle. That's been the thing. It's been mostly A takes, like battling to make sure that that control can't be taken. This time it was taken, but it didn't matter because they managed to get those rotations back through and a good call from GENG.
10-2 atau 9-3 guys, cuma 2 guys, nggak mungkin 8-4.
Around mid, right, trying to get up through elbow, but every single time there's somebody there ready and waiting for it. John did also get a little bit of space on mid, but they've seen the constant aggression. Camera up. I'm watching this, but gets a little closer than you'd like to see.
Nggak dapet cok, tekstur cok.
Survived the round.
Tekstur udah bau kah guys.
Makanya
tekstur saatnya tekstur turu guys.
And the pressure on. Lakia's close to the wall. Meteor's already rotated through, albeit he's only got 0 HP now. Never mind, not 40. But there's also Karen on the side, and they've managed to chop and change some of these fights. He's in a little bit of trouble there, but it looks like it's going to be fine with Sentinels crossing the site, grabbing the plants, presumably for free. Tag is received. Hunter's Fury is popped. Push up by Sassy. And a headshot out one by Texture with 2 kills.
Tekstur anjay.
He took it all by his lonesome.
Dapat 3 guys, apa sih?
Yeah, it's almost like he just
Kok bisa guys? Kok bisa guys? Coba guys, kok bisa guys? Kok bisa? Kok bisa ya kayak gitu ya guys ya?
Instead, he kills the guy who gets tagged immediately. He hits the most disgusting headshot with an operator, and then just peeks through the Viper screen to kill the last. The guy has no fear whatsoever.
Whoa, nice.
And while for Solo, we've already mentioned, he may not be in the server anymore, but there is a story of redemption. Elise versus Sentinels, and more so Tens. The MVP of that Reykjavik that Newturn finished 3rd.
Emang Solo main di mana guys? Solo guys dulu guys.
His move to coaching
VCT striker dia.
Anybody knew him was excited for. Now it's going to be.
Emang dia balas dendam. Kenapa guys? Di Solo, Cok. Itu lu main guys pas di Reykjavik.
Looking for a 3rd round.
Shot by Texture. That's 4 in a row on that off. He's making a highlight reel of his own, and still to be dealt with. All 3 players
Solo di turn bareng Lakia.
Bladestorm in the back pocket, sprays are reinforced into this angle. The shot didn't actually land. The Bladestorm only doing marginal damage. Eventually, Tens falls, unable to be rezzed back anymore, but Sassy and John QT keep it competitive, keep it in Sentinel's favor now. And they know exactly where Munchkin is. Snake bite towards the back. It might force them into Texture, but they go the other way. Sentinels handle every battle perfectly. 3 rounds on the board at the half. It's not ideal, but it's workable.
Yeah, it's definitely a scary prospect going forward, but similarly to what we saw in the first map, a slight resurgence from Sentinels at the end. Of course, as mentioned though, you look at the composition that's there for the side of GENG, and you feel like it's going to be better on their attack, which really is a marvel to look at, because they have been truly unbelievable, making a mark as the best team in Pacific. And they are very close to making that
dia main, anjing dia pemain guys.
Well, a big factor on their attack
Mantan pemain ya bro ya.
So let's hear what Meteor had to say ahead of this game.
Mantan pemain guys, anjir.
젠지에서 활동 중인 메테오 김태호입니다. 일단 저희가 리빌딩 하고 나서 제일 성적을 좋게 내고 있는 것 같은데 사실 아직 시간은 안 나지만 그래도
Lakia Solo tuh guys.
잘해서 올라왔으니까
bener cok, mantan pemain guys. Dia mau balas dendam guys.
있는데 이제 저희 팀원들도
balas dendam sama ini guys di Odd Sentinel bro.
에임 싸움이라 해야 되나? 저희끼리 그런 거 피하지 말고 우리도 한번 싸워보자 라고 얘기했던 것 같습니다. 사실 감이 온다기보다는 그냥 평상시대로 공격적으로 할 것 같으니까 이제 새로 리빌딩이 되면서 이제 팀원들과 친해지려고 노력을 많이 했고 그리고
seru juga ya bro ya. Baru tahu loh gue guys. Gue nggak loh itu dia.
팀에서 해오던 사람들끼리 모인 거라서 우리가 어떻게 게임을 풀어 나갈 건지 이런 거에 대해서 많이 얘기했던 것 같아요. 그런 부분도 이제 저희 팀.
Soalnya coachnya ya sekarang coach dia.
Be a big win if it comes through. Nice work from Meteor. One bullet left. Nothing being spotted towards the spawn. This means they know where they are. A peek out is perfect, and he goes back with the pistol.
사실 센티널 경기를 자세히 보진 못했는데 사실 센티널에 대해 아는 것도 많이 없고 그냥 이 선수가 뭐 잘하더라 이런 것만 알고 있기 때문에 그냥 센티널이랑 하게 된다면 그냥 저희가 하던 대로 하면 충분히 이길 수 있다고 생각합니다. 일단 저희가 한국 팀이라는 자랑스럽고 그리고 한국에서 또 많은 팬분들이 응원해 주시고 있기 때문에 저희가 꼭 그 응원에 보답해드리도록 하겠습니다. 세계 각국에서 젠지를 응원해 주시는 분들이 계신데 그 응원에 보답해드리도록 하고 싶고 그리고 저희와
menurut gua sih udah pasti masuk grand final sih guys. GENG guys.
Well, Meteor says they've got fans all over the world. I'll tell you what, plenty of them showed up here to support them today, and they'll be thankful that they did. Got to witness history already with Sentinel's challenge.
What?
Meteor off the bat, he is swinging with Zekin down. The
Cuma
man advantage
mati
goes
anjir udah di swing kena flash gitu bro. Wow, udah 3 Sentinel kenapa ya?
The end for Sentinels.
Well, that's the thing. He talked about the pride he has for being that Korean team in this tournament. They win 4 more rounds, and they have got further than any Korean team has done in the history of the VCT. Right now they've matched Newturn and DRX, and
GENG konsisten dapat masuk 4 besar Champions bang, betul. Gue juga setuju sih kalau dia konsisten, kalau GENG konsisten full setahun ini konsisten guys, dia bisa masuk final terus guys.
Watching, not going to be checked. Looks for the second, but Sassy will take him down. Even still though, it's bought enough for the rest of the team to make their way in towards that A site. Sassy hoping maybe he could hit something with a miracle shot or a shock dart, but instead they're aggressive to try and take him down. Left on just 40 HP.
He has done damage to the other side though. 68 and 40. Obviously Meteor tagged up in the earlier fight. Munchkin now in danger. One of the few full HP players goes back, opens the door, and is going to try to bail. Snakebite chasing him down.
Nice banget Munchkin.
Close that door right in his opponent's face. That buys a little bit of extra time as he turns around to the bridge, ready for the fight. Munchkin wins his. Meteor, that's a triple. Sensational pistol round with GENG, losing only 1 player. They're now 10-3 up. Sentinels, I don't know if they'll consider the Force. I think they'll play the Eco, but either way, it's not looking good for the #1 America's team.
He could have been dead within the first few seconds, and instead he ends up burying the pistol round.
Gila bro, 2 digit 10-3 guys. Kalian nggak nyangka kan Sentinel dibantai begini guys?
Had so many bites at the cherry at internationals, never even come close. 3 rounds from a final. This would be his 7th international event. 9th to 10th was his best placing before this.
Gue nggak tau guys, masa cuma juara 1 doang sih dapat poin cok? Yang juara 4 besar masa nggak dapat anjing? Dapat poin lah dikit harusnya guys, walaupun kayak cuma misalnya juara 1 dapat 5 poin, juara 2, juara berapa, juara 3, juara 4 dapat 1 poin gitu guys, kan lumayan guys ya.
Is already being made for the side of Sen.
GENG kan J-nya gue bantai lo Sentinel.
I say they normally buy nothing. They have a single Marshall in the hands of Zekin.
Terus ngitung poin buat champion gimana guys anjing?
He's got to hit some crazy shots just to give them a little bit of life in this round.
Even the 1 hit off rip textures down to 76. Wonder how much impact that can realistically have once these players round the corner. It's classics waiting for them. Decoy leading the charge, spotted by Sassy. He's ready for this, and there's the finish on the earlier shot.
Lah, Tens kenapa sih Tens?
Damage done to Meteor. He's actually going to use his ulti already, thanks to a fantastic performance in early rounds. He's already diving in. Oh, close, but that's a mistake. A mistake that Zelsis punishes.
Kenapa cow, bau banget dia.
In a spot where he could get this done. The first player lands the first bullet. 11-3. Good damage from the side of Sentinels. But GENG 2 away from sending them to the lower
bracket. Banget kayak guys, Tens lagi kayak main free kemarin guys. Guys, Tens aja bisa bete. Kalau main free lagi bete, udah jangan disalahin.
Masters Grand Final. For now, it's looking like they're gonna have another fight later on.
That's the thing. There's players on the Sentinel side that have been there, done that. Masters winner, a Champions winner. But right now, it is the Korean squad that are proving this is a new world, a new realm in 2024.
Dengar TA netizen, Ten saja bisa toxic. Berarti kalau Ten bisa toxic, for second kalau lagi bau ya udah lah, ngerti aja namanya lagi badai guys.
Maybe the time of the comeback for some of these players. The thing is though, Sentinels are not out of it just yet. They're trying to find a pocket, get a little bit aggressive. They've got the better buy here, but already not the greatest of starts. Sassy does trade, but he takes damage. And Zeken's aggressive position should be revealed. He's going to try and play ahead of it, see if anybody gives him a fight, but they don't.
Oh, and there was cover as well.
Zeken kurang pakai jet itu kan.
Swings came through. That was through the wall.
Hah?
That was blind fire.
Where is he going? Zeken and Texture's got another.
Anjir, ini orang
up
apa
top,
sih?
aggressive. Still with a
Bye bye Sentinel.
And John QT.
I am your fans, but ini today you are good, but not too good ya.
Decision to make. Carrying two weapons forward wouldn't be that useful, and it won't be possible. Not with Texture on his fourth kill. A potential ace to put 12-3 on the board. John QT, all that's left of Sentinels, all that stands in the way of this accolade for Texture. And what a time it would be to find it. But for now, John QT's making the right decision. He's legging it to the other side of the map, but he's not away. Not yet. Okay, Karen is actually going the other direction, so he might have just managed to slip through to the next round with this rifle by the skin of his teeth.
Ya anjir, nggak dikejar bro sama Texture bro.
An escape.
Ya nggak
The window, but I don't think he's ever going to do that. He's also had his cam spot them out as well. Not going to risk the rifle, but it means that the purchase that's there for Sen, 9 rounds in a row needed. We've seen comebacks.
Look at this.
What was it? It was the side of Fnatic managing it versus Loud. This is absurd, but this just shows the confidence that this man is running with at this stage.
Gila, Phantom, apa? Recon Phantom is the kunci guys.
Gloom just yet. A lower bracket.
Gila, santai banget Sentinel guys ya.
Loud and Paperrex.
Welcome to the lower bracket, my Sen.
Will likely get the chance. Zeken's going to try and get aggressive, but this time it's a B execute. They're looking to end this quickly. Straight into the site they go. Sassy has at least kicked it off with an opener. The spike dropped for a second, and Meteor desperately low.
But that doesn't deter him. He is still going aggressive and swinging into heavy traffic. Only the one to be found. But with 10s on 5 HP, those pieces can be picked up by someone else. Texture, Munchkin, and Karen. History on the line, but still plenty of opportunities. The pressure won't be felt just yet. Snakebite up and over from Sentinels. They look to push some players on backside out of position. Here comes the util from Sassy. The swing from Karen is good to start. Another for Texture, and there's only 2 on Sentinels left. Sassy does well, but they need to get on this spike, force these players out into an open fight, and it's Sassy to look to punish. John QT gets it half, but they're both extremely low. The time is running out, and now it's gone. History for Korea.
Grand finalist kita pertama.
GENG 13-3 Sentinels. An absolute demolition of America's #1. They booked their spot in the grand final. And anyone who faces them moving forward
gila, ngeri banget. Takut coy, Genji tuh takut guys, gue takut guys.
These new names, players like Meteor, Texture, Karen. Unbelievable performances from every one of these players.
Ngeri guys.
For Sentinels, Tom. How is that even possible?
I don't think they're going to
guys, perhitungan champion dari mana sih guys? Perhitungan champion guys.
And they'll go into the best of 5. That's the thing though. There is still time to recover. It was mentioned by Kablan. He wanted that day off. He's not getting it. He's got to get right back to prepping. He's got to get right back to watching this next series. Because the Korean
kan dapat 3 poin guys. Terus yang poin-poin lain dapatnya dari mana?
They brought back some risky players, some players who didn't have success last year. Taking a gamble with a youngster. Put Munchkin at the helm. 7th times the charm as he makes a grand final with this team.
Gila,
what a performance from them. And this
di Liga bisa dapat poin tiap match. Oh, di Liga. Berarti ntar misalnya akhir Liga, misalnya Paperrex nomor 2. Paperrex nomor 1. Genji nomor 2, DRX nomor 3, misalnya gitu guys. Karena Genji punya plus 6, dia misalnya dia juara nih, misalnya dia juara guys. Dia berarti kan juara 2 kali guys. Dia punya 6 poin kan? Berarti plus 6 tuh. Wah gila enak banget ya.
I don't blame them though.
No,
Sentinels looked insane.
Berarti tambahannya buat ke situ guys, gitu ya guys ya.
We set the stakes. Genji could win, but it will be close. This was a demolition, 13-5 and 13-3.
And the maps as well. Like the fact is they lost their own map choice, but they smashed
misalnya bro,
which is the map we were saying the Sentinels are the best team.
Jadi nggak sih bang kalau Genji yang dapat master duluan bang? Iya sedih, cuman ya mau gimana guys? Belum rezeki, kalau misalnya kalah belum rezeki, kalau misalnya menang berarti rezeki dari Tuhan Yesus. Tuhan Yesus.
One of those includes destroying EDG and destroying Sentinels. Like this team has proved they can adapt, they can improve, but more so, they have faith in themselves. They go, okay, no, we like this map. It didn't work last time. We don't care. We're going to go back to it again. And they've done that a couple of times.
Genji udah EDG punya 3+3.
Slight adaptations on split, they changed from an Astra to an Omen. And that took them from a pretty bad team on split to an unbelievable team on split. It truly is impressive how much this team has managed to adapt in a short amount of time. Solo, you're doing God's work. Munchkin, he's got to be in a shout for being a fantastic IGL because he's getting shouted out by Lakia, who's finally making his name back in the scene. I'm so happy to see this team succeed.
Hey, long have we waited. We heard about Lakia for a long time. This time around, you know, I'm just looking at Genji, a team who's been in this game from day one. May 4th, 2020.
Itu kalau Lakia mau di mana sih bang? Tahu guys, Lakia kan udah pemain lama teman-teman.
And they've never even come close to hitting this level. Even before today, there were accolades that they'd never seen. Now, though, history has been made.
Ini udah siap-siap
all
setup
the way
guys.
back
Setup
on May
laut
4th.
sama
It
ini
was
guys.
the Phantom Menace like Meteor they needed, sneaking around in a different dimension. He was
Oke, Lakia udah siap guys, pengen itu tuh, pengen chatting.
But Lakia finally reaching that top level. This is what I wanted to see, and now I want to hear from Lakia. Let's toss it over to the stage.
Let's go Lakia.
Muchas gracias, Uli, que te estaba escuchando. Congratulations. Let's give it up for Genji one more time.
Gila bro.
And Jen for some translation. Now, my first question is going to be.
Lakia kayak bocil banget ya.
Have made it into playoffs in previous international events, but this is the first time that you're going to be in the grand final. I want you to tell me what makes this team such a good contender for winning the first trophy.
라키아 선수 그동안 국제전에서 결승전에 진출한 건 이번이 처음이잖아요. 젠지의 어떤 점이 결승전에서 잘해서 우승까지
Kenapa ya orang Korea tuh mukanya tuh berminyak banget guys.
일단 저희 팀이 오늘 나왔던 실수 정도만 좀 줄이면은 좋은 결과를 낼 수 있을 거라고 생각을 하고요. 네, 그리고 저희끼리의 믿음으로 좋은 경기를 준비할 수 있도록 해야 할 것 같아요.
The fact that we believe in ourselves, and if we just clean up some of the mistakes, make sure that mistakes don't happen, I think we have a great chance at winning everything.
Bueno, le he preguntado que después de toda la carrera que él tiene, que sí que ha llegado a playoffs alguna vez, pero nunca a la final. ¿Qué es lo que hace que este equipo del Pacífico
La casa del papel.
Y que consiga tan buenos resultados?
La casa del papel.
Lo que tienen que hacer es limpiar un poco de esos errores que cometen y que de verdad creen en ellos mismos.
Itu glowing maksudnya. Oh, itu glowing guys. Oke, itu berminyak. Gak tahu guys.
You have already won against all of the opponents that you have left here in the tournament, but you most likely take it to that last and third map. What are the biggest hurdles that you want to brush off for the grand final?
일단 젠지가 그동안 2대1 경기를 많이 해왔잖아요. 풀세트 경기를 하면서 좀 힘든 여정이기도 하는데 결승전을 앞두고 좀 어떤
PRX butuh Demon 1 dan jauh game nggak usah banyak bawel dah, udah main aja
앞서
gitu.
말했다시피 저희끼리의 실수를 좀 줄여야 될 것 같고요. 그리고 이제 저희가 어떻게 보면 많은 영상들이 나온 만큼
Semua tim juga kalau misalnya punya uang juga pengen beli Demon 1, pengen beli jauh game cuma belum tentu dia mau.
만들어야 될 것 같고 추가해야 할 부분도 이제 감독 코치 그리고 선수들과 함께 상의를 해봐야 될 것 같아요.
Pokoknya guys, tahu gua guys. Setiap tim itu cuma boleh ada satu expat. Jadi PRX itu udah penuh expatnya, udah punya something dari Rusia. Ngerti nggak guys? Misalnya kayak contohnya kayak si Global Esports, mereka cuma bisa punya dari satu kan dari mana sih itu guys? Dari USA.
Head back to the hotel and have a little talk with the coaching staff and our teammates.
Okay, lovely. Le he preguntado que sus series siempre se van al tercer mapa, bueno, casi siempre, pero consiguen ganar. ¿Qué es lo que van a intentar limpiar, ¿no? Para esa final, para que tengan esa ventaja y puedan ganar? Dice que una de las cosas que pasan es que hay muchísimas bots en ellos, tienen los oponentes muchísimas repeticiones para poder sacar esas conclusiones, pero dice que ellos también los tienen y que ahora mismo se van a ir al hotel a darle una vuelta, a revisarlo absolutamente todo. Well, thank you guys very much. We'll see you in a couple of days. Thank you, Jen. Muchísimas gracias a todos. Esperad un momento porque desde luego que no nos vamos. Tenemos otro partido por delante.
Rusia kan asli juga bang, mana mau Rusia Asia kocak. Kalau Bang Cio kalau udah main di Indonesia jangan lupa sama kita ya bang. Cok, gue aja radian aja kayak mau mati, cok. Suruh mainin international event,
And for GENG, it's about GENG establishing themselves as a top-tier team in Valorant.
Oh, Titilan, ras Inggris, tapi setahu gua guys. Si ras itu kalau nggak salah ada warga negara ini deh, warga negara India bukan sih? Pasti ya guys, mungkin dari Inggris tapi dia aslinya India. Ada nggak kayak gitu guys? Misalnya guys kita buyout Jauh Gemo kan sekarang kan dari US ya. Tapi dia tuh warga negara Kambodia, berarti masih bisa. Gitu. Ada paspor Kambodia misalnya gitu. Masih bisa guys.
QT will close it. We're getting the map 3 we desired. He's not giving it up. They've lined up for
Keren sama Seta kan dulu main di cloud. Emang iya guys, dulu kali kalau sekarang belum boleh. Kayak sekarang udah nggak boleh deh. Guys, gue kencing dulu guys ya. Ntar guys, tunggu loading. Kita nonton, kita joki dulu guys. Joki video. Gila joki nggak terkalah. Si GENG nggak terkalahkan ya guys ya. GENG serem banget sumpah jing. Nih orang serem banget bro anjing, sumpah guys. GENG serem banget bro. I'm scared guys, Melihat GENG aku takut guys, kalian nggak takut guys? Nonton apa guys? Ya udah. Telepon kos Paperrex butuh teman satu bang. Malam dia. Ada kencing dulu guys ya.
Gue pengen, gimana ya caranya biar cara menarik orang. Gue pengen kita rame, anjing susah banget. 78.
Galang kagak bawel, dia udah ditatar, Cok.
Gue juga bingung lagi. Aduh, bunyi lagi HP gue.
Ringtone siapa itu?
HP gue. Nih.
Pivot itu depan situ tuh.
Ntar gue ini dulu makan.
Lah. Kebelet. Pada gabut kah ini?
Oh bang.
Oi.
Udah free time belum sih ini apa belum? Kita masih ke kita lagi.
Bentar.
Kalau misalnya ini biar lanjut kerja lagi gitu.
Iya, bentar.
Bergerak cuma.
Kalau gabut ini cari prospek sih obat.
Ini Paperrex slot ya, yoi.
Gimana
Kalau mau tuh.
Are you ready untuk menonton match paling menegangkan?
Ada yang kosong nggak?
Thank you Paperrex Tio, makasih.
Ikut lah.
Sini.
Makasih donasinya ya.
Nah, kalau free time mending kita nyari ini, Cok.
Aduh, pada bubar dia anjing.
Kartu Ramadan.
Ada apa? Wah, gua udah.
Ini mobil cepet-cepet banget guys.
Lu
Sini
udah
guys anjing.
satu kartu berapa lah?
1 juta gua jual.
Anjing, mendingan cari kartu Ramadan ya 1 juta ya? Iya nggak sih?
Motornya aja 50 juta dijual.
Serius 50 juta?
Serius anjing.
Sama Raskal pasti pakai Uzi ini kalau mau nge-blaze mereka.
Raskal lah.
Aman aja. Anjing.
Rame amat cuy anjir. Rame juga itu guys.
Sabar bang, lagi perbaiki mobil bang.
Coba bagus ini bagus. Bagus aja sini ke belip gua.
Rame banget anjing.
Ini pas mereka cabut, lu lempar ini ya.
Baca, masa kata Bajat lu bakal main GTRP? Katanya sih, gua sih diundang guys, cuman gua agak-agak masih mikir ya. Gila Kak Kitty, buset Kak Kitty, apa nih? Ini jadi pemeran ini anjing Kak Kitty, Cok. Cok! Pemeran kungfu hustle anjir.
Jadi horor ti nggak jadi. Anin nggak bisa Anin. Soalnya itu 4 orang mainnya.
Kekuatan pernafasan anjing dia guys. Ngeri. Gue sebenarnya pengen main ini guys. Gue pengen main ini guys sebentar guys ya. Gue tuh pengen main ini guys. Kita Steam. Cuman guys. Tapi mostly negatif, game 1 juta guys. Gue pengen main ini, cuman begini cow game 1 juta guys. Negatif bro. Gimana dah? Ada microtransaction. Microtransaction itu apa sih guys? Mostly negatif, cow. Gue pengen beli padahal nih. Kayak seru gitu loh buat nemenin bulan puasa, guys. Anjir, keren banget, cok. Lihat. Microtransaction tuh maksudnya apa, guys? Bisa beli equipment gitu? 11.000, anjing negatif semua bangsat. Transaction they revealed. I think flashback to Deus Ex. Maksudnya apa sih guys? Oh, in-game purchase-nya. Apa-apa butuh duit. Oh, oke. Oke, ngerti. Kalau pay to win sih males guys ya. Sorry to say bro, I'm lazy.
Says we will be talking about form in just a minute. Out after the standard that we hold them to will be kind of a surprise to send them home today.
Paperrex lagi setup tuh.
I mean, honestly, it's kind of crazy to see that, you know, Paperrex, a team that we have really valued for them being a creative, innovative team. But this event, Mimi, it is really just felt like Paperrex has struggled to not just find an identity, but to find a rhythm.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for Paperrex has been like balancing the confidence, right? In these early interviews at the start of games, it really seems like it's not there. They're not playing like themselves. But continually in big matches, in second halves where it matters, they continue to step up and find that magic at the very last second. That's what brought them here. But what we're looking for today is really consistency from this team. But this is the match for Paperrex to prove if they're ready to lift the trophy.
Dari mana wey?
More with that one, Mimi. But earlier, Mika Fab's actually got a chance to speak with Paperrex's Divide. Let's go ahead and take a look.
Hey Devi, what's up? What's up? How are you feeling?
Let's go, boys!
Right,
Let's go, boys!
So, Forsaken previously at, I believe, the top of Masters Madrid, rated PRX a 6 out of 10. Now that you've made it to the top 4, would you like to go back and maybe give a score again now that you've come this far?
I think we have to give credits to ourselves. I think now we are like
about 10, 10 on 10. So yeah, I mean pretty excited to play loud and you know what else.
Mukanya kayak bercanda gitu guys anjing.
It means less coming for us again today.
Good luck out there.
Nge-lag guys. What the?
Dude, you should feel honored.
I am.
Feel honored that
I'm
I would
actually
compare
quite proud of him. I'm quite proud of Divide for that one.
But by the way, least confident, like 10 out of 10 I've ever heard. But it's good that he's at least saying that, right? We need to see the PaperreX fired up for this match.
I mean, especially after what happened yesterday, right? And the way, not the PaperreX looked, but the way the GENG made them look. You know, we know that PaperreX is all about the flashiness, the quick plays, and GENG had a response for everything, but it is an opponent that they know very well.
I feel like though we learned a
Kasih
little
abang
bit
Les
more
buka
about
puasa dulu
what
bro.
GENG's capable
Anjay,
of.
buka puasa di sana jam berapa guys?
So now that makes me
Kan tahu nggak? Coba kalian lihat jamnya deh. Buka puasa di Madrid jam berapa guys?
People, or is this a PaperreX team that maybe has a little bit more to show here?
Yes, because I think in previous, yes, as in both are true. GENG look incredible, but PaperreX, I think in previous matches we've seen them really push GENG. That's one where they were making a lot of fundamental mistakes. Players were kind of going off, losing. Taking the normal PaperreX risks, but against a team like GENG with their structure and their firepower, they were ripping that apart.
Yeah, no, it's hard to put into words how just well this GENG team is playing. I mean, we could probably talk about it all day, and that's why on the other side, you're missing some players to step up here, right? On the PaperreX side, you're really looking at Monyet. This guy has truly been impressive, but I'm excited to see him go up against QCK because I do feel like, Kukuka, that QCK throughout this tournament has grown as a player and his stonks have definitely risen.
Yeah, let me get my strongly agree card to show with you because it is crazy what we have seen from QCK, especially like the other day when he was sick, when he had to go to the hospital at the beginning of the day to then come in here, play the way that he did, and especially the performance that we saw yesterday. I am very happy with what we saw. I think that we have to be very careful how we talk about that Sentinels versus Loud that we saw yesterday, because in the end it was two very close overtimes, and a QCK that overall is feeling super comfortable, that has found his space in Loud. Many people have that question of gonna be better or worse than Aspa. Doesn't matter, he's his own person.
The similarities between these two, I feel like
masih di band nih.
right? They both had to fill massive shoes. GENG the best Raze player in the world, and Aspas the best Jet player in the world on the other side. I mean, this year maybe. But comparing these two, both these guys have come in, and they haven't necessarily perfectly filled those shoes, but they have stepped up and found their own place in this team. Both got criticized a ton in
Cahaya harus ini guys, Cahaya harus mengfitkan badan lagi deh. Cahaya udah terlalu gembul guys.
Both these guys have stepped up for their squads.
Exactly, like probably the biggest question coming in from Loud into this event is QCK going to be a detriment to them? And I feel happy that all of that people can be quiet for a second.
Oh, for sure. I mean, honestly, if Sadok's telling me that this is what they wanted, I believe Sadok. Speaking of, actually, I'm actually quite excited to send it back over to Mika because we're going to hear from the Kapitan himself, Sadok, as we get ready for this matchup.
Kapitan Sadok.
Hey Sadok, how's it going? How are you feeling?
Feeling super good.
Feeling super good. Love to hear it. So last time you guys went up against PRX, PRX came out on top. So what do you think you learned from that match that you think will be important in this one?
They're gonna be super crazy. So yeah, we're just gonna have to be super aware of what they are going to do at the start of the round and be prepared.
Out crazy the crazy?
Super crazy.
All right, excited to see it.
Thank you.
Mukanya lucu banget dia.
These are definitely two teams that are going to be fighting here with very, unique forms, I would say, coming into this one, maybe.
Yeah, I think the last two matches for these squads was very different. For Loud, this was a game that came down to the wire. It was a second away from getting defused. It was one clutch making the difference for Loud ending up losing that, versus a PaperreX that's coming into this one after getting stomped by GENG.
Yeah, so many of these rounds come to close to nothing when we're talking about, as you mentioned, in those retakes, they do not go their well for literally less than a second. And time after time, it's not
Okay, sudah.
But for PaperreX, I feel like yesterday, GENG just showed every single weakness that they had. And talking about vaults and talking about what Laka was saying in the interview, there's so much you can learn about how to exploit those mistakes in PaperreX that is very scary to go up against Loud today.
Yeah, I think PaperreX are definitely going to have to dial down
Berarti cara untuk melawan musuh itu adalah Yang efektif menurut GENG adalah mencari kelemahan dari tim musuh, terus dieksploit guys. Wah hebat juga tuh guys.
Loud is another team with fantastic fundamentals. They will punish those mistakes.
Yeah, I can't help but feel like I feel like PaperX just really wants to try and like be, you know, ridiculous.
Jangan lupa Djaja dan doa siap.
I love this lower third about talking about the pistol, because I think that is also a very important part of what is happening. Even though they are the two best pistol round teams in the entire event.
PRX semangat, PRX semangat, PRX semangat, PRX semangat.
To push through all of that, of course, but for Paperrex, it was the other way around. They got pistols and not much else.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be fascinating to see how both of these teams compare against one another. But for now, though, let's send it down to the stage and bring out our teams for this epic battle.
Let's go! Emang udah pilih map? Oke guys, sebelum kita mulai, mari kita berdoa menurut kepercayaan agama masing-masing. Semoga hari ini PaperX dapat memberikan performa yang terbaik dan dilindungi oleh Tuhan Yang Maha Kuasa.
Loud.
Amin semua, amin. Ayo semangat anak-anak. PRX. Ada something, ada monyet, ada Jason, ada Aaron dan Davai, juga Coach Alec. Kok Cahaya lemes banget ya Cahaya guys, mukanya Cahaya lemes banget cok.
Team from Pacific in PaperX going up against the well-oiled machine in Loud. But the question on everyone's mind
Semoga Evan guys ya.
In the middle have the plan to shut down a team that sometimes doesn't even know what their plan is.
Yeah, Sadak has done this before. He always leads teams to these top-level events, but last time, PaperX eliminated them. We're into the map select, and we are starting with Ascent, which is wild to me.
Gedein suaranya, memang kurang gede suaranya guys.
Loud was locking the Yoru. We see a Gecko from PaperX there. I think that this is a match of two teams with incredibly unique reads on the game.
I think that
Essen Sunset Bind. Essen Sunset Bind.
The entire year they have been banning the Breeze, now coming into here. They ban on the Lotus. Definitely feels that they want to adapt more onto the opponent just to, you know, besides showing that they're weak.
But PaperX also hasn't been willing to play that map, and they get rid of it towards the end, which means we get to land on Bind here, which I think is also going to be a really interesting map. Historically, some great calling from Seagate on that one. But that's honestly my favorite map from PaperX's tournament. I love the way they play that Harbor.
Atau nggak main race, single duelist, Harbor, Gecko.
That are really tough to deal with your first time playing into it.
Can we get to 3 though? I think that's the thing that I'm wondering is, can we get to 3?
Thank you Bang Miaudo ya.
Are we going to see Loud kind of do what GENG did to PaperX?
I feel like for both of these teams, we have the question of if they're going to make it through, are they serious contenders to making it all the way through and take on Sentinels tomorrow, right? We need a convincing win for either of them.
I think that this map number 1 is really going to decide this series. I think Loud is pretty favored when we get to Sunset, but this first map, I could see it going either way. Both these teams have looked really good. Shaky at times on Ascent. I think PaperX need to win this map.
Tapi di KC kemarin bagus sih guys, yang pas di KC bagus sih.
Yeah, and of course I think that fundamentally Loud should have
Davai Omen,
the upper hand coming
main
into
Freak
this
Viper,
that is, you know, the more
Jason Kayo kan?
Now if PaperX
nggak pakai Harbor, Kayo, abis Kayo, apalagi Harbor ya? Abis Kayo, Race.
Yeah, and if they, I mean, look, I feel like no matter how you go here, one thing is for certain, it's that there's going to be just moments of absurdity on each side. Players are going to be pulling off some wild plays.
Fate. Oh, nggak ada Kayo, Fate ya,
Looking at here, I want to see if QCK is going to get rattled by a very aggressive PaperX team. And if PaperX, well, if they manage to find ways to kind of like wiggle around the brain of Sadak.
You got to look at the newcomers. you're talking about QCK. I'm looking at Monyet. What can he do in map 1? We're into the agent slot, and Paperrex is running back this double initiator.
Viper,
And Loud have returned from the Yoru back to the Phoenix.
Ada Kayo nih, ini Kayonya susah, Cok. Kayo nih lawan Kayo babi, Cok.
No Jet. This is a new way that Ascent is going to be played. I personally really like the Gecko and the Fade as a combo. I think that the information and the hurdling that you can do, all the flooding that you can do with the utility.
Aduh, deg-degan guys. Aku deg-degan. Let's go, Cah. Monyet, Cah.
And I do think
kasih tau guys, monyet movement, Cah.
it's something that can be counted.
Monyet race nih, bos. Senggol dong.
Rematch for Loud if they could beat Paperrex here.
Bang Alek, jangan marah-marah dulu ya, Bang Alek ya.
To go for a run in a finals and maybe get Sidok that second trophy. It would be incredible. But Paperrex, they always show up at the right time.
Semangat, PRX, semangat, PRX, semangat, PRX, semangat, PRX.
Yeah, we definitely do. I mean, there's plenty of it here. This is an elimination game. Loud versus PaperreX. Without a doubt, one of these teams.
Teori menang bersyukur, kalah ya udah. Gelo. Imba gelo kalian.
And it's a weird one in terms of the expectations, to be honest, Josh. I mean, you're writing down, going over storylines, whatever, putting a large focus. But for both of these teams, feeling like maybe they've got something to prove here, but maybe not so much for PaperreX.
Ini baju PaperreX, Cok, nih tuh.
I think at the very beginning, this is set up to be an explosive game. The Des pointed out that neither of these teams are playing meta, and both teams love to fight. QCK immediately has just spotted 3 people over towards tiles.
We got lucky that we didn't quite miss the action there, getting into the game, because
both of these teams are so fast.
Yeah, slow pause as well, just off the rip, waiting for the reaction of PaperreX. And look at this, there is that reaction. Loud wandering and waiting into mid, trying to go for the double setup, just swinging into it now with the fault line to set this one up. They want to try and take the brawl, and it's a delayed fight, honestly. At 1 minute, who can really call it? This is it, the damage now, finally. Bullets peppering through, and blind as a bat does not matter for Kawazine. There needs to be the response, and it's there. PaperreX coming out swinging. Heads have been found here, straight to the cranium. The
Nice!
A little bit messy still. Job getting done. QCK. Last one standing, players are weak, walking right
nice.
into him.
Gila, Jason nih, bos.
A highlight focused on by the desk, talking about how much these pistol rounds matter for both of these
4
teams.
kill, Jason, bro.
In terms of that metric here in Madrid, but it's PaperreX who are the victors.
And guess who comes out on top throughout all of that? Being able to bail his team out of a rough situation from top mid. Against
Crosshair apa sih, guys?
Crunch,
Crosshair kata senjata namanya Crosshair UFO anjir.
He's been clearly, in my opinion, the best player for PaperreX at this tournament. I don't think he was during kickoff. I don't think he always has been, but he is right here, right now. Getting him online, getting something online, major win conditions in a match like this where we're expecting so much of this to be brawly.
Wah, Mita di tengah, di-push ya Mita, Cuk.
I mean, Loud immediately taking a gamble in round 2, going for a mid-exploration.
Might be caught by Mindfreak. I mean, Mindfreak only has the Sheriff. Plenty of shots. Rattled away. Narrowly missing the heads here. Snakebite dropped down, vulnerable.
Spaghetti Aglio Olio udah review
Nice try. Bang Spaghetti, terima kasih. Kalau menang, bulok grand final. Masih lawan final dulu.
Kalau Prex menang.
Nice banget, fight. Nice touch.
Beautiful business.
Anjir. Kencang juga nih Quan Jin.
At this point, though, no real chances for Loud. It looks like to really win this round, but a good chance to highlight really how important winning that pistol round. And this follow-up as well is for them. I mean, PaperreX and Loud at these comps, very ult generation heavy. They want to try and get these ultimates online their attack sites. They want to go for these big XX with them. They've got util. They want to dump it into these sites alongside the ultimates.
Yeah, and I think they're going to turn Ascent into an attack-sided map as well. It's one of the reasons I think that QCK's gone back to the Phoenix here rather than the Yoru there with that. They know that PaperreX are running this comp without a Sentinel anyway. They're not worried about a Cypher or being able to get into the sites. It is truly a bizarre situation we find ourselves
Tinggal
in.
something bang, ayo bisa something, ayo bisa something.
Metas past when these two teams clashed.
Mantap dong.
But they have been here through thick and thin and through all the metas in Valorant.
Don't get me wrong, I mean, PaperreX have never been standard, even on Ascent.
That's very true.
Playing their Reina Harbor comp.
They're not standard on any of the 3 maps we have today.
And who knows which direction it's going to go into. Kawazine taking a peek and a wander.
Nice.
Will get
nice banget.
punished for it. Head taken clean
sabar,
off less.
Sabar, aduh.
3 peeks. Plays
nice.
away, but
Winnable,
nice double face of
banget.
PaperreX, making sure that they clean up those mistakes. And now the smoke's dropped down. More exploration into mid. Only a stinger, so Forsaken can't quite take a peek. But will they clear this corner? The peek angle, Sadak might just be able to react in time.
Aduh.
Push it. He's just holding for it. 2 years.
Aduh, timingnya.
Anticipating some sort of reaction there. Something now. He's in a forward close position. Lucky to be alive there with a util out into his hands. But finally with the paranoid sent flying.
Nice banget, Davai.
Through with Davai. Watching
2 lawan 2 winnable banget.
angles and avenues of
Sangat
down
winnable.
2 versus 2.
PaperX are going to be able to pull a lot of time off the clock here, even if Loud are successful.
In the smoke, flash around the corner, but it's an empty site. Fully evacuated. Wall up. This is cheeky. Divine now has to get a move on, pushing forwards. QCK half on the board, finds the first kill. 1 versus 1. Can he win it? It's a gamble! Has he got it? Time just about. And that's from that half he got prior.
Tipis banget. Nice try. Nice try, nice try, nice try, guys. Davai udah keren banget, guys.
Obliterate the Loud economy because it was a bonus round for PaperX. But still, to be able to find the 1v2 there, defending the wall against Divine. Look, he comes off it just at the perfect time to be able to grab that one. But like I said, it's a bit of a Pyrrhic victory. Loud cannot buy into the next. So despite the fact they get on the board, PaperX achieve their goals essentially. And already we're seeing an attack-sided operator come online for something.
Aduh, ada admin adik-adik.
He's the strangest Gecko player you will ever watch.
Bang PRX, kamu siapin konten aja sebentar lagi harus launching. Semangat. Senyum guys, senyumin aja. Aduh, something OP coy. This is guys not good.
Contacting in could be spelling his own defeat and doom here as a
Something
judge.
mati sih guys ini.
Close to the corner, Sadak. Real specialist with that regard. Here we go, thrash forwards, wants to take the fight.
Nice.
Stray shots flying through. Pellets for no kill. Only the damage being done. Munyet now fast onto the approach here. Have to cancel that ult for a bit of info. Divide. And they have taken tree control. Looking to slip into the back here. Now QCK has a rifle and he's watching for this.
Duh, nggak bisa, jangan.
Swings, yeah, just holding for the right time. He's might freak with that one, with the
Nice,
pause
dapat terus,
being
coy.
called. I mean, PaperX, this is
Udah, kebe aja.
bit of nuance being added into their own gameplay here. 2 left standing, double facing to heaven. That was the real threat, which was QCK with that rifle. With him dealt with, it looks like a sealed up, done deal.
Guys,
You might see some knife action swinging around. We won't make the London reference again, but listen,
Ya,
you know the deal.
main freak asik.
For a knife kill, I mean, it wasn't even a knife kill, but for the knives to be coming out for PaperX in round 4, yeah, this is going to tick all the boxes.
I think it speaks massively, I think, to their mentality coming into this. I mean, Alex did a fantastic interview, really going in deep in terms of the mentality of PaperX as a team. They were saying they'd be happy if they just got 1 win at this event.
Ini baru Aaron guys, one tap bro.
So the fact that they've made
Ini baru Aaron guys.
You might not think that's much, honestly, if you're listening to that as a viewer at home, but I tell you now, there is no team more dangerous than a team with nothing to lose.
Yeah. And a team that's readjusted their expectations. Oh, this is a great idea from PaperX. They're making it feel like it's a full A main exec, and they've got Monyet so deep into tree already. Faking as if everybody's coming towards A main.
Rapid here with a Nightfall as well. Sound cue's cut away. It's going to be breaking the glass, and already in their faces. More. They know that they've got a couple of trails, so that's why the nade's rebounding under, below, sees, connects, but there it is.
Nice banget,
They're
Monyet.
just wrapping around and collecting onto 2 years. Too much to deal with. Rocket in your face.
Nggak sih, Nyet?
But yet, eager to really prove his worth. High
Es,
and mighty now, one player left standing.
Aduh, dia cabut cok, QCK cok. Nggak mau dikasih es guys.
Chanting. QCK.
I don't think he's got any intention of allowing the ace to occur. QCK's miles away from it. What a beautiful setup, though, for PaperX. I don't think PaperX get enough credit for the way that they set up some of their tactical stuff. Because they move so quickly and so
Nice
fluidly.
banget nggak sih guys?
People just
Nice setupnya kalian aja guys. Ini udah lebih rapih jauh sih guys, rapi banget sih. Gue suka banget sih main gameplay rapi gini guys.
A big A exec. All of the utility is coming through A.
Seru ya, seru ngeliat rapi gini guys ya. Gak asik QCK, gak asik QCK bro.
If you see utility being piled into
Abang
A main,
QCK
and you're
gak
playing
asik,
it
abang
like it's
QCK.
free or grass, you are going to focus on A main. You expect it to be 4 or 5 people coming from that direction. And so the fact that PaperX have 2 going through as an A split, even though they're not throwing utility for those people splitting it, absolutely ruins this defense. The small adjustments that they make are lovely. But I
Ini
feel
baru
like we've seen this
Monyet
team evolve
guys,
over the course
let's
of
go
one of-
Nyet.
I'm completely sure that Alex is telling the truth when he says that when they came into this, they were only looking for one win. And
Ayo, tenang guys. As long as you play like this, you chill, you kill, you deal, semua akan menang ya pada baik pada umumnya. Semua akan datang pada waktunya, guys.
Alex, the coach, said, we have problems that we need to fix. There's too little time, too much to do. We've been carried by our individual performances, in my opinion, rather than good gameplay and good Valorant. But to me, actually, some of that incredible individual performance has bought them enough time to start figuring out what is working for them. And they get into a match like this, and I don't think they are.
PRX mana, guys?
I actually think that both teams could win on any of the 3 maps that we have. And it's so difficult to predict because they have
gitu ya.
such
Maaf guys.
You know, when are either of these teams?
Ampun, aku minta maaf, aku maaf guys.
So a blistering pace from PaperreX, but throwing enough nuance into their own game plans that it doesn't quite feel like the old textbook.
Tapi tadi Epos menang kan? Itu dia, bro.
Time now to reinvent.
Kita ambil energi kemenangan tadi, guys.
With that timeout, we're heading into the half bye. They're going to have time to think about some of the mistakes, the adjustments. Probably not going to be seeing them active here.
And I think one of the things that you're seeing from Loud is that they're very willing to fight forwards. You see the angle that Kawanzin is currently playing at. Think about Sadek with the judge, Kawanzin playing market aggressively. They want to contest PaperreX and not just give them space.
Fokus gameplay. Sadak udah low, kita lihat guys, Sadak udah low. Kawanzin punya ulti.
Okay.
Especially if they're hitting timing shots like that.
Just off the cue of the flash. 2 players are left stacked now. Had is being watched, you can see something, he's got his eye on it. Anticipating that there might be that reflank with a minute on the mark here for the round. Time to play with.
OP-nya OP mulu ya guys ya.
Do walk into the Bucky.
Ya sih.
Some level of danger.
Dia doang guys main Gecko. Aduh shotgun. Aduh.
No, the pack, so I don't think he's going to get traded, and he isn't. So Sadek's still stuck here. Might have to use util. Nade drop down as well. This guy is now a nuisance. A thorn in their side. He's buying them time, and the Moshpit has to be committed. Force him out wide into the open. Still alive, by the way.
Monyet, he walked in through A main.
Nice Monyet.
Okay, well he's found that timing from the classic. Okay, a heaven position. 2 years. He's got his, and now it is a little bit messy and scrappy.
Ini something nggak bisa maju guys kalau pakai OP,
Cok. Through A main, and now ZOWIE is looking in through B main. So because Loud are playing this composition, oh my god, what a shot! Because Loud are playing the comp without the Sentinels that doesn't play spread around the map.
Tembakan apa itu guys?
Up and fight and peek for info. PaperreX are finding those lurk timings real nicely.
Itu dia guys.
Flustered when Sadek got that initial kill. They managed to get themselves into an advantage position.
Nice banget!
Beacon pointing directly towards in a double face. There's no hesitation in the play of PaperreX there.
No, I don't think that they were anticipating the horn coming out though. Forsaken being deep on the B side. They just weren't ready for that horn lineup in the slightest. Bear in mind that this was a light buy round, so it wasn't the most danger in the world. That timeout that you were talking about, Ren, that Loud took, that's for the rifle round coming up here. And we can see that QCK is going for an operator. So you've got the Phoenix Op online. Get your bingo cards out. Did you have that one down? Phoenix Op versus Gecko Op.
Jangan jumawa. Keep focus. Ya, punya ulti guys, QCK hati-hati.
A lot of util now being dumped straight into main. Instant response, though. That was a paranoia fragment.
Yeah, actually so much utility being used there by Loud.
Okay, Phantom Recon is kunci, kita lihat guys.
Full 5-person hit by the KO knife, but not PaperreX. They will still try to apply pressure to you, trying to look for that timing.
QCK OP, coy, dia ada ulti padahal.
To use more utility than you would normally expect, but just giving so much respect.
Did the TP. Must have.
Certainly thinking about it, wasn't he?
Yeah, almost expecting it now, and a call's been made here. Sadak, a re-clear into mid. Possibly some util to set this one up with the Prowler. PaperreX going to be aware. Nade going wide here, but yeah, no one to cover! Kawazin! Disgusting work, and QCK would have followed through.
That's right.
Here are the lurkers. 1-3-1 default for PaperreX. It's on Mindfreak or something to try to find timings. The spike dropped, makes everything way more difficult.
Nice banget! Itu baru Mindfreak.
Find that opening.
Let's see if this gets work here. Being defended up into mid, crouched, tucked into the corner. That's Sadak. He's essentially alone in this spot. They've doubled up through main. Now he's crouched. He does find that angle and fight. So 1v3 looks just less and less likely. And it's running and gunning. Okay, saves the day there for Loud. Finally getting that second one on the board.
Gila, Aron bagus banget guys. Aron lagi bagus nih guys.
Trying to fight over mid. I think they're getting the read now after the timeout.
Aduh, itu timingnya si Jason,
PRX are
cowok.
playing pretty heavy from mid. And with the Viper wall that Loud goes for, they have the advantage.
Tuh Arek aman-aman guys. Arek tahu guys mainnya bagus. Arek tahu mereka main bagus tapi ya udahlah. Unlucky timing tadi guys ya. OP pindah tangan. Oh, nggak apa-apa. Tenang. Duitnya masih banyak guys. Ada ulti main freak guys. Mungkin bisa main santai. Dapat side terus ulti guys.
A judge for Sadak, as is
tradition.
Classic.
As is tradition. Loves to pull it out.
Thank you Spaghetti. Grand Final sama Grand Final Lower disatuin satu hari kah bang? Kayaknya enggak deh. Besok Sabtu, hari Sabtu kan? Sabtu satu hari, Minggu satu hari guys, tau gue guys. Lower Final sekali, Grand Final sekali, jadi beda hari.
Big ultimates. That's a nice one. QCK punishes that one. Mindfreak usually going to be the lurking player.
I like that Loud swap it up. Previous round they were playing heavy for mid. Now they're playing heavy for the outsides of the map. And Sadak, he's used the ult there. I'm not exactly sure what pressure that was off, but he certainly thought something was happening.
Did indeed Forsaken. Oh my, looked all the way up. Does Kaos even expect this? No, he's backing away. Silent jumps up though. I don't think Forsaken knows that he's backed away from the angle. He's waiting for time, honestly, making a lot of noise on both sides of the map. There's a thrash and Moniet just making it feel like it could be presence over towards any direction. The QCK layers down with a volley, but a TP forwards to just get right past it. Divide slunk his way into the site, but can he follow up with this kill? So much going on all over the place.
Forsaken lurking through mid, caught though. And now Moniet becomes the other lurker.
25 seconds left. He loses this duel at 2 years. Critical one at that. Even no gaps here into the play. Judge right in his face. And Operator as well. The barrel practically in his mouth.
That is a bizarre round.
Nice try. Ayo guys, bangkit guys. Momentumnya jangan diambil yuk. Momentum. Bisa beli lagi guys.
None of them actually found any success. Alex is calling a timeout here and might want to readjust the game plan to have less of the lurk plays going on. But to be honest, look, Forsaken's got a chance of making something happen there. I don't think Kaos knows that he's around. And if Moniet is able to win the duel against 2Es,
PRX
these lurkers are finding opportunities, but when they lose their duels, it looks stupid. It looks like they were just destined to fail. But with Paperrex's style, if they win that fight, suddenly there's a
minimal dapat berapa round bang?
And Paperrex are very
7 atau 8 udah bagus sih.
7
oke lah, 7 atau 8.
Weird round, not a successful one for Paperrex on their attack side, but indicating a little bit of their game plan that Alex might try to adjust.
Good time to talk about Loud's expectations, I think, heading into this entire series, right?
Yeah.
The team that are eager to try and take that battle again.
Ya guys, tenang guys, masih beda 2 poin kok, aman. Kalian bisa bikin 8-4. Masih bisa guys, 3 poin lagi yuk, bisa yuk.
You know Loud are eager for it. They've been shut
down. Aku udah tempat 40 masih buram ya. Kayaknya yang buram itu otak kamu deh. Bukannya
very close
live stream
series
aku.
last time those two teams played. So listen, they're going to be looking to try and pave that way to redemption. Bit of revenge maybe on the cards too.
Something harus step up sih. OP-nya bagus, cuman kayak nggak impactful banget nggak sih guys? Tadi kan OP-nya guys. Ya nggak sih guys? Kayaknya jangan OP deh guys, something guys. Nggak impactful nggak sih? Kalian merasa nggak sih guys?
Loud
nggak pernah nge-pick soalnya bro.
Started in October, only taking about a month break after champs, and tried to reinvent themselves, find this new style. And this is what they've settled on.
Hello. Brawl to be taken here. This is an onslaught approaching from every single direction and nobody can hang on.
Apa kalah semua guys ya?
Stand a chance. They're the ones that's supposed to be going for the W gaming.
And such a
padahal MN-nya kosong loh guys.
You come out of your opponent's timeout and run a set play to steal the tempo. And they've wiped the floor with Paperrex. An absolutely flawless round. You'll see that so often. It's a great idea. Your opponent takes a timeout. They clearly want to adjust something about their attack style. And you say, right, well, we're just going to force the fight to them. And they go for a bit of a tiles crunch there, punishing on very wide jumping by Moniet.
Nanti juga nggak dapet lagi guys.
Really.
bang, PRX win pasti bang. Santai guys. Masih 45 guys, santai aja bro. Chill guys, chill. Siapa yang nggak beli armor anjir?
unusual thing to opt for.
Kaunjin panas juga
Watching the
Kaunjin.
Haodong VODs.
Yeah, apparently. China gets wild with those. Strange economical purchases. Still, Prowler here setting it up. Disrespect by something. Look at this guy. He's up onto the angle. Doesn't care that he stand up. Hits it with a second shot. Finally, the second bullet. Dashing in with the satchel. He's upset the aim entirely. Kaozin didn't know which way to look, didn't know which way to aim. Opens up the sight now for the plant. His post-plant positions of Paperrex pretty sublime. Divide falling.
Ada ulti nih guys. Oh, Sadak mati. Kwanzin mati guys. Ada ulti dia.
QCK is going to be ulting back in potentially with only an op to work with.
Is that a dropping wall? Down in his face, Molly. Oh, goodness me. How does that one catch? Everybody's giving this up. It looks like. What is that? Hello. 2 years. Chasing him over extension. I don't think there's any chances. Listen, surely time is running out, but handing these kills just over to him.
And considering the Paperrex's economy was not amazing to come into this round, these are not fantastic kills to be given in the other direction, but it won't make too much difference because we're so close to the end of the half.
Yeah. Maybe a 200 IQ player didn't see how close they were to the ultimates, but maybe they're like, okay, let's just feed our life away. 2 years has already got it. Let's try and build up ours.
What a way of
Sebenarnya sih pushnya nggak apa-apa guys. Jujurnya pushnya nggak apa-apa. Cuman pushnya tadi itu satu-satu guys. Itu yang jelek.
Perfect for the trade.
Nge-pushnya satu-satu itu yang bikin susah guys.
Coordination not quite as good there.
Kalau nge-pushnya rame-rame mungkin ya udah lah, kalau mati berarti jago aja musuhnya. Aduh di Odin cok.
Watching for every one of those situations.
For it. Yeah.
Kawanzin set up with the Odin here to spam into B main.
Face your fear.
Early knife fall. This is an attempt of a fake, but the early knife gives it away. Only one tag. That's going to be onto Forsaken. So the goal of that really to try and make a fake play over towards A. Cut away to sound cues. Odin spam spraying through. They are getting absolutely destroyed here. Yes, something managed to win his one, at least through the main angle. Alter now with that showstopper, wants to send it and let it rip. Rolling Thunder cannot save you away from that one. It's explosive, high-octane action, but an adjustment there. Really just expecting that reposition, and it's about catching the tempo and the timings here, walking right into it, but misses the opportunity. 2 years. Jump spots, gets a bit of additional information.
Good patience, though, not trying to force the fight in this situation, because they have a player advantage to go for the retake. This is going to take effort from Forsaken and something to clutch this out.
Feels confident enough to use the Thrash here to try and clear his way forwards.
Di pick lagi.
To the boxes.
Kenapa di pick lagi sih? Astaga.
Now 1v3.
1 lawan 2, 3 lawan 3 loh bro.
Should be unwinnable, blind as anything. Hasn't given it away though. Still was holding the shift key this entire time, but if he opens himself too wide, QCK's already there. Justin, did he see anything? Not too sure. Corby and Made jumping down, and there it is. The kill found.
Aduh guys, relax guys,
Very competitive half
relax.
that we've had so far here. Paperrex have found some opportunities to burst into the site, but the more that they default, the more louder picking them apart.
75, aduh miskin guys.
You saw there a cute idea from Paperrex, like you said, going for that fake play.
Sini udah bagus guys ultinya guys.
It wasn't quite coordinated as well as you would hope for. Certainly not compared to the previous round, where Forsaken was right behind Monyet on the entry. Perhaps lacking that fade in terms of the pressure that they put onto B. Final round of the half, chances to tie this up, but Paperrex's economy in the dirt.
Tapi Monyet top frag kok guys, aman semua, chill. 6 sama juga nggak apa-apa lah, bagus lah.
They probably toss them on the floor, looking to play them in the early game.
A heavy stack of Loud as well. They can play over towards A.
Tenang guys.
Not being contested. He was assisted with an early fault line of Kawazin. Look at QCK, he's not worried about it.
No, he's not. I mean, they don't, you know, you would be a little cautious in this situation for some pop flashes through the smoke or this kind of thing, but he's not worried.
Nice shot, 2 years. Expecting it from the high ground angle. QCK. Good ball thrown at them. Still, it's back to a multitude of players now, and he's got to try and at least put up that wall to try and prevent them from getting past it. 2 years repositioned, still with the operator, and it's Paperrex who are the ones who aren't coming up with really any of the appropriate answers. Double smokes out to try and get themselves into position, but it's being spammed to the right for at work. Hopes and dreams placed onto the end of the barrels.
Jelek banget
Everything
guys.
stolen away from them, so evened up. Loud doing a miraculous job there, honestly, bringing it to 6-6.
I think this map is probably
defend.
It bodes fairly well for Loud that they were able to pick up so many rounds towards the end of that. It's a game of 2 halves there. Oh, brutal. But I think the adjustments looked nice. 2Es with the operator on Omen ended up playing really well.
He's getting tremendous value, putting in work. Well, earlier
Semangat,
we spoke to QCK.
PRX, semangat. Oke, disiplin yuk, defend yuk.
Sou o Gabriel, mais conhecido como QCK, atualmente duelista da Loud. Não sei muito específico o que eles tiveram de diferente, mas talvez eles tiveram mais momentos dentro do jogo, conseguiram otimizar esses momentos e ganhar rounds chaves que quebravam a economia ou faziam um snowball de ult, e aí o jogo ficou um pouco complicado. Falar sobre isso logo depois da derrota é complicado, tô me sentindo triste.
Map defender.
Mas o campeonato ainda não acabou.
Map defender, guys, map defender, masih pede.
Então, sem muitas delongas, vamos pro próximo jogo. Sendo bem sincero, não importa. Perder é perder, independente de round. Perder por um round ou por 14 é a mesma coisa, a derrota
Map
mesmo.
defender, guys. Pede aja, guys. Kemarin PRX kan menangnya di defender kan.
More likely. Finally fades away and he's back into it, but here it is. The follow-up. All the rifles online.
He doesn't have the time.
My God.
Eu não vim pra substituir ninguém, eu só sou um novo jogador do time, que se tornou um time novo, com novas formas de jogar, novas composições, então acredito que estou me saindo bem. Não sei se é confiança a palavra, mas traz um conforto por você jogar com pessoas que já lidaram com essas frustrações antes. Então a gente vai lidar da melhor forma possível. A gente já venceu times com esse estilo de jogo, então a gente vai saber lidar com eles.
Thank you ya TTA. Jadi blunder bang, nggak apa-apa guys, masih sama bro. Tenang aja guys, slow.
Just really interesting insight
Sans
into
bro,
QCK and his ideas. You know, he's
SANZ.
coming into this team. Obviously, a lot of players saying, and a lot of players, fans watching it, saying, "Well, he's replacing Aspas. He has to fill those shoes." But no, he's talking about how they've reinvented the team, kind of around him, this new style that they've come forwards with, and there's parity there between them and PaperX. PaperX have had to do the exact same thing, missing Jing, one of their best players.
But I feel like Monyet is filling in Jing's shoes a little more. They haven't adjusted that style yet, and that's probably one of the things that's had the confidence knocked for PaperX, is that they haven't really figured out what the new team identity is.
Gel ngasih bang, biar Rigonya kontrol dikit bang.
The deeper they go in this tournament, the more they'll be learning about themselves.
Bisa aim dan jago bikin formasi nggak gampang.
6-6 at the half. Both QCK and Monyet playing well individually so far.
Line up
Loud's composition is devastatingly effective when it comes to site execution.
Jangan fast rocket aja, kalau fast
So I
rocket.
expect PaperX to be doing their classic style of trying to disrupt things before you allow your opponents to ever get into the next
Kalau fast rotate itu berat guys masalahnya.
Delayed knife. Monyet was tagged, but he did not care. Still holds his ground.
Mereka nahan. Mereka tahu guys. PaperX mau ngeras nih. Gua tahan dulu lah.
PaperX have gone for a defensive wall that allows them to,
monyet,
you know, contest mid as well.
Ini si
They're not worried about Loud's wall.
Dava yang monyet bareng dah. Nah, udah. Bareng.
Given that presence, Loud now opting to just contact in through A. And it's an open site, it's a free site. It seems to be a bit of a read. Look at them, they're just fast on the approach. Maybe just hearing those sound cues out towards tree, but they've closed the door in their faces. A bit of stray damage, Sadak. It's going to be safe though. Safe and sound, able to get that plant down.
They need reinforcements quickly there. PaperX
Ada ulti.
flood defend. Can't see unless they're still really far away.
Ada ulti lagi, ada granat guys.
Breaking the timing, at least taking one yet. Still with that nade now. Does he choose to use it? Fragment. First wave of it being used out. Here it sends it. Paranoia go flying along with the Dizzy. Swarming into the site. Yeah, 3 players into hell. Anything to clear this one. Might have to just jump in. It's a beautiful smoke. 2Years is using it to just divide up this site as well, and it's making it more than difficult. Damn difficult. Have one of the defuse. Might make a difference. PaperX, mind free. Going forward.
Nice.
Clicks away. An absolute bundle differential. Something running.
Nice.
Straight through
Nice
main.
guys. Itu gue bilang retake-nya bagus banget guys ya. Gila main freak bro.
With the execution of that one.
Main freak klik kanannya ngeri banget bro.
One out. 3 players in hell with a smoke.
Damn man, damn. Gila pistol PaperX kuat banget guys ya.
Very clear game plan.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, of course it is. Look at that thing. It shoots different.
Sale numbers up. Get the chart out, Leo. Get the chart out.
Why is there a dinosaur? Don't know. Don't care.
It looks cool. It looks cool.
Yeah, that's
Bye.
a nasty round for
PaperX bundle.
Nothing more
Karena
to it,
dengan
really,
PaperX
is
bundle
that
kalian bisa
Loud
klik
had a
kanan
game
seperti
plan.
itu.
It got dismantled by some right clicks from the classic.
Sometimes it be like that. You get shot, you die.
So again, PaperX being able to win the pistol round. Right?
Okay.
They won the first.
Yeah.
Mid control guys.
One of the things that Des was talking about, Kukuka was saying that they didn't really get much else in their prior game.
Takes their own medicine. Well, Sadak is going to be receiving it though, but Kaos and 2 years grouped up side by side.
They can pivot this quickly into a B split though.
Contacting, punish for that. Could try and pivot, but not now.
They couldn't get away. They simply couldn't get away from something with this judge.
Chasing them down. And into mid as well. Pistols out now. Wants to take the long range fight. You know the players are tucked into the corner. There it is, cleared out.
Dapat and something ya adik-adik.
Again, we talk about these comps. We expect them to be attack-sided. Big execute, generating these ults. It's a clear game plan for both of these teams. PRX winning this pistol and a follow-up eco. You know, relatively clear. I mean, the economy is
3 kill from something.
Into this bonus looking.
Is a something 4K?
To talk about how Loud got
something
anti-threaded so
4C?
heavily
Something
during
4C
kickoff
kah itu?
by EG. Part of that was
Davai
a
nyala
cypher
banget dari
which
kemarin bang.
doesn't
Iya, Davai
exist for
nyala banget
PRX.
guys.
Part of it was a
Davai
double
something udah nyala
Odin
sini
buy,
guys.
which we
Monyet
might
juga
see later
lumayan,
on.
main freak
Keep your
lumayan.
eyes open for
Ini
that.
sebenarnya 5-5-nya lumayan guys.
Playing disruptively
Tinggal
before
bagaimana
round
mereka
get
nggak
to
buat
exit.
kesalahan aja sih kalau kata gue.
This is a perfect round to go for that more aggressive, disruptive defense.
Anjir, itu buang utilnya 3 biji, cok.
But it's all a fake. It's to make you feel like they're fighting over A. And PaperX already out there, looking to try to catch a reposition elsewhere on the map.
Mereka nih decisionnya jelek banget ini guys yang gue bilang nih. Fast rotate mereka, cok.
Reclear this area, which is a serious gamble, but they have called the bluff of PaperX perfectly. What a read.
Not sure who that is on the team. Give it to Sadak for now. Nade into the corner. Divai almost getting spammed down, losing his life. But here we are. Another close plant situation. Loud will be getting this plant down with no real pushback.
Don't put 3 in hell again though.
No, probably not. Playing up close though. QCK in front of the smoke.
Careful now.
He laid down.
Di delay, oh udah 2 kali delaynya. Molly-nya udah keluar 2-2 guys, Molly-nya guys. Tinggal si ini doang. Tinggal les doang, Molly-nya les.
The weapon is not too ideal either, but Dizzy does the work. 3 revealed and suppressed out there. Forsaken is just in their faces now. Still trying to double up into hell.
Against the judges.
Just pushing them back as well, and it's just random spam and spraying through. PaperX, man! Running them through. And still now they're sticking on. Broken. Destroyed in the process. Man's there, ready to try and pick up the pieces of this fight.
Aduh, nice try, something.
Nice
try.
Dropped.
It's okay. Dapat 3 lumayan guys.
Pretty decent damage, considering that was a bonus round.
Something itu kalau si Manfred dapat, kalau Manfred dapat atau si Monyet dapat lumayan tuh guys. Manfred sama Monyet nggak dapat itu guys. Soalnya nggak malah guys, karena mainnya udah bagus. Kenapa nggak dari tadi Ajisnya diffuse bang? Kan di molly dulu guys, diapain dulu? Ini mendingan terakhir. Ngapain cok? Cicahya cok?
Just takes it to him.
Apaan tuh?
Because Loud, you know, they're waiting for these right timings. And they think that they're ready for it. I mean, they're holding that with a lot of players. But someone's just too quick with it, man. Too quick with it. 8 rebounds close to the corner. That's Munyet hoping to catch a player that might have just repositioned there.
Udah bang, bikin deg-degan bang, lihat paper, iya aduh deg-degan banget, siapa yang deg-degan adik-adik lihat di amin ada 4 orang dan dia mengeras lagi adik-adik.
Pulls out the knife just to run away. He does it better than anybody.
Divide does not have a paranoia to play off here. He's got to rely on the Thrash.
Yeah, he's using the Thrash to trying to set this up here. Good return on the fire there from Sadak. Gets the trade off at least. Attainment into the corner, so it slowed them down once more, but 50 seconds left into the round. No prior map control here for Loud.
Yeah, they've stacked everything in a fight over towards A main. They're losing it, and now PaperX have 3 players ready to collect.
Sabar Cah.
Deep orb. Placed by Les. Trying to use this to try and get themselves into position. That spam, the spray, a few stray bullets, TP forwards into the mix of things. But listen, Munyet inside the smoke, Loud! Paving the way forwards here. It's brute force, it seems to be the name of the game, but only one player will stand.
Nice! Nice adik-adik!
Onto the position.
And this is a very classic round by Loud. They realize that their composition is extremely
slowly, but sure.
So they try to
Oke, Loud agak tercengok dengan keuangan.
And even if you know that they're going A, their comp is very
Ini baru impactful guys, OP-nya something, dapat duelistnya jadi mereka nggak bisa masuk, bro.
But before they can even start to take A main control, something's already run out and got a pick at the very beginning of the round. on their duelist player who has an ult to try to entry.
Something ngerasa khusus banget bang, kebiasaan Jet kali dia. Iya ya emang, dia kebiasaan. Dia kan emang playstyle Jetnya gila banget kok.
PaperX played against GENG in the regional finals, and GENG absolutely counter-stratted the ever-loving sugar out of them, and they were going for the heavy extremity control because the comps operate in very similar manners. They were disrupting that tempo.
Yeah. And I think Loud's comp does struggle the more you force it to split through mid and try to take map control, these kind of things. It doesn't have, for example, a Fade or a Sova to be able to use
Rowring for PaperX.
Close corners. It's much better at being able to get these big retakes, big XX going. Loud are skilled enough, talented enough to adjust the game plan on the fly, but they're always going to be limited by what the comp is good at versus what it's not good at. I think PaperX has got a nice read here. It's also great to see something, hidden shots, feeling aggressive, going for plays. I feel like outside of one awesome game against Karmincorp, he hasn't quite been at the top level that I expect from him.
Ayo, PaperX, semangat, PaperX, ayo, PaperX, semangat, PaperX, ayo, PaperX, Odinnya Jason, keluar dong.
His teammates. But when he has good games, you know, this guy is just unleashed.
Yeah, he's phenomenal. Well, they know where he's positioned at the moment, and that's where you should expect the op to play. Many flashes to try to push him off the line.
So to try and defend the line as well. Bit of Odin spam and spray through. Jumping spot. You do not survive that apparently. It's a nice attempt and a nice clear.
Nice banget, cow. Something. Jason, nice banget.
Absolutely pounded with artillery.
Darah satu.
1 HP.
Darahnya
Man, 1
satu.
HP. Maybe more than a dream. He's managed to bring this to a 2v2. Doesn't have the spike though. That was dropped down a little bit earlier.
Look how bold Forsaken is. He just jumped up on the same spot with a classic in hand. He's seen it!
Just altered up there and he just sees him crouched.
That's unreal!
Knee or an elbow, I'm not too sure, but it just pokes out here. It's on the other side of the map.
And he's thinking, how on earth have my team lost this? What's going on?
There's no shot. I mean, less. Of course, be the difference maker. Now, they don't know where Monya is.
They have no idea. And PaperX are the kind of team to over-rotate a little on defense, so they assume that he's close.
30 seconds
now
left.
Monyet's wondering, well, where have they gone? Because if they were just on B, surely they would have got the plant down.
Incredibly winnable with how low these two players are for Monyet.
He could kill them both with one nade.
Exactly. The nade, and not just that, went away from the showstopper for he really wanted to try and seal the deal. Here it is. He's got a lot to clear here, but maybe gifted yet. Bit of that information. Pulls out the rifle, expecting the re-swing. Both the players are towards the back of the site now. A smoke. Drop down, Classic out. Thinks twice against it, thinks second against it. Boombot forwards, that's gonna have to be broken. Nade, rebounds, out wide, and now he's just firing. Here's the rocket, talked about it earlier. Pre-fires in the corner, but he guesses incorrectly. And now he's left wondering, which way is 2 years? How did he reposition? Time, ticking, shortly getting away from him. He thinks he's behind the boxes. A miscon perhaps away from it. 2 years wins it out, and the MasterCard Thrifty.
What a wild way to end that round. I'm really unsure how it even got to that point, frankly. You can just see the mind games between both of those players. The less information there was available, the more it favored less and Tui's. Just a walk in through B main. And this one.
One enemy remains.
Who ults into that spot?
Unheard of. Truly unheard of.
God, that's a face of...
Udah low banget, Cok. Aduh, Thrifty balas Thrifty. Kenapa ya, guys ya?
Isn't it?
He's normally a little more animated than that.
Be practicing stoicism or mewing, not too sure.
Yeah. Either inspired by Marcus Aurelius or Sigma males. Yeah. Very similar, actually. Very similar.
Semangat guys, semangat.
So,
3 ulti keluar, emang 3 ulti keluar.
Position, right? Having won that round, it just turns the whole of the set, at least this half, on its head. Their economy is now flourishing, right? They're going to be in a position where they've got a good economic bank to work with. And they're also coming into this round with a huge rifle advantage, starting to get up to big ults. This is where Loud's attack side comp looks so scary, even though they're 1 round behind in reality.
That's when they start to come alive. This spot here, that's how pivotal that last round was for PaperX to end up winning it out. The weak goodbye for Forsaken. How much is he really going to be able to do here with a runner back facing him? QCK going to be making sure to clear all the available corners. Has a bit of util to set him up. Knife out. One to the cranium. Does drop that one. Here we go. Second go of things. Forsaken doing quite well in that position there.
Lumayan guys.
Only going even here, 4 versus 4, but he has more time for the fast rotate.
And everybody on Loud playing on-site post plants. You know, even if Loud are able to get this, PaperX can make it extremely expensive just by holding B main and defense spawn.
Being cleared out now. Smoke propped up. Pre-firing up to the sky. Expecting Dizzy. Ozine though, now defaulting over towards the fold line, using that util to try and delay, but you are right, this could get pricey very, very quickly. Dizzy, broken. You're in there with the protocols, and now just Loud to realize they have to really just barrel their way through this one. They are being penned in here with the guns, should be favored. Almost nice with the movement there from the Divine. Shut down there. 2 players surviving from Loud, 9-9, even scoreline.
And Loud keep enough players alive that they do still have
that
cushion
ketutupan bang,
to
emang ya
work
guys?
with.
Emang iya ketutupan guys?
They've got a
Oke,
good buy
kalau
going with
begitu.
some spare cash to float around.
Dah.
It's Loud's ults.
Ya guys, di sebelah sama guys. Ini kalian punya uang harus menang guys. Kalau kalian kalah ini berat ya guys ya. Mereka punya 3 ulti kan, juga punya 2 ulti. Tolong.
Difficult it's gonna be. I'm looking at the minimap and PaperX look poised to go for some serious aiming.
Gambling gini guys yang bikin kalah tau gak sih guys? Ini yang serem cowok.
Calls that. They're gonna be running into the pit, I would imagine.
Drop down, knife, spam into the corner. Mindfreak already dropped down to 50. Never mind, he's dead.
He's gone.
Finished. Dealt with.
And now, to be honest, Loud have no reason to immediately go into a B site hit. Right? They know that PaperX are very fast on defensive rotations. They cleared out Gelato early. Loud can just pump the brakes here and allow PaperX to spread out a little bit around the map, or even force them into making a play that they can punish.
No command. Smoke off the timing for it, just trying to block off B main here. Molly sent flying into the smokes available here, ready with the spam. Damage being done. Sadak barely alive, but does return the fire. Forsaken still.
What a
tucked
spot.
into the side. Yeah, but not going to be clear. Potentially faced by too many targets in opposition. This time storming into the site. It's going to be gained for them with that territory. Loud now. Reload. The Odin, 2 players left alive here. Munyet though has got us back to all the available players. Flash is really quite excellent, peeking through it.
Berat nih guys.
So now Loud taking that lead, 10-9.
Kenapa sih kena Thrifty ini bikin momentum mulu guys? Aduh, kenapa Thrifty itu
How
kalah?
it works.
And you can see the PaperX are trying to disrupt it. If that had been Loud taking a main control at the start of the round instead of B main control, then they would have had an enormous clash in Gelato.
Yeah.
And who knows who would have come out on top. But PaperX kind of gambled incorrectly. They were going for the hard read. Loud do tend to favor the A site with the way that they call their attack sides. And it just happened to be the wrong one.
Mereka tuh
They were
nggak apa sih
hoping that
guys
Mindfreak
yang
could hold stuff down on the
mereka
B
itu
side of
mereka
the map.
4-1 itu loh guys. 4 di A, 1 di B itu yang bikin pusing cowok.
Both of these teams struggled a little bit to be able to impose their will on the defense side. But what we saw from
mereka harus ini sih harus mengurangi gameplay gitu sih guys. Sometimes menang, sometimes kalah guys kayak gitu bro.
We're not really seeing that when the sides are flipped. PaperX are going for a lot of early round aggression instead of mid round aggression, and I think that timing difference is ended up being quite important.
Tadi padahal tadi udah bisa menang tuh guys anjir.
It's easier to read when it's just straight off the rip.
Yeah, it is.
Ayo guys, bisa guys.
Sova on Lotus.
Bisa guys, ayo guys.
I mean, honestly, there's worse things to play. There are worse things to play.
Yeah.
I've seen it firsthand.
Iko lagi cok, aduh Iko lagi guys, 11-9 ini. Bisa guys, bisa kemarin 11 comeback kok. Kemarin dari 11 comeback kan kalau nggak salah guys.
He's there cackling from the desk, man.
All right.
Elimination game.
PaperX are in a tough position here. They really are. It's about to spiral out of control. Forsaken's not really found opportunities to have his will imposed upon the game. And he snuck up to try to take fights. Grabs one, and he gets out.
Forsaken's got free, man.
He's the player that's been the difference maker this tournament, and he wants more.
Kenapa di-pick lagi, jangan
So punished for that.
2 players waiting for him to just make that kind of mistake with the paranoia flash over the top. There was a bit of a team blind, but on-site control for them, and now fighting towards market. Something dropped dead.
Guys, udah dapat 1 mulu guys, udah lumayan guys. Tapi kayak nggak bisa ditutup loh karena ini guys. Karena nggak repositioning dulu,
spot
Cok.
the PRX are being put into here is that the fact that Loud are just getting into these sites, obviously it's against the half by PRX, but they're not having to use ultimates doing it. They can save them now for when PRX have a bit of a buy round, the money's back into orderly and
mereka ada 2
sensible
ulti,
fashion.
Cok. Mereka kalau habis beli terus mereka dapat plan susah banget nih.
Silver lining would be to apply enough pressure that the ults do get invested. It just doesn't seem likely though.
No, it doesn't, does it?
And PaperX's game plan has broadly been, hello, we'll see. No, there's no danger here. PaperX's game plan has broadly been to try to stack one of the sites and just kind of hope that Loud are going there.
One enemy remaining.
And the problem with that is, if you gamble incorrectly, Loud have just got into a post-plant situation.
Yeah.
And not just that, PaperX are not playing the other side for full retake. They're playing it to still anchor with like one player. For example, when Mindfreak was inside his pit. Or here where Forsaken is trying to challenge B main alone for a cheeky kill. They're on the eco.
Hey guys, Byron ayo, Byron.
You're kind of forced to play full retake on the other. And just rely on your double initiator comp. At least something's enjoying himself out there.
Ayo something.
This is the round where
Ayo bisa guys.
absolutely must
Ini bos
get
PRX.
back
Bawel lu
in
Mick
control
Marcel.
if they have any chance of winning the set.
Oke, di OP.
Angry positions here. I mean, the molly.
Udah nyet, lu nge-pick sendiri sih, gue marah banget sumpah. Gue marah banget kalau lu pick sendiri.
Paranoia, blind, nade, rebounds, and we'll clear out a few of these players to his timely there with a TP.
Nice, nggak ngefek banyak, Cok, cuma dikit, Cok, ngurangin darahnya.
Right? We haven't seen them go for big rotates around the map. PaperX are realizing that. The re-hits coming through.
And here it is rolling in front of that will be a large
Divide dodged
connection.
it.
I did dodge it, but there's a one-way smoke into his face. At least they deal with that, run it back. Divide, does he seek to try and disrespect this timing? Out and through, yes. The PaperX players still holding their ground and basically rooted in place. And Les is now going to offload the pit to try and get them through. This is a call.
This is an amazing ult if you're planning to rotate and maybe split or go over to B. It's not that great for going into site, but it keeps a lot of players on site.
Using a Nightfall. 2 tags.
Oke, mereka cuma dapat 2 kan. Pasti harus
Now
ngebaca
Prowler
guys.
sent straight through tree, wondering if that split's coming through. But now with 40 seconds, Loud are happy to wait this one out. But which direction are they going to take it towards? A seems like
sabar guys.
likely contender.
They've smoked for a B split though, so Forsaken's worried.
30 seconds left.
He's had to watch and peel himself away. Top of mid, eyes onto it, Munyet. Paranoia settling in. Divide inside the smoke, wants to rule that position and take names away from them.
What?
Picked up. He's right behind them. What is that kind of play? Still, heads are falling and so are the bodies. Toppling down. Time.
Aduh, dikit lagi.
Them now over the top and running around.
Nice!
Oh my God.
Rata guys! Bisa.
That is the most important round though that PaperX could have secured in that moment. They got the read that it was over towards A. They're starting to figure out how Sadak's calling the attack side.
Let's go, bisa.
Do you remember earlier on in this game, PaperX was throwing huge utility into A main and then rotating
Aron dapat 2,
expecting Loud to pivot. Do not want to hit a heavy site. And because Sadak's been going for re-clears and re-hits so often, PaperX had stacked so heavily on that area. Now, if that has got to be Alex's reaction to 2E's making the play, because he had that one moment of despair and didn't follow up on it.
Menang.
2E's actually ready
Udah something,
to
udah situ aja.
something in B main.
Udah situ aja. Udah jangan. Udah lawan OP juga.
Those tingles on the back of his neck.
No, something! Jangan diras. Something!
But he's starting to
Jangan!
creep a little closer.
Fuse has been spotted, tucked to the corner. Now it is home and he can reposition here, but sets him up onto the line nevertheless. But now he's going to back away and respect it. Important to note, you know, we talked about it that previous round, but Loud did end up using 2 or 3 ultimates, something. Wall up in his face, contact plays, and he's out of there. Backing
Nice
away,
banget, Forsaken something.
from Forsaken. Making sure the evacuation goes off without a hitch. Walking
Nice
straight into the line of
banget!
sight. It's something who's sniping
Nice
them away. And precision
banget!
across the
Adik-adik,
board for
nice
PaperX.
banget!
Wiping out the opposition.
Awesome round. This has really turned the tables. It's only Cowan Zine left alive. They know where he is.
Aduh, whiff. Aduh.
Trapped in a corner. He's going to have to duel 4 players to be able to get out of here.
Util in the stun.
He's just stuck.
No chance. So
11 to 11.
Adjustments coming in handy.
Yeah, looking lovely. PaperX don't try to contest super early. They've got like a slightly delayed.
Gila, something oke sih guys. OP-nya oke sih guys. OP-nya oke sih guys. Dapat mulu, Cok. Dapat 2 ini gimana caranya, bro?
Always a couple of seconds ahead of the play here. If he was a second
reaction time-nya lebih dari orang-orang lain sih guys. OP-nya dia, Cok. Ya nggak sih? Merasa nggak sih guys? Reaction time-nya dia, Cok.
It's all about those tiny, fine margins. No hesitation.
Nah ini lihat 5 orangnya nyala kan tuh.
Scratching
Enak
their heads
guys.
a little bit here, wondering how they can get that advantage. Now Les takes a load of damage off the rip. 61 health drop down.
Yeah, it's actually one of the first times we've seen Les try to solo take this area, and he's immediately dropped.
Yeah, I mean, a bit of counterplay, I think, as well. Les usually throwing the orb from that angle.
Something makes it feel like it's the same setup in this round, which broadly speaking it is, by taking that op shot into mark. And now it's
Dia tahu
cause Loud to pivot away. They do not want any of that smoke.
Crack of an angle. Divide turns away just at the right time. Flash in his face, backs away now holding the paranoia. Now there is no contact for this kind of play, so he's going to be backing away to the site and gives up control.
Nice banget Davai nggak ego lah guys. Davai tuh mainnya nggak ego pick, cok. Dia tahu dia nggak bisa, dia cabut dulu.
So if they try to go back into a B-split, it's going to be difficult.
Clear, just can't quite land the bullets. No way, this is overzealous potentially. Perhaps, maybe over-aggressive, but they're not expecting it still. They've sucked up that space right back away from them. Sadak, the sole survivor of a position in the tree, lays down the nade, but there's no follow-up. Flash now to repeat. It's a nice one, at least to try and cook up on the fly. But Paperrex.
Oh yeah, baby, let's go. One more, adik-adik. Mereka miskin nggak sih?
The late resurgence in the final rounds.
Kan gue bilang guys, dari 11 guys ya, dari 11 guys. Dapai bro. Dapai nih bos, anak Kelantan nih bos. Gila, spraynya bagus banget.
Are they able to do the same here? The economy is not good. Their game plans through mid have been countered. But they were winning when they dominated one side of the map and went to the exec.
Half armor semua. Aduh something. Aduh jangan dong.
Oh, that's counter spam again. Let's just try to play it himself.
Nice, udah. Balik.
Working out again for Paperrex.
Balik. Jason and something nih bos. Senggol dong.
Forsaken spamming, as far as I can tell, the exact same line, and this time, let's go.
Nice.
Little to no chance for Loud now. This map 1 be sealed up nice and pretty with a bow on top of it. For Paperrex, all the right adjustments at all the right time.
Dapat lagi nih something nih.
To the fire, just running out for Loud as well with his composition. They are struggling ever since they haven't been able to get those ults online. But Wingman sends him out flying. Quite connect. Kawazine seeking to try and pivot, but he can't break the door in time. Has to reload too on top of this. And already something is there. Following the sound cues, jiggle it out, baits out the op shot at least, but right into the judge. Now Forsaken, trapped in the corner, but it matters not. It's a 1v5, it would have to be the play of 2 years' his career to stand even a chance in hell. For Paperrex,
si Jason digituin anjing sama Aaron bangsat banget.
Feels like happy and secure in the knowledge that they are just setting sail into the sunset.
Paperrex, let's go.
Entirely wrapped up.
Guys, what's up teman-teman? Gila guys, something.
A beautiful late resurgence from Paperrex there.
Gila something guys, lihat guys, something guys.
At the perfect moment. And Loud, I think, straying away from what was
Odin God mau dilawan-lawan ya guys ya.
Going instead for more of a play.
Odin God mau dilawan gitu guys.
Connecting so often with the judge or primarily the Odin and the Op.
Ya nggak sih guys? Odinnya si Odin God Jason mau dilawan bro, gila guys ya. OP-nya something mau dilawan guys. Tapi emang bener sih guys. Gini loh. Something mainnya emang aneh ya. Aneh tuh, lu kapan sih orang liat main Gecko pakai OP? Ya nggak sih? Tapi sometimes kayak gini guys. Kalau nggak ada OP-nya something tadi tuh nggak menang guys. Tapi kalau misalnya lagi bau, kemarin OP-nya bikin kalah. Gitu loh.
Oh, no problem.
High, apa? Bigger chance, bigger chance.
iPhone 15 Pro with
bigger risk, anjay.
All the pics. So many selfies.
Bigger chance, but bigger risk juga, bro. Gitu guys. Emang sih, ada pepatah berkata, lu pengen chance yang lebih keren lagi, tapi risknya besar juga gitu. Oh, high risk, high return ya? Sorry. High risk, high reward. Sorry guys. Jangan marah-marah gitu dong, ya kan? Kenapa sih orang gua ngomong bahasa gua sendiri nggak boleh, mem. Bigger chance, bigger risk. Iya, chance untuk menangnya lebih besar, tapi risk juga gede untuk kalah. Oke guys, aman. Kalau udah 1-0 tuh kita bisa lebih tenang guys ya. Kita nggak tertekan nonton map kedua guys. Apalagi map keduanya sunset. Sunsetnya PRX sudah terkenal serem ya. Oke, kita lihat aja guys. Let's go. Apakah the reals Pacific di atas NA di atas EMEA? Apakah seperti itu sekarang guys? Pacific is the king? Hah? Do you think? What do you think guys? What do you think adik-adik? Apakah right now Pacific is the king? Dua tim Pasifik ini mengobrak-ngabrik top tier seatnya ini guys ya. Apa keras banget bos, keras bos. Itu Esen map pick-nya si ini guys. Si Laut. Seru banget sih, sumpah cok. Seru banget anjir. Seru banget ya. Tuh kan gue guys. Tadi kata-kata gue apa guys? 11 adalah angka comeback untuk PRX kayak kemarin di KC. Bener kan? 2 kali kejadian guys. Udah 11 musuh tapi kita comeback bro. Ya nggak sih guys? Ya nggak sih guys? Kemarin juga kan KC udah 11 duluan kan guys? Bener kan? KC kemarin 11 dulu. Terus PRX balikin ke 12-11. Terus 13. 12 sama sih. Kemarin 12 sama sih guys. Kemarin 12 sama kan ya? KC kemarin 12 sama kan? OT ya? OT nggak sih guys? OT nggak sih guys? KC guys? Oh iya 12-11, lalu 12-12, lalu 12-14. Iya betul. OT. Di akun follow di mana bang? Di hatiku. Let's go guys, let's go. Jangan jumawa, tapi gua punya chance yang kita guys sebagai PRX, Paper Boys, Paper Girls, kita punya chance yang lebih tinggi. Kenapa? Karena ini adalah map kita. Sunset is our map. No Duelist, Saje, Omen, Keiko, KO, and Vapor. Oke? Just chill, relax ya guys ya. Tapi kita nggak tahu guys. Tiba-tiba mereka udah pakai duelist, kita nggak pernah tahu ya guys ya. Kita lihat dulu aja teman-teman. Oke? Tiba-tiba dia ganti strats, kita nggak pernah tahu guys. Cuman PRX doang yang tahu strats mereka ya.
Hey guys, Mika here, and I'm with Alex of Paperrex. That was a really, really close map. I want to know what was the most difficult part about the prep for this match, especially since it's such a high-pressure match, and you're up against a team that you really only get to play against in events like these.
Yeah, I think Loud is one of the most intelligent and most consistent teams on the circuit, right? So we don't even know what they're gonna pick on the map Vito. They can play almost all 7 maps, probably can. We just have to focus on ourselves this game. I think we haven't had the best run, so we really just want to get this, get ourselves like quite more aligned, if anything.
Okay, keeping it humble, but that had us on the edge of our seat. So let's jump into the game for more.
PaperX proving that you cannot
Bang, top
judge a
up murah
book
di
by
mana
its
bang?
cover. You
Guys,
think when they're out of this one,
kalian
but they
kalau
don't
mau
have
dukung
it anymore.
PaperX,
They find
belum beli
the
bandelnya,
magic yet again,
makanya langsung
and
aja
they're
top up
up
guys ya.
1-0,
Top upnya ada di
Mimi, in this
mbahgaming.com.
elimination game
Termurah,
against a
VP
Loud team that I don't think a
termurah,
lot of
Valorant
people
point
were
termurah
giving
yang
PaperX
ada di
time of day
Indonesia
against.
guys
The
ya.
thing is, even if you
Pakai
judge them by
voucher
their
Rio
contents, the
tambah
context,
murah lagi guys. Oke,
it's
langsung
changed
aja
a lot
guys ya top
throughout
up
this
di
tournament.
mbahgaming.com,
I
ada
think
di link
this
deskripsi
team
dan di
came
pin
in not
komen.
looking in their best
Let's
form,
go!
but they just displayed an incredible map against Loud here. Their executes were looking clean on the attacking side. Something's Op was dominating on the defense. It was clear
Kamu
that
ada masalah apa bang? Nggak ada masalah apa-apa Ciko. Tidak ada
Yeah,
Ciko.
exactly. And on the side of Loud,
Kamu
even
ini
though they have a
nama
lot of
panjangnya pasti
experience with this
Ciko.
composition, we still see some mistakes, like dry picking when you have a composition that has Phoenix, KO, and Breach.
Ya kan?
On the defense, not finding
Ya kan?
enough
Kamu
moments to
nama
even use
panjangnya
his
pasti
ultimate
Ciko.
until, like the penultimate round and holding them and actually not using the composition to the full of its ability.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people watching this team regionally was kind of bringing up that some of the combos looked undercooked. I was one of those people, but at this point, it's so well put together, right? The timings they're playing with, using the fade ult to deny noise, send that heavy presence towards A main, as Monyet just picks the perfect timing. The coordination for this squad is looking on point.
Gila, Monyet
I think that overall, the way that they were working the map, sometimes at a certain point in their attack, it looked a bit of overcooked. You see that
tebak line up agent, kayaknya nggak ini guys. Gua rasa agentnya nggak mungkin ada. Tetap sama sih, nggak pakai duelist sudah. Sage Kayo, Viper Omen, Sage Kayo, Gecko.
Overall, this could have been an overtime perfectly.
You know what's one thing I really enjoy about PaperX is that you think that they, like, when they go for these like wild plays, they look like they're geniuses. But when things don't go their way, you're questioning.
Davai nyala banget coy, Davai sumpah. Davai udah buka puasa belum? Udah kayaknya udah buka puasa.
One example of that, something. I mean, the guy was just lights out that whole map because he was just taking risks. He was getting in front of them and he was creating opportunities and creating space for his team with that on.
I've been a big hater of the Gecko off in the past, but I think the way that they played it, in particular on this defensive side, was really good. Loud is a comp that relies on getting extremity control with the double flashes and splitting into sites. Something is really good at finding timings around flashes, taking that split-second moment and getting a kill on an extremity. That was utterly shutting down Loud's execute in the first part of their attacking side.
I got a stat from Space, shout out from him. Something took 33% of first engagements and won 88% of them. That is crazy. Coming in from a Gecko. And by the way, you know, now that we're going into Sunset, this is not the composition that is played without a duelist. Okay? This is his Gecko when there is a duelist also in the composition. Definitely, this is one of the other things that throws everybody so off about PaperX. It's not that their duelist is going to be in your face, which he is going to be, probably on your back because of that movement. It's also that you have to deal with something on the operator.
I also really want to credit
Santi ketawa-tawa, gua aman sih guys. Dia tadi ketawa-ketawa guys, dia have fun.
For this team today, because they really varied up. Thank you. It's a very small word, actually.
I'm not a smart guy.
Actually. But they really varied up how they were going for that aggression. Early on, they were going for those extremity fights I was talking about. Then Loud figured it out. They varied it up and went for mid-round aggression instead. And then towards the end, very last round of the game, they go back to the extremity fight. It was a beautiful map from PaperX. Another heartbreaking, close map loss for Loud.
PaperX defend dulu bro.
Exactly. We need to talk about Sunset, about obviously what happened yesterday. A Loud that was running out of time in a lot of instances, that was losing the plot, and how this PaperX is going to be different, right? We're talking about a PaperX that most likely will be playing with the Sage. Again, with no duelist on this map against a Phoenix.
Agak takut kalau sampai map 3 guys ya.
I'm looking at the
QCK biasa normal.
That kind of surprise that I think was off for Loud.
I think also too when you pair in with the fact
Gua agak takut sebenarnya guys kalau mereka tuh sampai map 3 guys. Bain soalnya agak kurang bagus guys ya.
But here's the funny thing. I was looking at the stats. PaperX, a lot more success here, right? In this competition. They've played it a few more times. They've thrown some unique ideas. They've beaten the likes of HyperX and EDG. They beat GENG and
Jason pakai tangannya siapa tuh guys?
This is doable for PaperX at a 2-0.
Yeah, I really like the way, especially these two teams.
Oke, aman guys, nggak berubah guys ya, nggak berubah ya.
It's a similar win condition of playing for really heavy extremity control on their defense, getting QCK posted on those lines and farming him orbs. PaperX did a good job of shutting that down in map number 1, but I think it's a lot harder to deal with this breach.
100%.
And especially we go back to something that we already saw on Ascent. No Sentinel for these teams. Of course, we see the Sage, but it is not the same. A Sunset with no Cypher, but both Vipers on both the sides. I'm looking at the Vi and how he's going to be using those walls, not only for him, for Monyet, and how Loud is going to read onto those.
No matter who's on the team around him, Sodox, Loud
kira Monyet bakal ada wall-wall baru lagi nggak ya?
These international runs, they lost to PaperX at Champions. They have a chance to make up for it here if they can push us to the third map.
This could very well be a fitting battleground here for the final battle between Loud and PaperX. If PaperX end it here, they will sunset the run of Loud, or Loud can force a map 3. Let's send it back over to Brennan Sideshow for the call.
Exactly right. It's Loud who are now on the chopping block in this elimination game, our first one of the playoffs. And PaperX coming out with some surprising form, surprising improvements against all regular expectations, I will say. And now we set our sights onto Sunset, the second map here of this series. Should be relatively even. Both of these teams, they like to play this map. They're quite good at it in their own way and form.
I love the way the Paperrex approach this. We're going to see him immediately take some mid-control. The clashing tiles.
Yeah, they're just trying to fight them. They're watching for it.
Gak gitu dong. Astaga, gak ada yang pegang senjata itu anjir.
Ridiculous beginning here. Now they can expect Mindfreak, who's worked his way in. He's thinking twice about it now. Backs himself into market. What a beginning. I mean, the smoke deep down, not expecting that tiles aggression there. That just comes down to a game of chance.
Yeah. Paperrex is so happy to
Nggak di flash lagi, gue kira bakal di flash dulu cok, masih O-nya cok.
That is ever present in this game. And I hope that it works out in their favor. The smoke there to try to block off certain sight lines.
Kill 3 cok anjir. Bentar lagi ulti QCK bro.
Just had no idea that Loud were going to run a pistol, which also involved them charging towards mid through tiles.
They want to take the fight straight to him, try and earn a few more of these ults, less onto the corner.
It's a good idea for QCK to try to push through that, see if he can find the kill. Yeah. It's going to be his ult that they try to build up early, but
it's not exactly
the way the cookie crumbled.
Anjir, ambil orb bisa ulti bangsat QCK.
Very close. 2 kills under death plus the ult orb.
Nggak siap semua coy itu cok.
That deep smoke to hide from a potential deep dart that gets used.
Kenapa jalan di samping gitu sih? Gue nggak tahu kenapa dah.
Yeah. It's a specific counter-strike pistol, and Loud just happened to utterly destroy it.
Right here.
And now, Paperrex stacking towards the A site.
Scanning ahead.
Smoking mid in the exact same fashion, hoping that somebody sees it. Just a call, like there could be that presence into mid.
Les completely alone here. He's going to get overwhelmed. And now Paperrex are going to understand that this was fake pressure early on, over towards A. So, Zalek's got to accelerate, they've got to get into the B site. They've always got to be worried with Paperrex. Is there still one player hanging around this area? It's going to slow them down slightly.
That's why they're clearing it. Due diligence. Showcase, drone through as well. Making sure they're into the back of the site. Players though, deep flash. Along with that, I mean, a Dizzy, a wingman, everybody collided and collected into that deep corner here, but it just don't have the weaponry to really nail them. The paranoia was fantastic, and maybe more so. One player to stand. It's 2 years on 1 HP. Smoking onto the spike, it's turned just like that. Wall up, ZOWIE blocking it, has to be broken here, but a reload for 2 years now, and he's so loaded, it just feels like he can't get the spam bullets on, spraying through, just needs one to really hit and connect. It's not happening! It's a massacre, Thrifty.
ZOWIE even cleaning up.
Ya, nggak dapat vandal.
He can't recover the rifle.
Let's go Raja Thrifty, kita balas.
For Paperrex.
Itu line up-nya bagus banget guys. Lihat guys. Flashnya Jason, combo flashnya ini.
The fact that their comp is so good for flood defending into B. The flood defending back B is one of the most successful ways you can possibly play this map. And when you have flash Dizzy combos to get into backside. And then
terus flashnya monyet guys.
Additionally too. Loud are going to find it difficult in post-plant situations.
Dapat banyak tuh info.
Nice, 4 spotted here. Wonderful indicator.
Buru-buru situ.
What danger is there in this round? Maybe if 2 years are able to just flip the back ahead of ZOWIE.
Easy ini kuat banget cok, defense-nya cok. Attack-nya cok, hati-hati. Flash-flashnya serem banget.
2 is fast to get into position to make the play. But 2 players doubled up, ZOWIE and something looking to re-clear.
Yeah, good level of awareness.
And Forsaken also with pretty decent awareness on the other side, even though that one-way missed.
Yeah, into this corner, he's really stuck here. There's no repositioning, they've overwhelmed them. Matter about the superior weaponry. Needs to be that refight, the re-peek as well, a little bit. Just wrangling the beast that is their rifles. Aftershock can't be walking too far into this one. Dodging of the flash, Dizzy up into the air, but Sadak, he's taking the fight straight to them.
Kenapa jadi whiff parah begini cok?
Dodging at the timing, no! The dart just reveals and towards the back, and it's back-to-back Thrifties, man.
MasterCard are getting their money's worth today. I mean, we're coming off the back of the GENG game where we just had Thrifties over and over and over too. I'm confused though. In what way was Forsaken stuck in the corner? Monyet's above it.
Iya, kenapa begitu ya? Jason nge-picknya ya guys.
Keeping his crosshair focused towards A-Link. They could have set up a double face.
Yeah, they could have.
He's just kind of shoved himself in a corner looking to try to take the fight. I assumed he was just going to continue backing up.
Kenapa di-pick begitu Jason coy? Dia nggak bisa kabur guys kalau begitu guys.
Opportunism.
Jongkok doang situ udah.
Finding them the second round there and getting things back on track. There's that same smoke to try to deny.
Oh my goodness, you're joking. You're joking.
And it gets Kawanzine down.
Not again, that's a spike dropped. And they've gained control and ground and another kill. You cannot be doing this to me now. I'm telling you, the MasterCard representatives will be very happy. It's not exactly the most picture-perfect Valorant that we've ever seen here. Wingman alerting the presence, at least to know now that a few loud players are here. Spike's still dropped down, but it's coordinated off, and they've obtained those rifles, and they're using them to great success. Now, having to really just brute force their way through. They've gathered the spike up, but listen,
Guys, ini apa sih hari tripnya sedunia, Jing?
You can't overcome it. It's a back-to-back thrifties.
Kayak tadi Sentinel juga,
This is so similar to Split with GENG. The aggression coming out, very similar to the pistol round. And Loud, think of things from their perspective just for a moment here. They're in an elimination game. The pressure is on. They're playing against a difficult opponent. They've only matched up against once, and they lost that time. Expectations are mounting to try to make a podium finish. You get the pistol win, you throw it away, you win it back, and it disappears out of your hands again.
Relation to disappointment back again here for Loud.
A true roller coaster of emotions. Now, Kawanzin's trying to get Tiles to use this fault line that goes sideways and covers both sides, and they use it to pick off something. So once again, the team with worse utilities winning it out.
Okay.
I say worse utility, I scrambled my words. I meant worse weaponry. The utility was fantastic. But that's Kawanzin trying to get that deep Tiles position, and this time no one from Paperrex punishes him for it. It's just a game of playing over various different areas of map control and a little bit of gambling of where Paperrex want to fight.
QCK will lead the charge here, making sure all the areas are cleared. Into the side, Kawanzin dart into a risky position, an attempt of a timing.
Tunggulah, temen lu belum nyampe, Ron. Astaga, cok.
Two left to fight. Paperrex. What have they got in them? Yeah, really wide face there, and he's just going to get beamed down straight through the wall. Devi does have the money to make a go of this, but still opt into it.
Temennya belum ada, guys. Sendirian gitu kan nggak bisa, guys.
The thing is, their economy is still in a good spot because we've just been sent through the tombola machine. You never know what's coming out the other side, and we're all getting shaken up and down.
Backside position, though. Quickly, Devi is going to be swarmed from this position. Molly at the feet, dropping down, and a nailed shot, man. I mean, so much precision.
I'm not saying it again,
You're not saying it again?
I'm not doing it.
I mean, I'll do it. I'll activate the sponsors. I'll make them happy. MasterCard Thrifty.
Look, Loud are now in a position, though, where they're starting to get huge ultimates online. Their composition has ults that you need like 7, 8 points to be able to get online. You're not supposed to really have access to these big ultimates as soon as the economy starts going for your opponent. But Paperrex are one away from being broken here. Not that that means anything in this map. And now Loud are pretty close to some big ults.
Kayaknya ini Mas Thrifty terbanyak nih, guys.
And he sends an early fault line up towards A.
4 Thrifty ya, 4 Thrifty, guys.
Back of this recon. But look, he is quite exposed in mid here.
Oh, kalau dia reaksi dia selesai, guys.
The second fault line perhaps for a later re-clear over towards A. If indeed you had somebody like Forsaken looking to fight there or something with his operator.
Take flight. Quite slow and steady though, cautious.
But they have multiple tools for these map control plays, and this time deciding to invest the drone. No tag, so no ult from Sara.
Dikejar kelar dia.
Delayed wall.
Yeah, and if you break it, you give away that there was serious pressure behind that.
Pinging up onto the top of it. I mean, Devi loves to play on top of this here. Great flash. Taken, rattles off a few bullets, lets them know his presence. Knife's going to be sent into the opposite direction there with 2 tags. They seek to try and make a go of this one here. Pop Flash plays the Hunter's Fury at his back to set it up, and they were an anti-flash position. Okay, so Loud have the protocols to deal with that.
Nggak bisa di-thread, guys, posisi Jason tuh.
Salves now into this site. Will they choose to use any more ultimates? A bit of random spray once more by Devi. It's that Phantom at play, at work. A bit of chip damage, but nothing really more to show for it. And here it is.
4 players blinded.
There, big one with the Dizzy on top of it. Rolling Thunder now has to be committed. Thrash slow to a crawl. Les is a monster in this spot. This particular position, and any attempt here, they just want to barrel over the smoke position. Something, no chance here on the retake. Not with the operator now, so he has to just run tail between his legs.
Masa nggak ada yang mati sama sekali sih?
Composition is fantastic on those A retakes. You saw the amount of utility that was flying towards Loud, and they still managed to come out the other side unscathed. mostly, I think, due to the fact that Kawanzin had managed to save his ultimate. They were thinking about investing it. You could see Kawanzin positioned in a spot where he was thinking of ulting sight towards A. But they took the gamble, saved it for the post plant, and came out to the good. Now Kawanzin...
Taking up.
Kawanzin dying to spike there. Don't ask me.
Luckily they've got money to spare.
Yeah. But that's a great punish onto Forsaken. Unless choosing to try to take the aggressive option, not caught by any of that retake utility. It was perfect. Lesson Kawanzin stepping up for Loud.
Yeah, now, timeout being taken here for Paperrex. The trouble is, how do you get a grip in terms of what is replicatable? Because the rounds that you're winning have been seemingly down to just hitting a few straight shots, going for the mid-aggression.
Well, you can clearly see that they have an anti-strat prep with regards to Monyak's
semua lagi,
smoke
mapnya
to try
coy,
to
jangan
deny
ngewip dong
info
guys.
for Sadak's
Di map
recap,
tadi bagus,
right?
tinggal map ini doang guys. Ayo guys, ini map kalian banget loh, 100% win rate loh, ayolah.
That was clearly their game
Jangan kasih
plan
momentum ke
coming in, and
mereka.
just because you lost the pistol round doesn't mean that you're always going to lose a fight happening there. But I think the other part of it too is that they just allowed, because of the craziness of how this map began, allowed to start getting some big ults online. And to be honest, in my opinion, that was the biggest problem there. If Paperrex had been able to run that same retake scenario, but without the breach ult, I really think they're favored.
Looked like it.
And it is so important in moments like this to not overcorrect. If you have the right ideas, and they're just not working, you might still want to stick to them. Like I was talking about earlier, Paperrex do have a lot of variance in the way that they play.
Ikut dulu guys.
When you have two teams like this that are so down to just opt into fighting against each other, it is going to vary. Form is going to play an enormous factor.
Like just a coin flip at times here. Goodbye for Paperrex. We'll see if it makes a difference. Freak is sole recipient of the rifle. He's going to be holding down a B angle just by himself here. He's going to be given up. Acknowledgement there with the Dizzy going down, so they know that there's players lurking around, a slow default play, which, you know, isn't anything out of the ordinary for Loud.
No. And you can see that Loud is starting these rounds really passively. They're making sure to not go for any deep plays over towards mid. They're barely going into B main until just now. Spot the shoulder of Mindfreak, and he hops away. Did they even really get confirmation that he has a rifle? I'm not sure.
Malah nggak 5 sih guys, ini defending harusnya dapetnya banyak.
Always trying to tuck himself up onto the box here. Are they even going to be aware of it through slow orb at their feet? Kawanzin, a few random bullets. He might think it's cleared. It's not. Patience.
Nice
Played to perfection here by Mindfreak. Might be looking for a few more still. He's dropped down to 2 of them. Divide has a gun of his own now, ready for the spray through, ready for the spray down, revealed. Tucks to the corner, sidearm out and wide, but less will put him down and put him to rest here, dodging to the flash, but he's got a lot to overcome now. Positioning flipped around, weaponry handed over. Discipline honed and ready, showcased by Paperrex. Now listen, the spike is on Les's side, but he's going to have no opportunity to really get a free plan off here. Molly down, running through it, Monyet, and there it is. Round 1, they know it, tucked to the corner, something, recognizing the win conditions. Guess what? Another massacre, Thrifty.
Yeah, and also...
Ya Allah! Kenapa sih?
Just to cap off how absolutely crazy this game has been, we have another Thrifty round, powered by Mindfreak being able to get a Q play in this corner and Kawanzin not really able to clear it. Divide following up with the rifle. And Les does what he can, but it's not enough. Taking the risk, playing for that variance, and it pays off for Mindfreak. Now Loud changed up the pace.
Oh my goodness, it's Paperrex taking a fight straight to them. Yeah, Loud opted into that pace increase. They wanted to try and fight it. It ends up them being punished. One-way smoke as well. This is just sharpness on display.
That's wild. That caught me completely off guard. I mean,
4 lawan 2, 4 lawan 2. 4 lawan 2 guys, 4 lawan 2 guys.
Focused on A main control, but not that fast. Forsaken almost caught a timing. Surely will.
With the gun, yeah, sticking wide and out. Tap, tap, tap with the AD. Yes, 2 years. Survives the duel and encounter. Has the spike in his hands, but he'd have to do a lot more than that to make this winnable, especially when he's on 8 HP.
And And I'm not exactly sure what the read was there for Sadak in this round, but PaperX have been fighting with 2 or 3 players every single time over towards A main.
Nice. Ini nggak mungkin dong, nggak mungkin dong dia clutch guys. Kalau dia clutch dia tai sih
Go
guys.
back and late re-clear with the fault line or the drone. But I think trying to just run in and take that fight straight up is gonna be so difficult.
Nggak mungkin dong dia clutch. Kalau dia clutch gue marah banget sih.
There are so many tools though that PaperX have at their disposal with this no duelist composition. If you ignore A main completely, sometimes Djaja might just wall it off, and then they can just ignore it. I mean, what are the chances that both teams just decide to fight A main that fast? The flash connections were so perfect.
Nice guys.
All of the smoke utility.
Kalau dia clutch gue sembah, Cok.
Not just the flash connections, I mean the
Nice,
shots on target too.
Nice comeback guys. We tie up kan?
That's something that I was a little
Sama kan?
concerned about going into this game actually.
We tie up.
Now we're going to take a tactical timeout, but I felt like from what we had seen over the course of the rest of this tournament, Loud had more players stepping up with their individual form. You know, Les is just consistent. He's always a monstrous player. But I feel like QCK's had some big moments. Tweez has been playing better than expected too, and Kawanzi's been like putting in solid work.
Semangat,
when I was looking at the other side of things for PaperX, it was only really Forsaken that was blowing me away. Something had some big moments, but wasn't always there. Today, he's been on fire. If you want to look at one individual that turned the tide of ascent, it would be something with the operator in his hand.
Anthem bikin kalah, Anthem kalah diomelin anjing.
As he spends more time with pressure on him on the stage.
Mereka half armor terus guys, mereka miskin apa gitu?
Has been alluding to as well in these interviews, but just that stage.
Ini nggak miskin, Cok, Loud, Cok, buset dah. Kayak 3 ulti harusnya bisa dapat nih 5-4 yuk.
But listen, if it's form that carried them to this point right now, the ideas and time are kind of flourishing, honestly. They've got good reads, they've got good adaptations, they've got good counter strats.
Aduh, ini apa lagi nih? Ini setelah apa lagi nih?
So damn hard right now for Loud to try and deal with.
Again, PaperX start 3 players ready to fight over A. And Loud go for the exact same default setup again. You know, Sova, Viper over towards A, Kawanzi in tiles. Ready for any kind of mid-aggression, sure, but not actually taking aggressive map control in B main or market, and anything like that.
For mid, face wide, doubled up in the high-low, but no casualties or kills yet. Devi, he's making a go of it. Mess a bit. Max Kawazun puts him to rest.
Yeah, the Mosh got a kill, and Sadak's just sticking the orb right in the middle of all of these guys' faces.
Oh, in. Oh, no.
Wait.
He's got what? What's going on?
That's wild. Just hoping that he would find another player involved. Kawanzi sprays down too, but something gets the response. And it's all left to Tui's, who, of course, is not in A main where the fight is happening.
No, he wouldn't be. He'd be on the other side of the map, of
and
course.
He certainly is, without the Omen ult to be able to make the play happen. Thrash hunting him out. Smells blood in the water, but can't quite get a sniff this time.
Misdirection might be working to the
30
favor
seconds
of
left.
Tui's now. Time pressure will work against him. Spike has dropped down into no man's land.
If something gives him a free kill, though, this is winnable.
That's how the clutch really begins, but he was just aiming in the wrong location.
Nice.
In the round of something.
Nice.
Did actually try to, it wasn't early round market control, but QCK started walking into mid after they realized PaperX weren't
tapi bener
fighting.
guys, sorry. Gue baru sadar guys, kenapa dia nggak tembak langsung guys? Tau nggak? Si Something ulti ngincer orang belakangnya dia guys. Ngerti nggak sih kalian? Something ulti berharap tuh dapat orang belakangnya Sova, ngerti nggak guys? Ngerti nggak sih? Jadi si monyet tinggal tembak dulu Sova. Jadi si Something ulti kena Sova, kena belakang Sova, dia tembak Sova, tembak 2 orang, ngerti guys? Targetnya gitu, tapi ternyata beda pas udah ini guys ya.
Flash into the corner, Munyet's here with the judge. No clearance. It's starting to get sloppy. Indeed, and guess what? Exactly where a team like PaperX thrives. Pound for pound, this team, they were born and bred in the chaos.
Nice, terus kasih momentum bro.
Exactly why you can never underestimate this squad still.
Udah, jangan dipik, Cok. 3 lawan 1 guys.
Straight into it, 2 years again. Brought into essentially an unwinnable scenario.
Another round, another Loud player in a 1vx, completely surrounded.
Yeah.
Nice.
And PaperX
Nice.
coming out here.
Bilang dulu sama-sama guys.
Their defensive setup too much.
Mereka miskin.
It's that Loud
No
cannot
money.
come up with the answers. We've now seen 4 rounds in a row, roughly following the same kind of trend, where Loud want to take control of it and push PaperX back, and they can't figure out how. the judge, the paranoia, the swings from both sides. Just getting pulled into the maw of PaperX.
I saw smiles on the faces of the PaperX players. Of course it would be.
Nice, Cahya. Ketawa, Cahya. Gede dah.
It's scary when he smiles, actually. You don't expect it.
This is the first time PaperX decide not to fight over towards A, so we might see a very different round here. Loud are actually being given this space. PaperX anticipating that they would change it up. Surely they don't go A main again after we've just been beating them.
Loud not to be deterred, though.
Ini rawan 350 sih, guys.
The ultimates. Sonic builds up his.
Ini rawan 350 sih, guys.
Drone that wasn't used to clear elbow, so they can start to use that now towards the site. Yet his position is vulnerable here. It's a pop flash play to set him up with a bit of supportive utility. He wants to disengage now with a smoke dropped down. No command, feeling the heat, feeling the pressure.
That's a weird one, actually, because it looks like they're playing for retake, but they've popped the null command. And Loud think that they're anchoring the site, so they haven't committed. This is a strange standoff.
Jason ulti, guys.
Line in the sand has been drawn. Deep TP into mid here, 2 years. Believe just sticking that one, so he's given himself a deep position to mid. Probably won't matter too much. Munyet might be eager though for a challenge here. How's your reaction time? Sun flashes on flashes. Paranoia to meet their match. And a deep dart as well. That's not going to be accounted for. Hunter's Fury though tucks into it, gets the connection, gets the collision course straight into these players. And Munyet does a decent job of just avoiding it. Dodging, ducking, weaving, but not enough there. And a repeat with the Outlaw. Something has something to say. On a reload online, shock darts though, jumping around the punish.
Nice, Davai datang dalam waktu yang tepat, guys, ya. Something mau dikeroyok gitu, Cok.
Loud a given control of elbow. PaperX still find a way to come out on top. This is 5 rounds in a row.
3 ulti, guys. Davai belum revive, guys, ya.
Very back and forth beginning when no team could really get a handle on the economy. Everything that Loud tries, bearing in mind that this was a lower eco buy as well, but it's all just been getting crushed.
Ayo guys, 8-4 yuk. Game 2 looking good, guys,
Loud are going to change things up. And this time their attacking setup, does look slightly different.
Kenceng banget, iya kenceng banget sih, main sniper kenceng banget.
Tiles flash for mid. One is here already, forwards in the approach, and he is set up with that util. Run it back, dealt with. Dropped immediately. These ults just before are very icy. Deep hit into
guys.
It is a great read though from Les. He realizes that if they're fighting over mid, they can't be doing their normal A setup. So he takes this timing into elbow. There is a chance that a bullet could find the back of something's head here.
Yeah, he's not watching for it, and so he will be falling. Flatlined to the side, and a sight gains now for Les. Going to be calling for the rotate and the pivot. Smokes.
He could drop a pit.
Falling down, he certainly could, and really turn this into more than a winnable spot with 2 years. In that late lurk player dropping like flies. 2v3 here. Loud have a massive advantage here with the pit with the rolling thunder. Really just letting it loose and letting it rip here. Sky high. That's the vibe.
Dia nggak sempet revive.
Won't be able to withstand any sort of pressure there, leaving it just to Mind Freak now.
Mind Freak's been good at catching 2As in all of these previous rounds, but finally 2As
punya ulti 3, guys. Dia punya ulti 3 juga padahal loh.
Astaga. But questions in my head about whether or not that's going to be enough.
Who knows?
There was a serious streak there of dominance from PaperX on the defense side. And I do like the way that PaperX play their attack too. I think both of these teams are very confident in Sunset. Still, anybody's game, but Loud, the team under the most pressure.
Of course, listen, it's elimination. They're already 1 map behind. It's going to have to be that comeback, starting at the pistol round in that second half. Before we even get into that as well, earlier we did hear from Forsaken.
8-4, kalau udah 8-4 enak banget, guys. 8-4 dapat pistol gitu kan. 7-5 ini agak mepet ya.
Hello guys, I'm Jason, aka Forsaken, and I play for team PaperX. Against GENG, we lost, but I don't feel anything and I don't have any regrets. I mean, I can tell that we're gonna lose because, I mean, they play well, but at the same time, I would say we just want to go lower bracket, you know, because I know that they're good, and also we're not in the good shape. I mean, like, we have like shaky map, shaky roster. Also, it's like, we're not doing as great as last time. So
let's go!
I didn't like regret or whatever.
Nah, itu dia, jangan regret.
A little bit more. He's done some damage, and there's the follow-up. A shot right to Texture's temple. That's going to put us in a 4v2 with PaperX. Definitely favored to take this pistol now. Forsaken fallen. A little bit more of a chance. Something, though, delivers. Okay, he's up top and not spotted. Easy peasy.
Beep, 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 beep.
I mean, I'm just going to go all in.
Hey, what's up? I'm Forsaken from PaperX.
W Gaming, you know. Actually, I feel like we shouldn't have been in the playoff. We should have been like lost like long time ago, maybe against TH or KC. Because I felt like lucky, I would say last time, but you know, like I said, when we go our bracket, and every time we already played the match, finished the match, no matter we win or lose, we will like improve very fast. And hopefully in our bracket, we will show you guys on our improvement.
Nice, Dios. Nice on. Nice speech.
Yeah, Forsaken just handling, you know, that pressure like water off a duck's back. Coming into this entire
Skincare Jason apa ya guys
with
ya?
the lowest of expectations, and now they're just improving at a meteoric pace, looking to really just take it to a team like Loud. They have the lead here.
Guys. Kalau pistol dapat sih guys, ini enak banget guys, sumpah guys.
One of the big problems
Doain pistolnya guys, ini penting guys, pistol daron penting buat pistol.
Being in the flow state of all just having the same understanding of what was going on, and the more that you try to
Rasa nggak pantas masuk playoff, dia sih bilang gitu guys, karena mereka nggak perform sebagus tim-tim lain. Ya nggak sih, tapi mereka laki aja selalu dapat.
Some of the single-mindedness that we see from them, the hive mind of PaperX.
A-nya 3, udah ke B aja sih kalau kata gue sih.
Have been, well, I hesitate to say important because they did flip-flop a lot at the beginning of this map.
Ya, mereka ambil orb.
But they could be decisive. Everybody on PaperX grouped up to try to punish 2Es.
Disrespecting for that one here. 2 years. Backs away with the TP. Off-angle approach now with the paranoia. Sent flying onto the left-hand side. 2 years. So not accounted for. QCK just trying to back him up as well as bail him out. And they are just collecting all sorts of kills.
Nice red kill.
Sabar, Too far forward and not playing great angles. Pushing themselves into spots where they couldn't quite get it. Overextending to deal with Divide. Sadak shocks himself on the corner but does pick up the kill.
Getting flustered perhaps. Okay, there eventually with the reset of the aim. Less. 1v3. Seen magic.
He's done damage but he can't get through this wall. It's so powerful on the pistol. On both sides.
Jangan sendiri dong.
To block off angles in the post. It's such a nice addition.
Nice. Udah biar pusing,
Cok. A lot of teams have been looking at.
Look at this, too much to clear really for Less. Ran in his face, follow through with the bullets. Kill collected, but
nice. Pistolnya. PRX pistolnya menang terus guys, nggak pernah kalah loh.
PaperX stands up, holding their ground,
ya
swinging
guys.
off the contact, and that's
PRX pistolnya selalu menang ya guys ya. Ya nggak sih? Kayak merasa nggak sih?
So damn important. Like you said, you know, we've been talking about the details of the importance of it, despite the initial start of this first half, but really it sets them up beautifully.
Look, slow up there. Divide is used as bait.
Di Master Madrid tuh pistol mereka kayak berapa persen dah win rate guys kayaknya guys.
All of this was set up as well by an underhand KO flash combo with the
Tapi kalah terus bang. Tadi kalah, iya maksud gua tuh persentasenya tinggi bro. Apa sih anjing? Hello.
Talking about how he doesn't, you know, respond to their opponents. And frankly, PaperX moved fast enough that sometimes you wouldn't even use a second round of Gecko util. Less takes an opportunity to try to go aggressive, gambling on the fact that PaperX would not have everybody stacked in B main.
This is where the danger zone presents itself for a team like Loud as well, because yeah, you've lost the pistol round, but PaperX on our attack side
susah nih retake guys, retake susah banget cuma.
Itu
bola boy.
Something now one away from the thrash to be used into the bonus round into the next. Assuming Loud can't do too much more damage here on their retake.
Apaan sih Jason? Jason wall hack anjing.
On the flash peek into back.
Udahlah jangan di-pick.
Hey! Picking up 2. Still got that wall, but 2is on the flank.
Yeah. Peppered here, holding the utils. Good adjustment by Mindfreak.
Close.
Flanknya hampir nggak kelihatan guys.
Turn that away. Send us down the spiraling path of thrifty after thrifty. But it was not to be. And as you were saying, Brett, building up something's ultimate here is really devastating for Loud.
Untung ada armor guys, kalau nggak ada armor mati tuh 2 orang bisa.
So many of these post plants a little easier to play. This is a map where we've seen a lot of teams
guys, pelan-pelan guys. Kita punya 4 ya. Something punya ulti.
But if you force the retakers down a certain path dictated by that sage wall, things get a little easier for PaperX.
Ya bisa.
Throw a wrench into the plans of a lot of teams. I mean, Sage is so unorthodox on this map. Early thrash. Used to set up here, out towards A.
But a fake. In terms of where the pressure's actually coming from.
Yeah, I mean, he did have the spike on him, but the rest of his team now working into mid. Pop flash, wall up. Hearing all this noise, hearing all these sounds. He can't survive it past the box. A call is made though. Loud want to commit into this fight. I'm going to commit heavily out wide. Miscommunication perhaps. Something drops down as well, forced into the spectator's seat with the spike drop down. It's a favored situation for Loud now.
They have spike. Very difficult to retrieve. Monier gets another smoke online, which he does. He just sneaks in, sneaks out, and now all of Loud are in a pretty rough spot. They don't have any map control or information. Could be worried about some lurking happening here. So just like that, suddenly there's a lot of doubt.
Okay, santai.
Heads of this Brazilian team.
Daylight robbery from Monyet.
You'd expect the spam to be coming through as soon as the smoke gets deployed.
It wasn't there though. And now, because Loud was so heavily stacked up around that spike position, as you were saying, they've lost all map control. They're having to triple up and re-clear everything together just in case.
And they're slow to do it as well. What you see from PaperX is that after throwing that A utility, they were immediately up mid. And I was praising Sadak in the games that I've been recently watching Sunset. He's very aware of those mid-lurk timings, but PaperX are faster than Loud are anticipating. And didn't we see that all the time on Ascent? With individuals finding timings ahead of when they were going to be expected. And look at the map here, how far away the nearest Loud player is. PaperX have got tons of time to try to reposition into a spot where they can upend the player disadvantage.
Miles away. PaperX seeking to try and fight them deep into these angles. Now Loud are ready for it with those protocols. Monyet left alone to his devices, only the Spectre in his hands. It would have to be a miracle. It would have to be mistakes to be made.
Nice try.
Nice
try. Berdarah-darah mereka, Cok.
To really collect up that kill and get that trade online. So that was a bonus round for PaperX. The 2 players surviving for Loud, they might even consider that a bit of a success.
Yeah, I think I would.
Thank you, Kak Kuki.
Really nice spot.
Kalau menang lanjut dong lawan Sentinel.
Not just that, they did find a timing through mid. So anytime one of these timing-based macro plays works, it's going to add another layer of confusion in Sadak's calling.
Yeah.
Because with a composition like this, you have to be mobile to plug the gaps. And if you're slower than your opponents, you're going to leave those gaps open.
Deg-degan guys, deg-degan.
Something, of course,
Aku
is picking up the attack
deg-degan.
side operator here on Gecko. His opping was
Aku kayak habis ngamuk-ngamuk, Bang. Kenapa dia lala?
One of the big reasons that Loud are now 1 map away from elimination.
Massive round for Loud. Have to really lock this one up.
Santai. Slow. Dapat 1 nih.
Pretty
Mereka
heavy with
dapat
the
di B dapat
economical
1 sih.
investment across the board from Loud. I mean, 2 players with a bit of money to spare, all picked up as well. So Forsaken just doing his darnest to try and build up towards that big ultimate.
And a very slow beginning to the round from PaperX. Loud choosing to try to fight A main there. Recommitting to the
Mereka
angle.
tahu A-nya 3 harusnya, guys. Mereka tahu harusnya A-nya 3, guys ya.
Push them up.
Mereka
Here's
tahu
a
harus A-nya
pivot,
3,
though,
bro.
straight into market. They're going to try and
Aduh,
push
ini
2 years
TP di
off.
atas sini nggak enak banget nih, bro.
Sound
Nggak
cues,
ketahuan, guys.
tidy placement there with a snake bite. Less well timed on top of it. Here we go. Drone into mid. Monyet. Second tag. Fakes like he could be TPing away, but he still maintains his position and his composure. In through mid now. Deep knife going to be landing into market. Wall through. Broken immediately. Couple of shots sprayed out. Can't quite break it though. Monyet could really be that insurance player now. Coming out from the back. Here's the rotation.
Nyet, harus dapat 1, Nyet.
Quick on it with the trigger. Now we see it. Players lit up like a beacon. Something only the one instant trade. Something Forsaken just trying to play in tandem with each other. They are overwhelming them. Mindfree towards the back. Less dodging and weaving, gliding across the floor. He finds it now, leaving it to Divide. Time ticking away. What is the call here? Tapping again, this time less sticking, not making the same mistake as the prior game 2 years. Locking down the angle and approach.
Tahan bentar, Cok.
Loud coming out with a big win there after allowing PaperX to get in.
Ayo guys, bangkit guys. 97 nih, jangan stuck.
That mid lurk. QCK's at the bottom of the scoreboard, but most of that is because he found it so difficult on the attack side to get in through A main. He just got beaten up over and over again in that same position. It's not really that he's even been able to take some fair duels. And I'm surprised at how much the PaperX economy was hurting there. They came into that round with a Stinger and a Spectre, even though I thought they were taking the previous one as a bonus. Clearly they didn't.
Post plan aja sih, post plan guys, susah banget post plan ya. Kalau post plan udah menang itu guys.
They're going to be happy with it. Ooh, wall down. Face potentially can hear it. The footsteps rumbling towards him. He's looking for a tussle and a tumble. Less backing away. Will be postured away from that angle.
It's very rare that you see Less scrambled, but he did seem a little less than his calm usual self there. Forced to backpedal at some pace.
Clear game plan here for PaperX, making sure that they can absorb up all the orbs around the map. PaperX now defaulting back over towards B main.
Okay, Aaron bisa di atas ya guys.
Getting posted on A with the AWP. This is something that Loud have brought out fairly recently, but TUI's has been doing quite a lot of opping at this event so far.
Yeah.
And it allows them just to post him up on A, and they're not too worried. They can keep stacks towards the rest of the site. Having said that, Loud are mostly playing B for retake here. Not going to have any way of being able to challenge this.
Inside the market, Dizzy. What's that connection there onto QCK? So it looks like the wall is intact. Wasn't able to spam it down in time. Forsaken. Tux. Side by side wants to play together now. Him and something here. Running back forwards, facing with it. The flash is not connecting here. Less run the back, feeling really the heat, the pressure. Kaos seeks to relieve it.
Aduh, jelek sekali.
Rolling thunder committed. You're not getting away with that one, man, yet. Tried to TP to evacuate and escape the ire. Still after shock. Plenty of util left. Where that come from? Mindfreak. 2 on the table now, 2 left to go. Dropping down, knows they're not on it. Peeking through, another tap will force Mindfreak out into the open. Kawazine really seeking to deny this one.
Nice! Nice!
Mindfreak performs magic before our bloody eyes.
Clutchmeister! Itulah Clutchmeister dari sang maestro ya guys ya.
That was them on basically an eco round as well. Be labeled as a Red Bull clutch, but could just as easily be called the Thrifty. Their economy was not good. It all came down to Mindfreak, and Loud could not find a safe position to go for the half.
Dingin, dingin kata si Aaron. Kata sini ya.
Hold down the angle. The Kawazine in that spot.
Gila, Mindfreak bro, top G.
The other day.
It's very
How to play in Sen, John QT is playing the clutch. They
Top G, boss!
Sticking a bit of miscommunication,
Okay,
getting
momentum.
frantic.
Momentum is in our hand. Saudara-saudara, momentum is in our hand. Let's step back a little bit and we come to the top of the tournament, okay?
But instead they were, you know, Sadak's trying to get half, wondering if he can, trying to tap to bait out the peaks, hoping that they can rely on their individual skill to win it out. And Mindfreak simply better in that moment. What a way for things to turn around. Because other than that, the game plan is actually not really working here for Paperrex. So weirdly enough, it's Loud to take the tactical timeout, but I think Alex will be happy to have a little chat with his team here.
Yeah.
Because what's happening is Paperrex are getting into post-plan situations.
Bandung tiba-tiba beku bang.
Some post-plan aggression.
Bang, kulkasku tiba-tiba yang rusak bener semua. Oh my god.
You saw them swing with just stingers into market there without too much util.
Bang, tiba-tiba kofiku jadi es semua. Oh my god.
The Loud retake. And if they just sit there, they can do that against other teams, but not against the comp that Loud are running. They're gonna get obliterated.
Bang, neraka tiba-tiba dingin. Oh my god.
Or coordinate that post-plant aggression just a tad bit better.
Strange buy though for Loud.
It is, yeah. That's a force. But Les would rather have a sheriff than anything else.
This guy, I mean, he is incredibly consistent with it.
He is.
It's insane.
Got some of the best calm, raw aim based on his crosshair placement that I've ever seen.
Slow beginning though for Paperrex, nice and cautious. Off the rip. Trying to see if Loud will overplay their hands. Initially, lots of ults really to work with for Paperrex on top of that. So, given that B main control essentially for free, looking like there is that hesitation though in terms of how they want to play it.
Yeah, it's interesting. They've spotted 2Es, and that seems to be a hard read that if they see 2Es over towards A, it's not the Breach Phoenix setup. Because they were ready to go for the B exec there, and now they've just come all the way back over towards A. And that's got to be a call from Mindfreak, I think, because he's the only one getting info on this side of the map earlier.
Bang, tiba-tiba di agamaku ada dewa baru, dewa S, namanya Aaron.
Orb rebounding. Two years chance to play spoiler, but no, he's out of there. So
nice, di retake.
I'm sticking around to find out with this one. Hunter's Fury to try and deny this one. Plant will be disrupted. Flash up into the air. It's actually a nasty one as well. Connected onto a multitude of players. Now the Plant and the Pit all layered down onto the site. This does make it difficult. Toxic Screen going to be covering the entirety of the field.
No way of really using these flash players to retake in this spot.
Absolutely. Paranoia though, Monyet going to be using this one nice and early, still holding for the shotgun. Molly at your feet, Mindfreak going to be pushed out to the open, and he is the critical player. Has to dodge and duck and weave away from these bullets. Led just flying straight past him as they're trying to attempt to clear through. Look at the orb placement on high. 2 years. He's got so much more to do from this position. He just doesn't have enough info to really work with. Disastrous here for Loud. With that weaker investment. In fact, the total investment correction from me. Loud, they put everything into that one.
It was weaker because it was a force. They were coming into it with at least one Sheriff and I think a Stinger to work with.
Yeah.
But they forced into this to try to stop PaperX from getting to 11 on the board.
Bang, tiba-tiba kutub utara pindah ke Madrid, Bang. Dingin. Dingin.
When was the last time that happened?
I mean, top 4 at the Masters, listen, that is not bad by any means. They made it to playoffs, but when there's only 8 teams here.
Bang, tiba-tiba Aseku yang cuma setengah PK jadi 10 PK, Bang. Dingin.
Wow! It's
What is that, bro?
Over towards A, and they do it again. Very reminiscent of when they first brought out the Sage Comp on Pearls. Bait out the fight from QCK and ZOWIE. This tower is going to be crumbling down.
Grimwall, guys. Grimwall, bro. Grimwall.
Smiles on the faces as they're having it. I mean, they have
Oh yeah, Jason. Yeah, Jason.
Loud on the verge.
Spaghetti, terima kasih. Fiziku menggerut, Bang, bawel
I
banget.
don't think many people had PaperX winning in 2-0 fashion.
Guys, dari yang bilang nggak yakin bakal masuk playoff, teman-teman. Top 3, guys. Let's go. Satu lagi, teman-teman ya.
In many rounds, so they know that somebody is top mid, waiting to break that piece of Gecko utility. They boost up, get the punish, and all of that in a round where Loud were just going for the eco anyway, trying to play for overtime, forced to by the Force in round 19. Or round 18, I should say.
And this is now going to take some heroics. There with a knife. What's
He's so
the call
fast.
now for Paperrex?
He's so fast.
Manya doesn't care, man. Disrespectful in nature.
Aduh,
Back
buru-buru.
though of the head. Flipped up by Kaos as he does seek out that trade, and he will be granted it. Now to Thrash though. Set this one up forwards here, still slowed. Seeking to reposition. Kaos lays down the law and potentially gives them a fighting chance.
2 lawan 3.
Can he be the hero just when his team needs it? One more onto Forsaken, important, and he takes it.
Good control.
4K in the round.
Something drops him though. No ace to be really looked for. Something pulling this out of seemingly nowhere. 1v1 and Loud. Desperation. QCK knows the position. Throws the molly. Flash round dodge. Juked. Avoids it.
Aduh, dikit lagi.
QCK saves the day.
Mereka miskin, mereka miskin, mereka miskin, mereka miskin, guys, mereka miskin, guys. Tahan, santai.
Rounds on the board. Kalanzin was slowed up, top A link, had to take out 2 players where the trade, it looked like the spacing was good. And he'd already shut down that play from Monyet. Deletes 2 players as they come around the corner there, Mind Freak and Divide both falling. And it still came down to a 1v1. Oh.
Nestra, guys. Nah, di box kan tadi kan dibakar, kocak. Tadi kalian nggak lihat boxnya di molly. Guys, 4 round, guys. Aduh, kenapa OP, bangsat?
Taking some nasty hits to the eco. It'll have to be done if they want to stay alive in the series, stay alive in the tournament.
Something, looking to try to take an early timing here. Dueling against Les. I don't see how he's going to find the opportunity facing against this Viper wall. Les normally plays a little more passive, actually.
We have seen, you know, when Loud's back is up against the wall, Les tends to take matters into his own hands. Mind Freak taken out. They still have the res online for this one, with him falling.
Punya resurrection, anjing.
The reaction from PaperX, looking to try to hoover up this B control. Given that Les was peeking over towards Market,
straight in there.
Empty.
Dizzy committed by something. He's looking to see if he can get himself onto the deeper line. You don't expect that. Drops it. 3 versus 3 now. The knife attack. Gathered, at least that they know that Les is going to be there, but he's already playing now. High-low setup. The rest of his team out wide here. Something going for the peak. Going for the peak. Catches it in the perfect timing. A bullet to the chest with the IGL down and deleted. 2 left standing. Les again. Heroics are necessary. And it has to be coming out swinging, traded. 1 to stand, 2 years to do the most. A fake with the TP, a paranoia evaded and dodged and juked, but the crossfire setup is too strong, it's too damn strong. And PaperRX sealing away. Loud, dropping out. See you later.
Perjuangan kita belum berakhir di sini.
Doing everything for them today.
Gila, cow, hari ini something benar-benar menyala, abangku. Kulkas di seluruh Indonesia dan Jakarta dan Madrid menyala, abangku.
One of the VCT giants. What a clash.
Gila, guys.
What a way
EMEA.
this rivalry continue
NA Slayer guys ya.
Over a team that loves brawling.
Let's
loves
go
playing
bro,
against opponents
let's
that are swinging
go,
into
let's
them.
go my boy, let's go my
Able to find
boy.
control here today to shut them down.
With that we will say goodbye to Louds. Not the run they wanted, but an admirable effort nevertheless.
Gila something guys ya.
Really gets heated when you have 8 teams at this tournament because the competition starts from the get-go.
Gila something guys.
Honestly, this new style that they've come up
NA
with
Slayer kah? Satu lagi guys.
kind of caused them to have to plug gaps constantly without that sentinel. They had to be mobile, they had to be aggressive.
Gila
They're playing
guys.
against a team
Manfred akhirnya menyala setelah kemarin redup. Iya, kulkas. Semua kulkas dan air conditioner berubah menjadi 4 PK guys semua guys. Kita tepuk tangan dulu semua rame-rame guys ya. Berikan dukungan kalian terbaik kalian dengan membeli bundle PRX. Beli semua sekarang karena udah top 3 teman-teman. Semua harus beli bundle PRX dengan top up di mbahgaming.com dengan garansi VCT termurah se-Indonesia dan kode diskon menggunakan namaku yaitu RIO.
A lot of people were just flat out giving it to Loud, but today the day belongs to ZOWIE Gaming.
This team is inexplicable. Anytime you think they will not perform, this team steps
Gila
up.
something
They've
lah.
improved so much. From the first match they showed here in Madrid,
Gila something
from
artis
losing that final to GENG,
artis.
to now showing up here. And honestly, I think playing an exceptional game against
Gila
Loud. They
something,
knew how to
bro.
deal with this comp.
Gila Cahya artis, cewek-cewek sama Cahya monyet
It's ridiculous.
Cahya nyayur
I'm
guys.
liking the ideas that I'm seeing there, even though sometimes they look a little bit rough. I like the way that something's just proactive.
Wih, baju
wants to
PRX
get out there.
laku
He'll
guys,
send
gak aku
wingman to
keras
go and
bro.
handle business and give him a little bit of more information. He's using the kid in
Artis
a
guys,
way
Cahya
that
guys, tag Instagram Cahya guys, Cahya artis cie gitu guys
We
ya.
really didn't know what this team's style was.
Gila bendera
going to
PRX
be
saja ada cowok.
But they have continued to find themselves.
Wow.
Monyet has improved throughout this event, and they've hit that flow state again.
Kita mau nonton interviewnya apa langsung udahan guys? Guys mau nonton interview apa udahan guys?
Can they maintain this momentum? But here's a fascinating thing
Semalam
about this
mantu
game.
kok ini membara bang, beda lah
Honestly,
bro,
Mimi, and I say this with full respect. It was like a boring game to a certain extent.
Interview ya. Habis itu kita lempar ke Bang Winda nggak sih guys?
Their thing, they were drilled. They had moments where
Sabar,
they just
interview
looked very
ya.
well put together. They weren't trying to go for anything too wonky, but when they did, it looked like they had a plan. It looked like they had a very solid approach. It was honestly a joy to see this team evolve throughout this competition here in Madrid.
Yeah, I mean, Forsaken as well. He's the guy you have to highlight, playing seemingly every agent, doing so incredibly well. The guy has improved.
Aku sih bener-bener latihan setiap hari, makan yang
I think
cukup,
we've really seen
lalu
this evolution, this next step of
menjaga
PaperX.
proporsional
And
latihanku tidak
I
terlalu
just don't know how
over,
to keep getting away
jadi
with
bisa
it.
memberikan performa yang terbaik.
Let's give it up for PaperRX!
Oh bukan gua, sorry, sorry
Here with the Vibe.
Sorry guys,
First of all,
sorry.
congratulations.
Kirain gua.
Now, I have a very first important question. Your team wears the banner ZOWIE Gaming. Can you explain to me how does an opping gecko fit so well into a ZOWIE Gaming team?
I mean, technically on Sunset we don't really have duelists, but I mean, men just love to op, you know, like it doesn't matter what agent you put on him, like he just like, oh, I'm gonna op. Sorry?
Do you have a duelist then?
I don't know, I guess maybe he thinks that he's still playing duelists, you know, but I mean, as long as he's working out, should be fine, you know.
Ok, le he preguntado que cómo puede ser posible que en un equipo que le gusta ir tan a la cara funcione también un gecko con el operator, y la verdad que dice que something funciona muy bien cuando no tienen duelista y cuando también lo tienen, pues mira, él se siente cómodo, tiene esa madera de duelista, así que ¿por qué no aprovecharla? So, yesterday we didn't get a chance to talk to you after your loss, right? I want you to tell me how the conversation was when you were back at the hotel thinking about today. Like, what were the learning points from yesterday to today?
I think we learned that most of the teams when they play us, they kind of like really study us, you know. So we just like
Tuh, dengar guys, mereka belajar soal PaperX.
Go even ZOWIE Gaming or try to counter them, you know. Like, I mean, for this we match up against Loud and we played them before, and I think our strat is probably just counter less, you know. I mean, he's been giving us a lot of troubles last time, So yeah, as long as Les doesn't play well, I think we
Nah, dengar tuh guys, cuman 3 counter Les aja.
He preguntado porque obviamente después de ayer no escuchamos cómo se sentían después de la derrota. Dicen que para la preparación de hoy lo más importante era counterear a Les, que no tuviera la libertad que a veces tiene y sabían que podían llevarse esta victoria.
Angkar Dafai.
Also, because tomorrow you're going up against Sentinels. Now you just taken down Loud, you know, and there's only one remaining team from Americas. How do you think that is going to be different? Because you say you do have the experience with Loud, but you don't have it. Well,
karena mereka paling unik, jadi nggak bisa play default, harus ngerti cara mainnya. Ya,
and they kinda like beat us to it, and I think this time is a good time for us to prove ourselves again. And I think it's gonna be hard. Definitely, they've been playing very well, but I think this time we have to prove that PRX bundle is better than Sentinels bundle, you know.
Betul, PRX bundle lebih bagus dari Sentinel bundle, makanya langsung top up di Game.com dengan kode Rio karena TV termurah di Indonesia punya.
Desde luego que jugaron también en la offseason, me dice que están muy preparados, que quieren esa venganza de una victoria que ya se llevó Sentinels y quieren demostrar que su bundle es mejor que el de Sentinels. Thank you very much. We will see you tomorrow. Let's hear it one more time for Paperrex.
Let's go Paperrex. Kita masih nonton lagi kemarin, besok guys.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Kukuka, for that Verizon post-match interview with
Oke teman-teman, terima kasih teman-temannya yang udah nonton guys.
Wildness
Seru banget guys hari ini guys. Kita senang banget, kita happy banget karena kita bisa memberikan performa yang sangat bagus di map lower bracket ya teman-teman ya. Kita akan udah pasti top 3 minimal. So kita akan ketemu lagi di besok jam 10 guys. So thank you teman-teman semua, sampai jumpa di live streaming. Gua Rio pamit undur diri. Selamat sahur dan jangan lupa semoga lancar puasa.